The Great Boer War by Arthur Conan Doyle. Nye. Preface to the final edition. During the course of the war, some 16 editions of this work have appeared, each of which was, I hope, a little more full and accurate than that which preceded it. I may fairly claim, however, that the absolute mistakes made have been few in number, and that I have never had occasion to reverse, and seldom to modify, the judgments which I have formed. In this final edition, the early text has been carefully revised, and all fresh available knowledge has been added within the limits of a single-volume narrative. Of the various episodes in the latter half of the war, it is impossible to say that the material is available for a complete and final chronicle. By the aid, however, of the official dispatches, of the newspapers, and of many private letters, I have done my best to give an intelligible and accurate account of the matter. The treatment may occasionally seem too brief, but some proportion must be observed between the battles of 1899, 1900, 1901, 1901, 1902. My private informants are so numerous that it would be hardly possible, even if it were desirable, that I should quote their names. Of the correspondents upon whose work I have drawn for my materials, I would acknowledge my obligations to Messrs. Burley, Nevinson, Battersby, Stewart, Emery, Atkins, Bailly, Kinnear, Churchill, James, Ralph, Barnes, Maxwell, Pierce, Hamilton, and others. Especially I would mention the gentleman who represented the Standard in the last year of the war, whose accounts of Lackfontein, von Donop's convoy, and Tweebosch were the only reliable ones which reached the public. Arthur Conan Doyle, Undershaw, Hindhead, September 1902. Chapter 1. The Boer Nations. Take a community of Dutchmen of the type of those who defended themselves for 50 years against all the power of Spain at a time when Spain was the greatest power in the world. Intermix with them a strain of those inflexible French Huguenots who gave up home and fortune and left their country forever at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. The product must obviously be one of the most rugged, virile, unconquerable races ever seen upon earth. Take this formidable people and train them for 7 generations in constant warfare against savage men and ferocious beasts, in circumstances under which no weakling could survive. Place them so that they acquire exceptional skill with weapons and in horsemanship. Give them a country which is eminently suited to the tactics of the huntsman, the marksman, and the rider. Then, finally, put a finer temper upon their military qualities by a dour fatalistic Old Testament religion and an ardent and consuming patriotism. Combine all these qualities and all these impulses in one individual, and you have the modern Boer, the most formidable antagonist who ever crossed the path of Imperial Britain. Our military history has largely consisted in our conflicts with France, but Napoleon and all his veterans have never treated us so roughly as these hard-bitten farmers with their ancient theology and their inconveniently modern rifle. Look at the map of South Africa, and there, in the very center of the British possessions, like the stone in a peach, lies the great stretch of the 2 republics, a mighty domain for so small a people. How came they there? Who are these Teutonic folk who have burrowed so deeply into Africa? It is a twice-told tale, and yet it must be told once again if this story is to have even the most superficial of introductions. No one can know or appreciate the Boer who does not know his past, for he is what his past has made him. It was about the time when Oliver Cromwell was at his zenith, in 1652, to be pedantically accurate, that the Dutch made their first lodgment at the Cape of Good Hope. The Portuguese had been there before them, but, repelled by the evil weather, and lured forwards by rumors of gold, they had passed the true seat of empire, and had voyaged further to settle along the eastern coast. Some gold there was, but not much, and the Portuguese settlements have never been sources of wealth to the mother country, and never will be until the day when Great Britain signs her huge check for Delagoa Bay. The coast upon which they settled reeked with malaria. 100 miles of poisonous marsh separated it from the healthy inland plateau. For centuries, these pioneers of South African colonization strove to obtain some further footing, but save along the courses of the rivers they made little progress. Fierce natives and an enervating climate barred their way. But it was different with the Dutch. That very rudeness of climate which had so impressed the Portuguese adventurer was the source of their success. Cold and poverty and storm are the nurses of the qualities which make for empire. It is the men from the bleak and barren lands who master the children of the light and the heat. And so the Dutchmen at the Cape prospered and grew stronger in that robust climate. They did not penetrate far inland, for they were few in number, and all they wanted was to be found close at hand. But they built themselves houses, and they supplied the Dutch East India Company with food and water, gradually budding off little townlets, Winburg, Stellenbosch, and pushing their settlements up the long slopes which lead to that great central plateau which extends for 1,500 miles from the edge of the Karoo to the valley of the Zambesi. Then came the additional Huguenot emigrants, the best blood of France, 300 of them, a handful of the choicest seed thrown in to give a touch of grace and soul to the solid Teutonic string. Again and again, in the course of history, with the Normans, the Huguenots, the Emigres, one can see the great hand dipping into that storehouse and sprinkling the nations with the same splendid seed. France has not founded other countries, like her great rival, but she has made every other country the richer by the mixture with her choicest and best. The Roux, Dutoits, Joubert, Duplessis, Villiers, and a score of other French names are among the most familiar in South Africa. For 100 more years, the history of the colony was a record of the gradual spreading of the Afrikaners over the huge expanse of veld which lay to the north of them. Cattle raising became an industry, but in a country where 6 acres can hardly support a sheep, large farms are necessary for even small herds. 6,000 acres was the usual size, and £5 a year the rent payable to government. The diseases which follow the white man had in Africa, as in America and Australia, been fatal to the natives, and an epidemic of smallpox cleared the country for the newcomers. Further and further north they pushed, founding little towns here and there, such as Graaf Reinet and Swellendam, where a Dutch Reformed church and a store for the sale of the bare necessaries of life formed a nucleus for a few scattered dwellings. Already the settlers were showing that independence of control and that detachment from Europe, which has been their most prominent characteristic. Even the sway of the Dutch Company, an older but weaker brother of John Company in India, had caused them to revolt. The local rising, however, was hardly noticed in the universal cataclysm which followed the French Revolution. After 20 years, during which the world was shaken by the titanic struggle between England and France in the final counting up of the game and paying of the stakes, the Cape Colony was added in 1814 to the British Empire. In all our vast collection of states, there is probably not one, the title deeds to which are more incontestable than to this one. We had it by 2 rights, the right of conquest and the right of purchase. In 1806, our troops landed, defeated the local forces, and took possession of Cape Town. In 1814, we paid the large sum of £6 million to the stadtholder for the transference of this and some South American land. It was a bargain which was probably made rapidly and carelessly in that general redistribution which was going on. As a house of call upon the way to India, the place was seen to be of value, but the country itself was looked upon as unprofitable and desert. What would Castlereagh or Liverpool have thought could they have seen the items which we were buying for our £6 million? The inventory would have been a mixed one of good and of evil. 9 fierce Kaffir wars, the greatest diamond mines in the world, the wealthiest gold mines, 2 costly and humiliating campaigns with men whom we respected even when we fought with them. And now, at last, We hope a South Africa of peace and prosperity, with equal rights and equal duties for all men. The future should hold something very good for us in that land. For if we merely count the past, we should be compelled to say that we should have been stronger, richer, and higher in the world's esteem had our possessions there never passed beyond the range of the guns of our men. War, quite right. But surely the most arduous is the most honorable, and, looking back from the end of their journey, our descendants may see that our long record of struggle, with its mixture of disaster and success, its outpouring of blood and of treasure, has always tended to some great and enduring goal. The title deeds to the estate are, as I have said, good ones, but there is one singular and ominous flaw in their provision. The ocean has marked 3 boundaries to it, but the 4th is undefined. There is no word of the hinterland, for neither the term nor the idea had then been thought of. Had Great Britain bought those vast regions which extended beyond the settlements? Or were the discontented Dutch at liberty to pass onwards, and found fresh nations to bar the path of the Anglo-Celtic colonists? In that question lay the germ of all the trouble to come. An American would realize the point at issue if he could conceive that after the founding of the United States, the Dutch inhabitants of the state of New York had trekked to the westward and established fresh communities under a new flag. Then, when the American population overtook these western states, they would be face to face with the problem which this country has had to solve. If they found these new states fiercely anti-American and extremely unprogressive, they would experience that aggravation of their difficulties with which our statesmen have had to deal. At the time of their transference to the British flag, the colonists, Dutch, French, and German, numbered some 30,000. They were slaveholders, and the slaves were about as numerous as themselves. The prospect of complete amalgamation between the British and the original settlers would have seemed to be a good one, since they were of much the same stock, and their creeds could only be distinguished by their varying degrees of bigotry and intolerance. 5,000 British emigrants were landed in 1820, settling on the eastern borders of the colony, and from that time onwards there was a slow but steady influx of English-speaking colonists. The government had the historical faults and the historical virtues of British rule. It was mild, clean, honest, tactless, and inconsistent. On the whole, it might have done very well had it been content to leave things as it found them. But to change the habits of the most conservative of Teutonic races was a dangerous venture, and one which has led to a long series of complications, making up the troubled history of South Africa. The imperial government has always taken an honorable and philanthropic view of the rights of the native and the claim which he has to the protection of the law. We hold, and rightly, that British justice, if not blind, should at least be colorblind. The view is irreproachable in theory and incontestable in argument, but it is apt to be irritating when urged by a Boston moralist or a London philanthropist upon men whose whole society has been built upon the assumption that the black is the inferior race. Such a people like to find the higher morality for themselves, not to have it imposed upon them by those who live under entirely different conditions. They feel, and with some reason, that it is a cheap form of virtue which, from the serenity of a well-ordered household in Beacon Street or Belgrave Square, prescribes what the relation shall be between a white employer and his savage, tough, childish retainers. Both branches of the Anglo-Celtic race have grappled with the question, and in each it has led to trouble. The British government in South Africa has always played the unpopular part of the friend and protector of the native servants. It was upon this very point that the first friction appeared between the old settlers and the new administration. A rising with bloodshed followed the arrest of a Dutch farmer who had maltreated his slave. It was suppressed, and 5 of the participants were hanged. This punishment was unduly severe and exceedingly injudicious. A brave race can forget the victims of the field of battle, but never those of the scaffold. The making of political martyrs is the last insanity of statesmanship. It is true that both the man who arrested and the judge who condemned the prisoners were Dutch, and that the British governor interfered on the side of mercy. But all this was forgotten afterwards in the desire to make racial capital out of the incident. It is typical of the enduring resentment which was left behind that when, after the Jameson raid, it seemed that the leaders of that ill-fated venture might be hanged, the beam was actually brought from a farmhouse at Cookhouse Drift to Pretoria, that the Englishman might die as the Dutchman had died in 1816. Slachter's neck marked the dividing of the ways between the British government and the Afrikaners, and the separation soon became more marked. There were injudicious tamperings with the local government and the local ways, with a substitution of English for Dutch in the law courts. With vicarious generosity, the English government gave very lenient terms to the Kaffir tribes, who in 1834 had raided the border farmers. And then, finally, in this same year, there came the emancipation of the slaves throughout the British Empire, which fanned all smoldering discontents into an active flame. It must be confessed that on this occasion, the British philanthropist was willing to pay for what he thought was right. It was a noble national action, and one the morality of which was in advance of its time, that the British Parliament should vote the enormous sum of £20 million to pay compensation to the slaveholders, and so to remove an evil with which the mother country had no immediate connection. It was as well that the thing should have been done when it was, for had we waited till the colonies affected had governments of their own, it could never have been done by constitutional methods. With many a grumble, the good British householder drew his purse from his fob, and he paid for what he thought to be right. If any special grace attends the virtuous action which brings nothing but tribulation in this world, then we may hope for it over this emancipation. We spent our money, we ruined our West Indian colonies, and we started a disaffection in South Africa, the end of which we have not seen. Yet, if it were to be done again, we should doubtless do it. The highest morality may prove also to be the highest wisdom when the half-told story comes to be finished. But the details of the measure were less honorable than the principle. It was carried out suddenly, so that the country had no time to adjust itself to the new conditions. £3 million were earmarked for South Africa, which gives a price per slave of from £60 to £70, a sum considerably below the current local rates. Finally, the compensation was made payable in London, so that the farmers sold their claims at reduced prices to middlemen. Indignation meetings were held in every little townlet and cattle camp on the Karoo. The old Dutch spirit was up, the spirit of the men who cut the dikes. Rebellion was useless, but a vast untenanted land stretched to the north of them. The nomad life was congenial to them, and in their huge ox-drawn wagons, like those bullock carts in which some of their old kinsmen came to Gaul, they had vehicles and homes and forts all in one. One by one they were loaded up, the huge teams were inspanned, the women were seated inside, the men, with their long-barreled guns, walked alongside, and the great exodus was begun. Their herds and flocks accompanied the migration, and the children helped to round them in and drive them. One tattered little boy of 10 cracked his sjambok whip behind the bullocks. He was a small item in that singular crowd, but he was of interest to us, for his name was Paul Stephanus Kruger. It was a strange exodus, only comparable in modern times to the sallying forth of the Mormons from Nauvoo upon their search for the promised land of Utah. The country was known and sparsely settled as far north as the Orange River, but beyond there was a great region which had never been penetrated save by some daring hunter or adventurous pioneer. It chanced, if there be indeed such an element as chance in the graver affairs of man, that a Zulu conqueror had swept over this land and left it untenanted, save by the dwarf bushmen, the hideous aborigines, lowest of the human race. There were fine grazing and good soil for the emigrants. They traveled in small detached parties, but their total numbers were considerable, from 6 to 10,000, according to their historian, or nearly a quarter of the whole population of the colony. Some of the early bands perished miserably. A large number made a trysting place at a high peak to the east of Bloemfontein, in what was lately the Orange Free State. One party of the emigrants was cut off by the formidable Matabele, a branch of the great Zulu nation. The survivors declared war upon them, and showed in this their first campaign the extraordinary ingenuity in adapting their tactics to their adversary, which has been their greatest military characteristic. The commando which rode out to do battle with the Matabele numbered, it is said, 135 farmers. Their adversaries were 12,000 spearmen. They met at the Marico River near Mafeking. The Boers combined the use of their horses and of their rifles so cleverly that they slaughtered a third of their antagonists without any loss to themselves. Their tactics were to gallop up within range of the enemy, to fire a volley, and then to ride away again before the spearmen could reach them. When the savages pursued, the Boers fled. When the pursuit halted, the Boers halted, and the rifle fire began anew. The strategy was simple, but most effective. When one remembers how often since then our own horsemen have been pitted against savages in all parts of the world, one deplores that ignorance of all military traditions save our own, which is characteristic of our service. This victory of the Voortrekkers cleared all the country between the Orange River and the Limpopo, the sites of what has been known as the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. In the meantime, another body of the emigrants had descended into what is now known as Natal and had defeated Dingaan, the great chief of the Zulus. Being unable, owing to the presence of their families, to employ the cavalry tactics which had been so effective against the Matabele, they again used their ingenuity to meet this new situation, and received the Zulu warriors in a square of laggard wagons, the men firing while the women loaded. 6 burghers were killed and 3,000 Zulus. Had such a formation been used 40 years afterwards against these very Zulus, we should not have had to mourn the disaster of Isandlwana. And now, at the end of their great journey, after overcoming the difficulties of distance, of nature, and of savage enemies, the Boers saw at the end of their travels the very thing which they desired leasto, that which they had come so far to avoid, the flag of Great Britain. The Boers had occupied Natal from within, but England had previously done the same by sea, and a small colony of Englishmen had settled at Port Natal, now known as Durban. The home government, however, had acted in a vacillating way, and it was only the conquest of Natal by the Boers which caused them to claim it as a British colony. At the same time, they asserted the unwelcome doctrine that a British subject could not at will throw off his allegiance, and that, go where they might, the wandering farmers were still only the pioneers of British colonies. To emphasize the fact, 3 companies of soldiers were sent in 1842 to what is now Durban, the usual corporal's guard with which Great Britain starts a new empire. This handful of men was waylaid by the Boers and cut up, as their successors have been so often since. The survivors, however, fortified themselves and held a defensive position, as also their successors have done so many times since, until reinforcements arrived and the farmers dispersed. It is singular how in history the same factors will always give the same result. Here in this first skirmish is an epitome of all our military relations with these people. The blundering, headstrong attack, the defeat, the powerlessness of the farmer against the weakest fortifications. It is the same tale over and over again, in different scales of importance. Natal from this time onward became a British colony, and the majority of the Boers trekked north and east with bitter hearts to tell their wrongs to their brethren of the Orange Free State and of the Transvaal. Had they any wrongs to tell? It is difficult to reach that height of philosophic detachment which enables the historian to deal absolutely impartially where his own country is a party to the quarrel. But at least we may allow that there is a case for our adversary. Our annexation of Natal had been by no means definite, and it was they and not we who first broke that bloodthirsty Zulu power which threw its shadow across the country. It was hard after such trials and such exploits to turn their back upon the fertile land which they had conquered, and to return to the bare pastures of the upland veld. They carried out of Natal a heavy sense of injury, which has helped to poison our relations with them ever since. It was, in a way, a momentous episode, this little skirmish of soldiers and emigrants, for it was the heading off of the Boer from the sea and the confinement of his ambition to the land. Had it gone the other way, a new and possibly formidable flag would have been added to the maritime nations. The emigrants who had settled in the huge tract of country between the Orange River in the south and the Limpopo in the north had been recruited by newcomers from the Cape Colony until they numbered some 15,000 souls. This population was scattered over a space as large as Germany and larger than Pennsylvania, New York, and New England. Their form of government was individualistic and democratic to the last degree compatible with any sort of cohesion. Their wars with the Kaffirs and their fear and dislike of the British government appear to have been the only ties which held them together. They divided and subdivided within their own borders, like a germinating egg. The Transvaal was full of lusty little high-mettled communities, who quarreled among themselves as fiercely as they had done with the authorities at the Cape. Lydenburg, Zoutpansberg, and Potchefstroom were on the point of turning their rifles against each other. In the south, between the Orange River and the Vaal, there was no form of government at all, but a welter of Dutch farmers, Basutos, Hottentots, and half-breeds living in a chronic state of turbulence, recognizing neither the British authority to the south of them, nor the Transvaal republics to the north. The chaos became at last unendurable, and in 1848 a garrison was placed in Bloemfontein, and the district incorporated in the British Empire. The emigrants made a futile resistance at Boomplatz, and after a single defeat allowed themselves to be drawn into the settled order of civilized rule. At this period, the Transvaal, where most of the Boers had settled, desired a formal acknowledgement of their independence, which the British authorities determined once and for all to give them. The great barren country, which produced little save marksmen, had no attractions for a colonial office which was bent upon the limitation of its liabilities. A convention was concluded between the two parties, known as the Sand River Convention, which is one of the fixed points in South African history. By it, the British government guaranteed to the Boer farmers the right to manage their own affairs and to govern themselves by their own laws without any interference upon the part of the British. It stipulated that there should be no slavery, and with that single reservation washed its hands finally, as it imagined, of the whole question. So the South African Republic came formally into existence. In the very year after the Sand River Convention, a second republic, the Orange Free State, was created by the deliberate withdrawal of Great Britain from the territory which she had for 8 years occupied. The Eastern question was already becoming acute, and the cloud of a great war was drifting up, visible to all men. British statesmen felt that their commitments were very heavy in every part of the world, and the South African annexations had always been a doubtful value and an undoubted trouble. Against the will of a large part of the inhabitants, whether a majority or not, it is impossible to say, we withdrew our troops as amicably as the Romans withdrew from Britain, and the new republic was left with absolute and unfettered independence. On a petition being presented against the withdrawal, the Home Government actually voted £48,000 to compensate those who had suffered from the change. Whatever historical grievance the Transvaal may have against Great Britain, we can at least, save perhaps in one matter, claimed to have a very clear conscience concerning our dealings with the Orange Free State. Thus, in 1852 and in 1854 were born those sturdy states who were able for a time to hold at bay the united forces of the empire. In the meantime, Cape Colony, in spite of these secessions, had prospered exceedingly, and her population, English, German, and Dutch, had grown by 1870 to over 200,000 souls. The Dutch still slightly predominate. According to the liberal colonial policy of Great Britain, the time had come to cut the cord and let the young nation conduct its own affairs. In 1872, complete self-government was given to it, the governor, as the representative of the Queen, retaining a nominal unexercised veto upon legislation. According to this system, the Dutch majority of the colony could and did put their own representatives into power and run the government upon Dutch line. Already Dutch law had been restored, and Dutch put on the same footing as English as the official language of the country. The extreme liberality of such measures, and the uncompromising way in which they have been carried out, however distasteful the legislation might seem to English ideas, are among the chief reasons which made the illiberal treatment of British settlers in the Transvaal so keenly resented at the Cape. A Dutch government was ruling the British in a British colony at a moment when the Boers would not give an Englishman a vote upon a municipal council in a city which he had built himself. Unfortunately, however, the evil that men do lives after them, and the ignorant Boer farmer continued to imagine that his southern relatives were in bondage. Just as the descendant of the Irish emigrant still pictures an Ireland of penal laws and an alien church. 5 years after the Sand River Convention, the burghers of the South African Republic had pursued a strenuous and violent existence, fighting incessantly with the natives and sometimes with each other, with an occasional fling at the little Dutch Republic to the south. The semi-tropical sun was waking strange ferments in the placid Friesland blood and producing a race who added the turbulence and restlessness of the south to the formidable tenacity of the north. Strong vitality and violent ambitions produced feuds and rivalries worthy of medieval Italy, and the story of the factious little communities is like a chapter out of Guicciardini. Disorganization ensued. The burghers would not pay taxes, and the treasury was empty. One fierce Kaffir tribe threatened them from the north, and the Zulus on the east. It is an exaggeration of English partisans to pretend that our intervention saved the Boers, for no one can read their military history without seeing that they were a match for Zulus and Sekuni combined. But certainly a formidable invasion was pending, and the scattered farmhouses were as open to the Kaffirs as our farmers' homesteads were in the American colonies when the Indians were on the warpath. Sir Theophilus Shepstone, the British commissioner, after an inquiry of 3 months, solved all questions by the formal annexation of the country. The fact that he took possession of it with a force of some 25 men showed the honesty of his belief that no armed resistance was to be feared. This, then, in 1877, was a complete reversal of the Sand River Convention and the opening of a new chapter in the history of South Africa. There did not appear to be any strong feeling at the time against the annexation. The people were depressed with their troubles and weary of contention. Burgers, the president, put in a formal protest and took up his abode in Cape Colony, where he had a pension from the British government. A memorial against the measure received the signatures of a majority of the Boer inhabitants, but there was a fair minority who took the other view. Kruger himself accepted a paid office under government. There was every sign that the people, if judiciously handled, would settle down under the British flag. It is even asserted that they would themselves have petitioned for annexation had it been longer withheld. With immediate constitutional government, it is possible that even the most recalcitrant of them might have been induced to lodge their protests in the ballot boxes rather than in the bodies of our soldiers. But the Empire has always had poor luck in South Africa, and never worse than on that occasion. Through no bad faith, but simply through preoccupation and delay, the promises made were not instantly fulfilled. Simple primitive men do not understand the ways of our circumlocution offices, and they ascribe to duplicity what is really red tape and stupidity. If the Transvaalers had waited, they would have had their Volksraad, and all that they wanted. But the British government had some other local matters to set right, the rooting out of Sekuni and the breaking of the Zulus, before they would fulfill their pledges. The delay was keenly resented, and we were unfortunate in our choice of governor. The Burghers are a homely folk, and they like an occasional cup of coffee with the anxious man who tries to rule them. The £300 a year of coffee money allowed by the Transvaal to its president is by no means a mere form. A wise administrator would fall into the sociable and democratic habits of the people. Sir Theophilus Shepstone did so. Sir Owen Lanyon did not. There was no Volksraad and no coffee, and the popular discontent grew rapidly. In 3 years the British had broken up the two savage hordes which had been threatening the land. The finances, too, had been restored. The reasons which had made so many favor the annexation were weakened by the very power which had every interest in preserving them. It cannot be too often pointed out that, in this annexation, the starting point of our troubles, Great Britain, however mistaken she may have been, had no obvious selfish interest in view. There were no land mines in those days, nor was there anything in the country to tempt the most covetous. An empty treasury and 2 native wars were the reversion which we took over. It was honestly considered that the country was in too distracted a state to govern itself, and had, by its weakness, become a scandal and a danger to its neighbors. There was nothing sordid in our action, though it may have been both injudicious and high-handed. In December 1880, the Boers rose. Every farmhouse sent out its riflemen, and the trysting place was the outside of the nearest British fort. All through the country, small detachments were surrounded and besieged by the farmers. Standerton, Pretoria, Potchefstroom, Leidenburg, Wakkerstroom, Rustenburg, and Marabastad were all invested and all held out until the end of the war. In the open country we were less fortunate. At Bronkhorst Spruit a small British force was taken by surprise and shot down without harm to their antagonists. The surgeon who treated them has left it on record that the average number of wounds was 5 per man. At Laing's Neck, an inferior force of British endeavored to rush a hill which was held by Boer riflemen. Half of our men were killed and wounded. Ingogo may be called a drawn battle, though our loss was more heavy than that of the enemy. Finally came the defeat of Majuba Hill, where 400 infantry upon a mountain were defeated and driven off by a swarm of sharpshooters who advanced under the cover of boulders. Of all these actions, there was not one which was more than a skirmish, and had they been followed by a final British victory, they would now be hardly remembered. It is the fact that they were skirmishes which succeeded in their object, which has given them an importance which is exaggerated. At the same time, they may mark the beginning of a new military era, for they drove home the fact, only too badly learned by us, that it is the rifle and not the drill which makes the soldier. It is bewildering that after such an experience the British military authorities continued to serve out only 300 cartridges a year for rifle practice, and that they still encourage that mechanical volley firing which destroys all individual aim. With the experience of the First Boer War behind them, little was done, either in tactics or in musketry, to prepare the soldier for the second. The value of the mounted rifleman, the shooting with accuracy at unknown ranges, the art of taking cover, all were equally neglected. The defeat at Majuba Hill was followed by the complete surrender of the Gladstonian government, an act which was either the most pusillanimous or the most magnanimous in recent history. It is hard for the big man to draw away from the small before blows are struck, but when the big man has been knocked down 3 times, it is harder still. An overwhelming British force was in the field, and the general declared that he held the enemy in the hollow of his hand. Our military calculations have been falsified before now by these farmers, and it may be that the task of Wood and Roberts would have been harder than they imagined. But on paper, At least, it looked as if the enemy could be crushed without difficulty. So the public thought, and yet they consented to the upraised sword being stayed. With them, as apart from the politicians, the motive was undoubtedly a moral and Christian one. They considered that the annexation of the Transvaal had evidently been an injustice, that the farmers had a right to the freedom for which they fought, and that it was an unworthy thing for a great nation to continue an unjust war for the sake of a military revenge. It was the height of idealism, and the result has not been such as to encourage its repetition. An armistice was concluded on March 5, 1881, which led up to a peace on the 23rd of the same month. The government, after yielding to force what it had repeatedly refused to friendly representations, made a clumsy compromise in their settlement. A policy of idealism and Christian morality should have been thorough if it were to be tried at all. It was obvious that if the annexation were unjust, then the Transvaal should have reverted to the condition in which it was before the annexation, as defined by the Sand River Convention. But the government, for some reason, would not go so far as this. They niggled and quibbled and bargained until the state was left as a curious hybrid thing, such as the world has never seen. It was a republic which was part of the system of a monarchy, dealt with by the colonial office, and included under the heading of colonies in the news columns of the Times. It was autonomous, and yet subject to some vague suzerainty, the limits of which no one has ever been able to define. Altogether, in its provisions and in its omissions, the Convention of Pretoria appears to prove that our political affairs were as badly conducted as our military in this unfortunate year of 1881. It was evident from the first that so illogical and contentious an agreement could not possibly prove to be a final settlement, and indeed the ink of the signatures was hardly dry before an agitation was on foot for its revision. The Boers considered, and with justice, that if they were to be left as undisputed victors in the war, then they should have the full fruits of victory. On the other hand, the English-speaking colonies had their allegiance tested to the uttermost. The proud Anglo-Celtic stock is not accustomed to be humbled, and yet they found themselves through the action of the home government converted into members of a beaten race. It was very well for the citizen of London to console his wounded pride by the thought that he had done a magnanimous action. But it was different with the British colonist of Durban or Cape Town, who by no act of his own, and without any voice in the settlement, found himself humiliated before his Dutch neighbor. An ugly feeling of resentment was left behind, which might perhaps have passed away had the Transvaal accepted the settlement in the spirit in which it was meant, but which grew more and more dangerous as during 18 years our people saw, or thought that they saw, that one concession led always to a fresh demand, and that the Dutch republics aimed nearly at equality, but at dominance in South Africa. Professor Bryce, a friendly critic, after a personal examination of the country and the question, has left it upon record that the Boers saw neither generosity nor humanity in our conduct, but only fear. An outspoken race, they conveyed their feelings to their neighbors. Can it be wondered at that South Africa has been in a ferment ever since, and that the British Afrikander has yearned with an intensity of feeling unknown in England for the hour of revenge? The government of the Transvaal after the war was left in the hands of a triumvirate, but after 1 year Kruger became president, an office which he continued to hold for 18 years. His career as ruler vindicates the wisdom of that wise but unwritten provision of the American Constitution, by which there is a limit to the tenure of this office. Continued rule for half a generation must turn a man into an autocrat. The old president has said himself, in his homely but shrewd way, that when one gets a good ox to lead the team, it is a pity to change him. If a good ox, however, is left to choose his own direction without guidance, he may draw his wagon into trouble. During 3 years, the little state showed signs of a tumultuous activity. Considering that it was as large as France, and that the population could not have been more than 50,000, One would have thought that they might have found room without any inconvenient crowding. But the burghers passed beyond their borders in every direction. The president cried aloud that he had been shut up in a kraal, and he proceeded to find ways out of it. A great trek was projected for the north, but fortunately it miscarried. To the east, they raided Zululand, and succeeded, in defiance of the British settlement of that country, in tearing away 1/3 of it and adding it to the Transvaal. To the west, with no regard to the 3-year-old treaty, they invaded Bechuanaland, and set up the 2 new republics of Goshen and Stellaland. So outrageous were these proceedings that Great Britain was forced to fit out in 1884 a new expedition under Sir Charles Warren for the purpose of turning these freebooters out of the country. It may be asked, why should these men be called freebooters if the founders of Rhodesia were pioneers? The answer is that the Transvaal was limited by treaty to certain boundaries which these men transgressed, while no pledges were broken when the British power expanded to the north. The upshot of these trespasses was the scene upon which every drama of South Africa rings down. Once more the purse was drawn from the pocket of the unhappy taxpayer, and $1 million or so was paid out to defray the expenses of the police force necessary to keep these treaty breakers in order. Let this be borne in mind when we assess the moral and material damage done to the Transvaal by that ill-conceived and foolish enterprise, the Jameson Raid. In 1884, a deputation from the Transvaal visited England, and at their solicitation, the clumsy Treaty of Pretoria was altered into the still more clumsy Convention of London. The changes in the provisions were all in favor of the Boers, and a second successful war could hardly have given them more than Lord Derby handed them in time of peace. Their style was altered from the Transvaal to the South African Republic, a change which was ominously suggestive of expansion in the future. The control of Great Britain over their foreign policy was also relaxed, though a power of veto was retained. But the most important thing of all, and the fruitful cause of future trouble, lay in an omission. A suzerainty is a vague term, but in politics as in theology, the more nebulous a thing is, the more does it excite the imagination and the passions of men. This suzerainty was declared in the preamble of the first treaty, and no mention of it was made in the second. Was it thereby abrogated, or was it not? The British contention was that only the articles were changed, and that the preamble continued to hold good for both treaties. They pointed out that not only the suzerainty, but also the independence of the Transvaal was proclaimed in that preamble, and that if one lapsed the other must do so also. On the other hand, the Boers pointed to the fact that there was actually a preamble to the Second Convention, which would seem therefore to have taken the place of the first. The point is so technical that it appears to be eminently one of those questions which might with propriety have been submitted to the decision of a board of foreign jurists, or possibly to the Supreme Court of the United States. If the decision had been given against Great Britain, we might have accepted it in a chastened spirit as a fitting punishment for the carelessness of the representative who failed to make our meaning intelligible. Carlyle has said that a political mistake always ends in a broken head for somebody. Unfortunately, the somebody is usually somebody else. We have read the story of the political mistakes. Only too soon we shall come to the broken heads. This, then, is a synopsis of what had occurred up to the signing of the convention, which finally established, or failed to establish, the position of the South African Republic. We must now leave the larger questions and descend to the internal affairs of that small state, and especially to that train of events which has stirred the mind of our people more than anything since the Indian Mutiny. Chapter 2. The Cause of Quarrel. There might almost seem to be some subtle connection between the barrenness and worthlessness of a surface and the value of the minerals which lie beneath it. The craggy mountains of Western America, the arid plains of West Australia, the ice-bound gorges of the Klondike, and the bare slopes of the Witwatersrandveld, these are the lids which cover the great treasure chests of the world. Gold had been known to exist in the Transvaal before, but it was only in 1886 that it was realized that the deposits which lie some 30 miles south of the capital are of a very extraordinary and valuable nature. The proportion of gold in the quartz is not particularly high, nor are the veins of a remarkable thickness, but the peculiarity of the Rand mines lies in the fact that throughout this banked formation, the metal is so uniformly distributed that the enterprise can claim a certainty which is not usually associated with the industry. It is quarrying rather than mining. Add to this that the reefs which were originally worked as outcrops have now been traced to enormous depths and present the same features as those at the surface. A conservative estimate of the value of the gold has placed it at 700 millions of pounds. Such a discovery produced the inevitable effect. A great number of adventurers flocked into the country, some desirable and some very much the reverse. There were circumstances, however, which kept away the rowdy and desperado element who usually make for a newly opened goldfield. It was not a class of mining which encouraged the individual adventurer. There were none of those nuggets which gleamed through the mud of the dollies at Ballarat, or recompensed the 49ers in California for all their travels and their toils. It was a field for elaborate machinery, which could only be provided by capital. Managers, engineers, miners, technical experts, and the tradesmen and middlemen who live upon them. These were the Uitlanders, drawn from all the races under the sun, but with the Anglo-Celtic vastly predominant. The best engineers were American, the best miners were Cornish, the best managers were English. The money to run the mines was largely subscribed in England. As time went on, however, the German and French interests became more extensive, until their joint holdings are now probably as heavy as those of the British. Soon the population of the mining centers became greater than that of the whole Boer community, and consisted mainly of men in the prime of life, men too of exceptional intelligence and energy. The situation was an extraordinary one. I have already attempted to bring the problem home to an American by suggesting that the Dutch of New York had trekked west and founded an anti-American and highly unprogressive state. To carry out the analogy, we will now suppose that that state was California, that the gold of that state attracted a large inrush of American citizens, who came to outnumber the original inhabitants, that these citizens were heavily taxed and badly used, and that they deafened Washington with their outcry about their injuries. That would be a fair parallel to the relations between the Transvaal, the Uitlanders, and the British government. That these Uitlanders had very real and pressing grievances, no one could possibly deny. To recount them all would be a formidable task, for their whole lives were darkened by injustice. There was not a wrong which had driven the Boer from Cape Colony which he did not now practice himself upon others, and a wrong may be excusable in 1885, which is monstrous in 1895. The primitive virtue which had characterized the farmers broke down in the face of temptation. The country Boers were little affected, some of them not at all, but the Pretoria government became a most corrupt oligarchy, venal and incompetent to the last degree. Officials and imported Hollanders handled the stream of gold which came in from the mines, while the unfortunate Uitlander who paid 9/10 of the taxation was fleeced at every turn, and met with laughter and taunts when he endeavored to win the franchise by which he might peaceably set right the wrongs from which he suffered. He was not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, he was patient to the verge of meekness, as capital is likely to be when it is surrounded by rifles. But his situation was intolerable, and after successive attempts at peaceful agitation, and numerous humble petitions to the Volksraad, he began at last to realize that he would never obtain redress unless he could find some way of winning it for himself. Without attempting to enumerate all the wrongs which embittered the Uitlanders, the more serious of them may be summed up in this way. 1. That they were heavily taxed and provided about 7/8 of the revenue of the country. The revenue of the South African Republic, which had been £154,000 in 1886, when the goldfields were opened, had grown in 1899 to £4 million. and the country through the industry of the newcomers had changed from one of the poorest to the richest in the whole world per head of population. 2. That in spite of this prosperity which they had brought, they, the majority of the inhabitants of the country, were left without a vote, and could by no means influence the disposal of the great sums which they were providing. Such a case of taxation without representation has never been known. 3. That they had no voice in the choice or payment of officials. Men of the worst private character might be placed with complete authority over valuable interests. Upon one occasion, the Minister of Mines attempted himself to jump a mine, having officially learned some flaw in its title. The total official salaries had risen in 1899 to a sum sufficient to pay £40 per head to the entire male Boer population. 4. That they had no control over education. Mr. John Robinson, the Director General of the Johannesburg Educational Council, has reckoned the sums spent on Uitlander schools as £650 out of 63. £0 allotted for education, making 1 shilling and 10 pence per head per annum on Uitlander children, and £8 6 shillings per head on Boer children. The Uitlander, as always, paying 7/8 of the original sum. 5. No power of municipal government. Water carts instead of pipes, filthy buckets instead of drains, a corrupt and violent police, a high death rate in what should be a health resort. All this in a city which they had built themselves. 6. Despotic government in the matter of the press and of the right of public meeting. 7. Disability from service upon a jury. 8. Continual harassing of the mining interest by vexatious legislation. Under this head came many grievances, some special to the mines and some affecting all Uitlanders. The dynamite monopoly, by which the miners had to pay £600 extra per annum in order to get a worse quality of dynamite. The liquor laws, by which 1/3 of the Kaffirs were allowed to be habitually drunk. The incompetence and extortions of the state-owned railway. The granting of concessions for numerous articles of ordinary consumption to individuals, by which high prices were maintained. The surrounding of Johannesburg by tolls from which the town had no profit. These were among the economical grievances, some large, some petty, which ramified through every transaction of life. And outside and beyond all these definite wrongs, imagine to a free-born progressive man, an American or a Briton, the constant irritation of being absolutely ruled by a body of 25 men, 20, one of whom had in the case of the Salati Railway Company been publicly and circumstantially accused of bribery, with full details of the bribes received, while to their corruption they added such crass ignorance that they argue in the published reports of the Volksraad debates that using dynamite bombs to bring down rain was firing at God, that it is impious to destroy locusts, that the word participate should not be used because it is not in the Bible, and that postal pillar boxes are extravagant and effeminate. Such obiter dicta may be amusing at a distance, but they are less entertaining when they come from an autocrat who has complete power over the conditions of your life, from the fact that they were a community extremely preoccupied by their own business. It followed that the Uitlanders were not ardent politicians, and that they desired to have a share in the government of the state for the purpose of making the conditions of their own industry and of their own daily lives more endurable. How far there was need of such an interference may be judged by any fair-minded man who reads the list of their complaints. A superficial view may recognize the Boers as the champions of liberty, but a deeper insight must see that they, as represented by their elected rulers, have in truth stood for all that history has shown to be odious in the form of exclusiveness and oppression. Their conception of liberty has been a selfish one, and they have consistently inflicted upon others far heavier wrongs than those against which they had themselves rebelled. As the mines increased in importance and the miners in numbers, it was found that these political disabilities affected some of that cosmopolitan crowd far more than others, in proportion to the amount of freedom to which their home institutions had made them accustomed. The continental Uitlanders were more patient of that which was unendurable to the American and the Brit. The Americans, however, were in so great a minority that it was upon the British that the brunt of the struggle for freedom fell. Apart from the fact that the British were more numerous than all the other Uitlanders combined, there were special reasons why they should feel their humiliating position more than the members of any other race. In the first place, many of the British were British South Africans, who knew that in the neighboring countries which gave them birth the most liberal possible institutions had been given to the kinsmen of these very Boers, who were refusing them the management of their own drains and water supply. And again, every Briton knew that Great Britain claimed to be the paramount power in South Africa, and so he felt as if his own land, to which he might have looked for protection, was conniving at. As citizens of the paramount power, it was peculiarly galling that they should be held in political subjection. The British, therefore, were the most persistent and energetic of the agitators. But it is a poor cause which cannot bear to fairly state and honestly consider the case of its opponents. The Boers had made, as has been briefly shown, great efforts to establish a country of their own. They had traveled far, worked hard, and fought bravely. After all their efforts, they were fated to see an influx of strangers into their country, some of them men of questionable character, who outnumbered the original inhabitants. If the franchise were granted to these, there could be no doubt that though at first the Boers might control a majority of the votes, it was only a question of time before the newcomers would dominate the rod and elect their own president, who might adopt a policy abhorrent to the original owners of the land. Were the Boers to lose by the ballot box the victory which they had won by their rifles? Was it fair to expect it? These newcomers came for gold. They got their gold. Their companies paid 100%. Was not that enough to satisfy them? If they did not like the country, why did they not leave it? No one compelled them to stay there. But if they stayed, let them be thankful that they were tolerated at all, and not presume to interfere with the laws of those by whose courtesy they were allowed to enter the country. That is a fair statement of the Boer position, and at first sight an impartial man might say that there was a good deal to say for it. But a closer examination would show that, though it might be tenable in theory, it is unjust and impossible in practice. In the present crowded state of the world, a policy of Thibet may be carried out in some obscure corner, but it cannot be done in a great tract of country which lies right across the main line of industrial progress. The position is too absolutely artificial. A handful of people, by the right of conquest, take possession of an enormous country over which they are dotted at such intervals that it is their boast that one farmhouse cannot see the smoke of another. And yet, though their numbers are so disproportionate to the area which they cover, they refuse to admit any other people upon equal terms, but claim to be a privileged class who shall dominate the newcomers completely. They are outnumbered in their own land by immigrants who are far more highly educated and progressive, and yet they hold them down in a way which exists nowhere else upon earth. What is their right? The right of conquest. Then the same right may be justly invoked to reverse so intolerable a situation. This they would themselves acknowledge. Come on, and fight. Come on, cried a member of the Volksraad when the franchise petition of the Uitlanders was presented. Protest! Protest! What is the good of protesting? Said Kruger to Mr. By. W.L. Why? Campbell, you have not got the guns I have. There was always the final court of appeal. Judge Crusade and Judge Mauser were always behind the president. Again, the argument of the Boers would be more valid had they received no benefit from these immigrants. If they had ignored them, they might fairly have stated that they did not desire their presence. But even while they protested, they grew rich at the Uitlanders' expense. They could not have it both ways. It would be consistent to discourage him and not profit by him, or to make him comfortable and build the state upon his money. But to ill-treat him, and at the same time to grow strong by his taxation, must surely be an injustice. And again, the whole argument is based upon the narrow racial supposition that every naturalized citizen not of Boer extraction must necessarily be unpatriotic. This is not borne out by the examples of history. The newcomer soon becomes as proud of his country and as jealous of her liberty as the old. Had President Kruger given the franchise generously to the Uitlander, his pyramid would have been firm upon its base and not balanced upon its apex. It is true that the corrupt oligarchy would have vanished, and the spirit of a broader, more tolerant freedom influenced the councils of the state. But the republic would have become stronger and more permanent, with a population who, if they differed in details, were united in essentials. Whether such a solution would have been to the advantage of British interests in South Africa is quite another question. In more ways than one, President Kruger has been a good friend to the empire. So much upon the general question of the reason why the Uitlander should agitate and why the Boer was obdurate. The details of the long struggle between the seekers for the franchise and the refusers of it may be quickly sketched, but they cannot be entirely ignored by anyone who desires to understand the inception of that great contest, which was the outcome of the dispute. At the time of the Convention of Pretoria, 1881, the rights of burghership might be obtained by 1 year's residence. In 1882, it was raised to 5 years, the reasonable limit which obtains both in Great Britain and in the United States. Had it remained so, it is safe to say that there would never have been either an Uitlander question or a Great Boer War. Grievances would have been righted from the inside without external interference. In 1890, the inrush of outsiders alarmed the Boers, and the franchise was raised so as to be only attainable by those who had lived 14 years in the country. The Uitlanders, who were increasing rapidly in numbers, and were suffering from the formidable list of grievances already enumerated, perceived that their wrongs were so numerous that it was hopeless to have them set right seriatim, and that only by obtaining the leverage of the franchise could they hope to move the heavy burden which weighed them down. In 1893, a petition of 13,000 Uitlanders, couched in most respectful terms, was submitted to the Raad, but met with contemptuous neglect. Undeterred, however, by this failure, the National Reform Union, an association which organized the agitation, came back to the attack in 1894. They drew up a petition which was signed by 35,000 adult male Uitlanders, a greater number than the total Boer male population of the country. A small liberal body in the Raad supported this memorial and endeavored in vain to obtain some justice for the newcomers. Mr. Jep was the mouthpiece of this select band. "They own half the soil. They pay at least 3/4 of the taxes," said he. "They are men who in capital, energy, and education are at least our equals. What will become of us or our children on that day when we may find ourselves in a minority of 1 in 20 without a single friend among the other 19? Among those who will then tell us that they wish to be brothers, but that we by our own act have made them strangers to the Republic." Such reasonable and liberal sentiments were combated by members who asserted that the signatures could not belong to law-abiding citizens, since they were actually agitating against the law of the franchise, and others whose intolerance was expressed by the defiance of the member already quoted, who challenged the Uitlanders to come out and fight. The champions of exclusiveness and racial hatred won the day. The memorial was rejected by 16 votes to 8, and the franchise law was, on the initiative of the president, actually made more stringent than ever, being framed in such a way that during the 14 years of probation, the applicant should give up his previous nationality, so that for that period he would really belong to no country at all. No hopes were held out that any possible attitude upon the part of the Uitlanders would soften the determination of the president and his burghers. One who remonstrated was led outside the state buildings by the president, who pointed up at the national flag. "You see that flag?" said he. "If I grant the franchise, I may as well pull it down." His animosity against the immigrants was bitter. "Burghers, friends, thieves, murderers, newcomers, and others," is the conciliatory opening of one of his public addresses. Though Johannesburg is only 32 miles from Pretoria, and though the state of which he was the head depended for its revenue upon the goldfields, he paid it only 3 visits in 9 years. This settled animosity was deplorable, but not unnatural. A man imbued with the idea of a chosen people, and unread in any book, save the one which cultivates this very idea, could not be expected to have learned the historical lessons of the advantages which a state reaps from a liberal policy. To him, it was as if the Ammonites and Moabites had demanded admission into the 12 tribes. He mistook an agitation against the exclusive policy of the state for one against the existence of the state itself. A wide franchise would have made his republic firm-based and permanent. It was a small minority of the Uitlanders who had any desire to come into the British system. They were a cosmopolitan crowd, only united by the bond of a common injustice. But when every other method had failed, and their petition for the rights of freemen had been flung back at them, it was natural that their eyes should turn to that flag which waved to the north, the west, and the south of them. The flag which means purity of government with equal rights and equal duties for all men. Constitutional agitation was laid aside, arms were smuggled in, and everything prepared for an organized rising. The events which followed at the beginning of 1896 have been so thrashed out that there is perhaps nothing left to tell, except the truth. So far as the Uitlanders themselves are concerned, their action was most natural and justifiable, and they have no reason to exculpate themselves for rising against such oppression as no men of our race have ever been submitted to. Had they trusted only to themselves and the justice of their cause, their moral and even their material position would have been infinitely stronger. But unfortunately, there were forces behind them which were more questionable, the nature and extent of which have never yet, in spite of 2 commissions of investigation, been properly revealed. That there should have been any attempt at misleading inquiry or suppressing documents in order to shelter individuals is deplorable, for the impression left, I believe an entirely false one, must be that the British government connived at an expedition which was as immoral as it was disastrous. It had been arranged that the town was to rise upon a certain night, that Pretoria should be attacked, the fort seized, and the rifles and ammunition used to arm the Uitlanders. It was a feasible device, though it must seem to us, who have had such an experience of the military virtues of the burghers, a very desperate one. But it is conceivable that the rebels might have held Johannesburg until the universal sympathy which their cause excited throughout South Africa would have caused Great Britain to intervene. Unfortunately, they had complicated matters by asking for outside help. Mr. Cecil Rhodes was Premier of the Cape, a man of immense energy, and one who had rendered great services to the Empire. The motives of his action are obscure. Certainly, we may say that they were not sordid, for he has always been a man whose thoughts were large and whose habits were simple. But whatever they may have been, whether an ill-regulated desire to consolidate South Africa under British rule, or a burning sympathy with the Uitlanders in their fight against injustice, it is certain that he allowed his lieutenant, Dr. Jameson, to assemble the mounted police of the chartered company, of which Rhodes was founder and director, for the purpose of cooperating with the rebels at Johannesburg. Moreover, when the revolt at Johannesburg was postponed, on account of a disagreement as to which flag they were to rise under, it appears that Jameson, with or without the orders of Rhodes, forced the hand of the conspirators by invading the country with a force absurdly inadequate to the work which he had taken in hand. 500 policemen and 3 field guns made up the forlorn hope, who started from near Mafeking and crossed the Transvaal border upon December 29, 1895. On January 2nd, they were surrounded by the Boers amid the broken country near Doornkop, and after losing many of their number killed and wounded, without food and with spent horses, they were compelled to lay down their arms. 6 burghers lost their lives in the skirmish. The Uitlanders have been severely criticized for not having sent out a force to help Jameson in his difficulties, but it is impossible to see how they could have acted in any other manner. They had done all they could to prevent Jameson coming to their relief, and now it was rather unreasonable to suppose that they should relieve their reliever. Indeed, they had an entirely exaggerated idea of the strength of the force which he was bringing, and received the news of his capture with incredulity. When it became confirmed, they rose, but in a half-hearted fashion which was not due to want of courage, but to the difficulties of their position. On the one hand, the British government disowned Jameson entirely, and did all it could to discourage the rising. On the other, the President had the raiders in his keeping at Pretoria, and let it be understood that their fate depended upon the behavior of the Uitlanders. They were led to believe that Jameson would be shot unless they laid down their arms, though, as a matter of fact, Jameson and his people had surrendered upon a promise of quarter. So skillfully did Kruger use his hostages that he succeeded, with the help of the British Commissioner, in getting the thousands of excited Johannesburgers to lay down their arms without bloodshed. Completely outmaneuvered by the astute old president, the leaders of the reform movement used all their influence in the direction of peace, thinking that a general amnesty would follow. But the moment that they and their people were helpless, the detectives and armed burghers occupied the town, and 60 of their number were hurried to Pretoria jail. To the raiders themselves, the president behaved with great generosity. Perhaps he could not find it in his heart to be harsh to the men who had managed to put him in the right and won for him the sympathy of the world. His own illiberal and oppressive treatment of the newcomers was forgotten in the face of this illegal inroad of filibusters. The true issues were so obscured by this intrusion that it has taken years to clear them, and perhaps they will never be wholly cleared. It was forgotten that it was the bad government of the country which was the real cause of the unfortunate raid. From then onwards, the government might grow worse and worse, but it was always possible to point to the raid as justifying everything. Were the Uitlanders to have the franchise? How could they expect it after the raid? Would Britain object to the enormous importation of arms and obvious preparations for war? They were only precautions against a second raid. For years the raid stood in the way not only of all progress, but of all remonstrance. Through an action over which they had no control, and which they had done their best to prevent, the British government was left with a bad case and a weakened moral authority. The raiders were sent home, where the rank and file were very properly released, and the chief officers were condemned to terms of imprisonment which certainly did not err upon the side of severity. Cecil Rhodes was left unpunished. He retained his place in the Privy Council, and his chartered company continued to have a corporate existence. This was illogical and inconclusive. As Kruger said, "It is not the dog which should be beaten, but the man who set him on to me." Public opinion, in spite of, or on account of a crowd of witnesses, was ill-informed upon the exact bearings of the question, and it was obvious that as Dutch sentiment at the Cape appeared already to be thoroughly hostile to us, it would be dangerous to alienate the British Afrikanders also by making a martyr of their favorite leader. But whatever arguments may be founded upon expediency, it is clear that the Boers bitterly resented, and with justice, the immunity of Rhodes. In the meantime, both President Kruger and his burghers had shown a greater severity to the political prisoners from Johannesburg than to the armed followers of Jameson. The nationality of these prisoners is interesting and suggestive. There were 23 Englishmen 16 South Africans, 9 Scotchmen, 6 Americans, 2 Welshmen, 1 Irishman, 1 Australian, 1 Hollander, 1 Bavarian, 1 Canadian, 1 Swiss, and 1 Turk. The prisoners were arrested in January, but the trial did not take place until the end of April. All were found guilty of high treason. Mr. Doyle, Lionel Phillips, Colonel Rhodes, brother of Mr. Doyle, Cecil Rhodes, George Farrar, and Mr. Hammond, the American engineer, were condemned to death, a sentence which was afterwards commuted to the payment of an enormous fine. The other prisoners were condemned to 2 years' imprisonment, with a fine of £2,000 each. The imprisonment was of the most arduous and trying sort, and was embittered by the harshness of the jailer, Duplessis. One of the unfortunate men cut his throat, and several fell seriously ill, the diet and the sanitary conditions being equally unhealthy. At last, at the end of May, all the prisoners but 6 were released. 4 of the 6 soon followed, 2 stalwarts, Sampson and Davies, refusing to sign any petition and remaining in prison until they were set free in 1897. Altogether, the Transvaal government received in fines from the reform prisoners the enormous sum of £212,000. A certain comic relief was immediately afterwards given to so grave an episode by the presentation of a bill to Great Britain for £1,677, £938, 3 shillings and 3 pence, the greater part of which was under the heading of moral and intellectual damage. The raid was past, and the reform movement was past, but the causes which produced them both remain. It is hardly conceivable that a statesman who loved his country would have refrained from making some effort to remove a state of things which had already caused such grave dangers, and which must obviously become more serious with every year that passed. But Paul Kruger had hardened his heart and was not to be moved. The grievances of the Uitlanders became heavier than ever. The one power in the land to which they had been able to appeal for some sort of redress amid their grievances was the law courts. Now it was decreed that the courts should be dependent on the Volksraad. The Chief Justice protested against such a degradation of his high office, and he was dismissed in consequence without a pension. The judge who had condemned the reformers was chosen to fill the vacancy, and the protection of a fixed law was withdrawn from the Uitlanders. A commission appointed by the state was sent to examine into the condition of the mining industry and the grievances from which the newcomers suffered. The chairman was Mr. Schalkberger, one of the most liberal of the Boers, and the proceedings were thorough and impartial. The result was a report which amply vindicated the reformers and suggested remedies which would have gone a long way towards satisfying the Uitlanders. With such enlightened legislation, their motives for seeking the franchise would have been less pressing. But the president and his Raad would have none of the recommendations of the commission. The rugged old autocrat declared that Schalkberger was a traitor to his country for having signed such a document, and a new reactionary committee was chosen to report upon the report. Words and papers were the only outcome of the affair. No amelioration came to the newcomers, but at least they had again put their case publicly upon record, and it had been endorsed by the most respected of the burghers. Gradually, in the press of the English-speaking countries, the raid was ceasing to obscure the issue. More and more clearly it was coming out that no permanent settlement was possible where the majority of the population was oppressed by the minority. They had tried peaceful means and failed. They had tried warlike means and failed. What was there left for them to do? Their own country, the paramount power of South Africa, had never helped them. Perhaps if it were directly appealed to, it might do so. It could not, if only for the sake of its own imperial prestige, leave its children forever in a state of subjection. The Uitlanders determined upon a petition to the Queen, and in doing so, they brought their grievances out of the limits of a local controversy into the broader field of international politics. Great Britain must either protect them or acknowledge that their protection was beyond her power. A direct petition to the Queen praying for protection was signed in April 1899 by 21,000 Uitlanders. From that time events moved inevitably towards the one end. Sometimes the surface was troubled and sometimes smooth, but the stream always ran swiftly, and the roar of the fall sounded ever louder in the ears. Chapter 3. The Negotiations. The British government and the British people do not desire any direct authority in South Africa. Their one supreme interest is that the various states there should live in concord and prosperity, and that there should be no need for the presence of a British redcoat within the whole great peninsula. Our foreign critics, with their misapprehension of the British colonial system, can never realize that whether the four-colored flag of the Transvaal or the Union Jack of a self-governing colony waved over the gold mines would not make the difference of 1 shilling to the revenue of Great Britain. The Transvaal as a British province would have its own legislature, its own revenue, its own expenditure, and its own tariff against the mother country, as well as against the rest of the world, and England be none the richer for the change. This is so obvious to a Briton that he has ceased to insist upon it, and it is for that reason perhaps that it is so universally misunderstood abroad. On the other hand, while she is no gainer by the change, most of the expense of it in blood and in money falls upon the home country. On the face of it, therefore, Great Britain had every reason to avoid so formidable a task as the conquest of the South African Republic. At the best, she had nothing to gain, and at the worst, she had an immense deal to lose. There was no room for ambition or aggression. It was a case of shirking or fulfilling a most arduous duty. There could be no question of a plot for the annexation of the Transvaal. In a free country, the government cannot move in advance of public opinion, and public opinion is influenced by and reflected in the newspapers. One may examine the files of the press during all the months of negotiations, and never find one reputable opinion in favor of such a course, nor did one in society ever meet an advocate of such a measure. But a great wrong was being done, and all that was asked was the minimum change which would set it right, and restore equality between the white races in Africa. Let Kruger only be liberal in the extension of the franchise, said the paper, which is most representative of the sanest British opinion, and he will find that the power of the Republic will become not weaker, but infinitely more secure. Let him once give the majority of the resident males of full age the full vote, and he will have given the Republic a stability and power which nothing else can. If he rejects all pleas of this kind, and persists in his present policy, he may possibly stave off the evil day, and preserve his cherished oligarchy for another few years. But the end will be the same. The extract reflects the tone of all of the British press, with the exception of 1 or 2 papers which considered that even the persistent ill usage of our people, and the fact that we were peculiarly responsible for them in this state, did not justify us in interfering in the internal affairs of the Republic. It cannot be denied that the Jameson raid and the incomplete manner in which the circumstances connected with it had been investigated had weakened the force of those who wished to interfere energetically on behalf of British subjects. There was a vague but widespread feeling that perhaps the capitalists were engineering the situation for their own ends. It is difficult to imagine how a state of unrest and insecurity, to say nothing of a state of war, can ever be to the advantage of capital. And surely it is obvious that if some schemer were using the grievances of the Uitlanders for his own ends, the best way to checkmate him would be to remove those grievances. The suspicion, however, did exist among those who like to ignore the obvious and magnify the remote. And throughout the negotiations, the hand of Great Britain was weakened, as her adversary had doubtless calculated that it would be, by an earnest but fussy and fatty minority. Idealism and a morbid restless conscientiousness are 2 of the most dangerous evils from which a modern progressive state has to suffer. It was in April 1899 that the British Uitlanders sent their petition praying for protection to their native country. Since the April previous, a correspondence had been going on between Dr. Keating Lades, Secretary of State for the South African Republic, and Mr. B. Chamberlain, Colonial Secretary, upon the existence or non-existence of the suzerainty. On the one hand, it was contended that the substitution of a second convention had entirely annulled the first. On the other, that the preamble of the first applied it also to the second. If the Transvaal contention were correct, it is clear that Great Britain had been tricked and jockeyed into such a position, since she had received no quid pro quo in the second convention, and even the most careless of colonial secretaries could hardly have been expected to give away a very substantial something for nothing. But the contention throws us back upon the academic question of what a suzerainty is. The Transvaal admitted a power of veto over their foreign policy, and this admission in itself, unless they openly tore up the convention, must deprive them of the position of a sovereign state. On the whole, the question must be acknowledged to have been one which might very well have been referred to trustworthy arbitration. But now to this debate, which had so little of urgency in it that 7 months intervened between statement and reply, there came the bitterly vital question of the wrongs and appeal of the Uitlanders. Sir Alfred Milner, the British Commissioner in South Africa, a man of liberal views who had been appointed by a conservative government, commanded the respect and confidence of all parties. His record was that of an able, clear-headed man, too just to be either guilty of or tolerant of injustice. To him the matter was referred, and a conference was arranged between President Kruger and him at Bloemfontein, the capital of the Orange Free State. They met on May 30th. Kruger had declared that all questions might be discussed except the independence of the Transvaal. All, he cried emphatically. But in practice it was found that the parties could not agree as to what did or what did not threaten this independence. What was essential to one was inadmissible to the other. Milner contended for a 5 years retroactive franchise with provisions to secure adequate representation for the mining district. Kruger offered a 7 years franchise, coupled with numerous conditions which whittled down its value very much. Promised 5 members out of 30, one to represent a majority of the male population, and added a provision that all differences should be subject to arbitration by foreign powers, a condition which is incompatible with any claim to suzerainty. The proposals of each were impossible to the other, and early in June Sir Alfred Milner was back in Cape Town, and President Kruger in Pretoria, with nothing settled except the extreme difficulty of a settlement. The current was running swift, and the roar of the fall was already sounding louder in the ear. On June 12th, Sir Alfred Milner received a deputation at Cape Town and reviewed the situation. The principle of equality of races was, he said, essential for South Africa. The one state where inequality existed kept all the others in a fever. Our policy was one not of aggression, but of singular patience, which could not, however, lapse into indifference. 2 days later, Kruger addressed the rod. The other side had not conceded one tittle, and I could not give more. God has always stood by us. I do not want war, but I will not give more away. Although our independence has once been taken away, God has restored it. He spoke with sincerity, no doubt, but it is hard to hear God invoked with such confidence for the system which encouraged the liquor traffic to the natives, and bred the most corrupt set of officials that the modern world has seen. A dispatch from Sir Alfred Milner, giving his views upon the situation, made the British public recognize, as nothing else had done, how serious the position was, and how essential it was that an earnest national effort should be made to set it right. In it he said, "The case for intervention is overwhelming. The only attempted answer is that things will right themselves if left alone. But, in fact, the policy of leaving things alone has been tried for years, and it has led to their going from bad to worse. It is not true that this is owing to the raid. They were going from bad to worse before the raid. We were on the verge of war before the raid, and the Transvaal was on the verge of revolution. The effect of the raid has been to give the policy of leaving things alone a new lease of life, and with the old consequences. The spectacle of thousands of British subjects kept permanently in the position of helots, constantly chafing under undoubted grievances, and calling vainly to Her Majesty's government for redress, does steadily undermine the influence and reputation of Great Britain within the Queen's dominions. A section of the press, not in the Transvaal only, preaches openly and constantly the doctrine of a republic embracing all South Africa, and supports it by menacing references to the armaments of the Transvaal, its alliance with the Orange Free State, and the active sympathy which, in case of war, it would receive from a section of Her Majesty's subjects. I regret to say that this doctrine, supported as it is by a ceaseless stream of malignant lies about the intentions of Her Majesty's government, is producing a great effect on a large number of our Dutch fellow colonists. Language is frequently used which seems to imply that the Dutch have some superior right, even in this colony, to their fellow citizens of British birth. Thousands of men peaceably disposed, and if left alone perfectly satisfied with their position as British subjects, are being drawn into disaffection, and there is a corresponding exasperation upon the part of the British. I can see nothing which will put a stop to this mischievous propaganda, but some striking proof of the intention of Her Majesty's government not to be ousted from its position in South Africa. Such were the grave and measured words with which the British proconsul warned his countrymen of what was to come. He saw the storm cloud piling in the north, but even his eyes had not yet discerned how near and how terrible was the tempest. Throughout the end of June and the early part of July, much was hoped from the mediation of the heads of the Afrikaner Bond, the political union of the Dutch Cape colonists. On the one hand, they were the kinsmen of the Boers. On the other, they were British subjects, and were enjoying the blessings of those liberal institutions which we were anxious to see extended to the Transvaal. Only treat our folk as we treat yours. Our whole contention was compressed into that prayer. But nothing came of the mission, though a scheme endorsed by Mr. Hofmeyer and Mr. Herholt of the Bond with Mr. Fisher of the Free State was introduced into the Raad and applauded by Mr. Boer. Schreiner, the Afrikaner Premier of Cape Colony. In its original form, the provisions were obscure and complicated, the franchise varying from 9 years to 7, under different conditions. In debate, however, the terms were amended until the time was reduced to 7 years, and the proposed representation of the goldfields placed at 5. The concession was not a great one, nor could the representation, 5 out of 31, be considered a generous provision for the majority of the population. But the reduction of the years of residence was eagerly hailed in England as a sign that a compromise might be effected. A sigh of relief went up from the country. If, said the colonial secretary, this report is confirmed. This important change in the proposals of President Kruger, coupled with previous amendments, leads government to hope that the new law may prove to be the basis of a settlement on the lines laid down by Sir Alfred Milner in the Bloemfontein Conference. He added that there were some vexatious conditions attached, but concluded, Her Majesty's government feel assured that the President, having accepted the principle for which they have contended, will be prepared to reconsider any detail of his scheme which can be shown to be a possible hindrance to the full accomplishment of the object in view, and that he will not allow them to be nullified or reduced in value by any subsequent alterations of the law or acts of administration. At the same time, the Times declared the crisis to be at an end. If the Dutch statesmen of the Cape have induced their brethren in the Transvaal to carry such a bill, they will have deserved the lasting gratitude, not only of their own countrymen and of the English colonists in South Africa, but out of the British Empire and of the civilized world. Nay. But this fair prospect was soon destined to be overcast. Questions of detail arose which, when closely examined, proved to be matters of very essential importance. The Uitlanders and British South Africans, who had experienced in the past how illusory the promises of the President might be, insisted upon guarantee. The 7 years offered were 2 years more than that which Sir Alfred Milner had declared to be an irreducible minimum. The difference of 2 years would not have hindered their acceptance, even at the expense of some humiliation to our representative. But there were conditions which excited distrust when drawn up by so wily a diplomatist. One was that the alien who aspired to burghership had to produce a certificate of continuous registration for a certain time. But the law of registration had fallen into disuse in the Transvaal, and consequently this provision might render the whole bill valueless. Since it was carefully retained, it was certainly meant for use. The door had been opened, but a stone was placed to block it. Again, the continued burghership of the newcomers was made to depend upon the resolution of the first Rod, so that should the mining members propose any measure of reform, not only their bill but they also might be swept out of the House by a Boer majority. What could an opposition do if a vote of the government might at any moment unseat them all? It was clear that a measure which contained such provisions must be very carefully sifted before a British government could accept it as a final settlement and a complete concession of justice to its subjects. On the other hand, it naturally felt loath to refuse those clauses which offered some prospect of an amelioration in their condition. It took the course, therefore, of suggesting that each government should appoint delegates to form a joint commission which should inquire into the working of the proposed bill before it was put into a final form. The proposal was submitted to the Rod upon August 7th, with the addition that when this was done, Sir Alfred Milner was prepared to discuss anything else, including arbitration without the interference of foreign powers. The suggestion of this joint commission has been criticized as an unwarrantable intrusion into the internal affairs of another country. But then the whole question from the beginning was about the internal affairs of another country, since the internal equality of the white inhabitants was the condition upon which self-government was restored to the Transvaal. It is futile to suggest analogies and to imagine what France would do if Germany were to interfere in a question of French franchise. Supposing that France contained as many Germans as Frenchmen, and that they were ill-treated, Germany would interfere quickly enough and continue to do so until some fair modus vivendi was established. The fact is that the case of the Transvaal stands alone, that such a condition of things has never been known, and that no previous precedent can apply to it, save the general rule that a minority of white men cannot continue indefinitely to tax and govern a majority. Sentiment inclines to the smaller nation, but reason and justice are all on the side of England. A long delay followed upon the proposal of the Secretary of the Colonies. No reply was forthcoming from Pretoria, but on all sides there came evidence that those preparations for war which had been quietly going on even before the Jameson raid were now being hurriedly perfected. For so small a state, enormous sums were being spent upon military equipment. Cases of rifles and boxes of cartridges streamed into the arsenal, not only from Delagoa Bay, but even to the indignation of the English colonists, through Cape Town and Port Elizabeth. Huge packing cases, marked agricultural instruments and mining machinery, arrived from Germany and France to find their places in the forts of Johannesburg or Pretoria. Men of many nations but of a similar type showed their martial faces in the Boer town. The condottieri of Europe were as ready as ever to sell their blood for gold, and nobly in the end did they fulfill their share of the bargain. For 3 weeks and more, during which Mr. Kruger was silent, these eloquent preparations went on. But beyond them, and of infinitely more importance, there was one fact which dominated the situation. A burgher cannot go to war without his horse cannot move without grass, grass will not come until after rain, and it was still some weeks before the rain would be due. Negotiations, then, must not be unduly hurried, while the veld was a bare russet-colored, dust-swept plain. Mr. Rail, I, Chamberlain and the British public waited week after week for their answer. But there was a limit to their patience, and it was reached on August 26th, when the colonial secretary showed, with a plainness of speech which is as unusual as is welcome in diplomacy, that the question could not be hung up forever. "The sands are running down in the glass," said he. "If they run out, we shall not hold ourselves limited by that which we have already offered. But, having taken the matter in hand, we will not let it go until we have secured conditions which once for all shall establish which is the paramount power in South Africa, and shall secure for our fellow subjects there those equal rights and equal privileges which were promised them by President Kruger when the independence of the Transvaal was granted by the Queen, and which is the least that in justice ought to be accorded them." Lord Salisbury, a little time before, had been equally emphatic. No one in this country wishes to disturb the conventions, so long as it is recognized that while they guarantee the independence of the Transvaal on the one side, they guarantee equal political and civil rights for settlers of all nationalities upon the other. But these conventions are not like the laws of the Medes and the Persians. They are mortal, they can be destroyed, and once destroyed, they can never be reconstructed in the same shape. The long-enduring patience of Great Britain was beginning to show signs of giving way. In the meantime, a fresh dispatch had arrived from the Transvaal, which offered as an alternative proposal to the Joint Commission that the Boer government should grant the new franchise proposals of Sir Alfred Milner on a condition that Great Britain withdrew or dropped her claim to a suzerainty, agreed to arbitration, and promised never again to interfere in the internal affairs of the Republic. To this Great Britain answered that she would agree to arbitration, that she hoped never again to have occasion to interfere for the protection of her own subjects, but that with the grant of the franchise, all occasion for such interference would pass away, and, finally, that she would never consent to abandon her position as suzerain power. Miss Chamberlain's dispatch ended by reminding the government of the Transvaal that there were other matters of dispute open between the two governments apart from the franchise, and that it would be as well to have them settled at the same time. By these he meant such questions as the position of the native races and the treatment of Anglo-Indians. On September 2nd, the answer of the Transvaal government was returned. It was short and uncompromising. They withdrew their offer of the franchise. They reasserted the non-existence of the suzerainty. The negotiations were at a deadlock. It was difficult to see how they could be reopened. In view of the arming of the burghers, the small garrison of Natal had been taking up positions to cover the frontier. The Transvaal asked for an explanation of their presence. Sir Alfred Milner answered that they were guarding British interests and preparing against contingencies. The roar of the fall was sounding loud and near. On September 8th, there was held a cabinet council, one of the most important in recent years. A message was sent to Pretoria, which even the opponents of the government have acknowledged to be temperate, and offering the basis for a peaceful settlement. It begins by repudiating emphatically the claim of the Transvaal to be a sovereign international state, in the same sense in which the Orange Free State is one, Any proposal made conditional upon such an acknowledgement could not be entertained. The British government, however, was prepared to accept the 5 years franchises as stated in the note of August 19th, assuming at the same time that each member might talk his own language. Acceptance of these terms by the South African Republic would at once remove tension between the two governments, and would in all probability render unnecessary any future intervention to secure redress for grievances which the Uitlanders themselves would be able to bring to the notice of the Executive Council and the Volksraad. Her Majesty's government are increasingly impressed with the danger of further delay in relieving the strain which has already caused so much injury to the interests of South Africa, and they earnestly press for an immediate and definite reply to the present proposal. If it is acceded to, they will be ready to make immediate arrangements to settle all details of the proposed tribunal of arbitration. If, however, as they most anxiously hope will not be the case, the reply of the South African Republic should be negative or inconclusive, I am to state that Her Majesty's government must reserve to themselves the right to reconsider the situation de novo, and to formulate their own proposals for a final settlement. Nay. Such was the message, and Great Britain waited with strained attention for the answer. But again, there was a delay, while the rain came and the grass grew, and the veld was as a mounted rifleman would have it. The burghers were in no humor for concessions. They knew their own power, and they concluded with justice that they were for the time far the strongest military power in South Africa. We have beaten England before, but it is nothing to the licking we shall give her now, cried a prominent citizen, and he spoke for his country as he said. So the Empire waited and debated, but the sounds of the bugle were already breaking through the wrangles of the politicians, and calling the nation to be tested once more by that hammer of war and adversity by which Providence still fashions us to some nobler and higher end. Chapter 4. The Eve of War. The message sent from the Cabinet Council of September 8 was evidently the precursor either of peace or of war. The cloud must burst or blow over. As the nation waited in hushed expectancy for a reply, it spent some portion of its time in examining and speculating upon those military preparations which might be needed. The War Office had for some months been arranging for every contingency, and had made certain dispositions which appeared to them to be adequate, but which our future experience was to demonstrate to be far too small for the very serious matter in hand. It is curious in turning over the files of such a paper as the Times to observe how at first one or two small paragraphs of military significance might appear in the endless columns of diplomatic and political reports. How gradually they grew and grew, until at last the eclipse was complete, and the diplomacy had been thrust into the tiny paragraphs, while the war filled the journal. Under July 7th comes the first glint of arms amid the drab monotony of the state papers. On that date, it was announced that 2 companies of Royal Engineers and Departmental Corps with reserves of supplies and ammunition were being dispatched. 2 companies of engineers! Who could have foreseen that they were the vanguard of the greatest army which ever at any time of the world's history has crossed an ocean, and far the greatest which a British general has commanded in the field? On August 15, at a time when the negotiations had already assumed a very serious phase, after the failure of the Bloemfontein Conference and the dispatch of Sir Alfred Milner, the British forces in South Africa were absolutely and absurdly inadequate for the purpose of the defense of our own frontier. Surely such a fact must open the eyes of those who, in spite of all the evidence, persist that the war was forced on by the British. A statesman who forces on a war usually prepares for a war, and this is exactly what Mr. Kruger did, and the British authorities did not. The overbearing suzerain power had at that date scattered over a huge frontier 2 cavalry regiments, 3 field batteries, and 6.5 infantry battalions, say 6,000 men. The innocent pastoral states could put in the field 40 or 50,000 mounted riflemen, whose mobility doubled their numbers, and a most excellent artillery, including the heaviest guns which have ever been seen upon a battlefield. At this time it is most certain that the Boers could have made their way easily either to Durban or to Cape Town. The British force, condemned to act upon the defensive, could have been masked and afterwards destroyed, while the main body of the invaders would have encountered nothing but an irregular local resistance, which would have been neutralized by the apathy or hostility of the Dutch colonists. It is extraordinary that our authorities seem never to have contemplated the possibility of the Boers taking the initiative, or to have understood that, in that case, our belated reinforcements would certainly have had to land under the fire of the Republican guns. In July, Natal had taken alarm, and a strong representation had been sent from the Prime Minister of the colony to the Governor, Sir W. Haley Hutchinson, and so to the Colonial Office. It was notorious that the Transvaal was armed to the teeth, that the Orange Free State was likely to join her, and that there had been strong attempts made, both privately and through the press, to alienate the loyalty of the Dutch citizens of both the British colonies. Many sinister signs were observed by those upon the spot. The veld had been burned unusually early to ensure a speedy grass crop after the first rains. There had been a collecting of horses, a distribution of rifles and ammunition. The Free State farmers, who grazed their sheep and cattle upon Natal soil during the winter, had driven them off to places of safety behind the line of the Drakensberg. Everything pointed to approaching war, and Natal refused to be satisfied even by the dispatch of another regiment. On September 6th, a second message was received at the Colonial Office, which states the case with great clearness and precision. The Prime Minister desires me to urge upon you by you the unanimous advice of the Senji ministers that the sufficient troops should be dispatched to Natal immediately to enable the colony to be placed in a state of all defense against an attack from the Transvaal and the Orange Free State. I am informed by the General Officer commanding Natal that he will not have enough troops, even when the Manchester Regiment arrives, to do more than occupy Newcastle and at the same time protect the colony south of it from raids, while Laing's Neck, Ingogo River and Zululand must be left undefended. My ministers know that every preparation has been made, both in the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, which would enable an attack to be made on Natal at short notice. My ministers believe that the Boers have made up their minds that war will take place almost certainly, and their best chance will be, when it seems unavoidable, to deliver a blow before reinforcements have time to arrive. Information has been received that raids in force will be made by way of Middle Drift and Greytown and by way of Bondsdrift and Stanger, with a view to striking the railway between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, and cutting off communications of troops and supplies. Nearly all the Orange Free State farmers in the Klip River Division, who stay in the colony usually till October at least, have trekked, at great loss to themselves. Their sheep are lambing on the road, and the lambs die or are destroyed. Two at least of the Ntonjanani district farmers have trekked with all their belongings into the Transvaal, in the first case attempting to take as hostages the children of the natives on the farm. Reliable reports have been received of attempts to tamper with loyal natives and to set tribe against tribe in order to create confusion and detail the defensive forces of the colony. Both food and warlike stores in large quantities have been accumulated at Volksrust, Vryheid, and Standerton. Persons who are believed to be spies have been seen examining the bridges on the Natal Railway, and it is known that there are spies in all the principal centers of the colony. In the opinion of ministers, such a catastrophe as the seizure of Laing's Neck and the destruction of the northern portion of the railway, or a successful raid or invasion, such as they have reason to believe is contemplated, would produce a most demoralizing effect on the natives and on the loyal Europeans in the colony, and would afford great encouragement to the Boers and to their sympathizers in the colonies, who, although armed and prepared, will probably keep quiet unless they receive some encouragement of the sort. They concur in the policy of Her Majesty's government of exhausting all peaceful means to obtain redress of the grievances of the Outlanders and authoritatively assert the supremacy of Great Britain before resorting to war. But they state that this is a question of defensive precaution, not of making war. In answer to these and other remonstrances, the garrison of Natal was gradually increased, partly by troops from Europe, and partly by the dispatch of 5,000 British troops from India. The 2nd Berkshires, the 1st Royal Munster Fusiliers, the 1st Manchesters, and the 2nd Dublin Fusiliers arrived in succession with reinforcements of artillery. The 5th Dragoon Guards, 9th Lancers, and 19th Hussars came from India, with the 1st Devonshires, 1st Gloucesters, 2nd King's Royal Rifles, and 2nd Gordon Highlanders. These with the 21st, 42nd, and 53rd Batteries of Field Artillery made up the Indian contingent. Their arrival late in September raised the number of troops in South Africa to 22,000, a force which was inadequate to a contest in the open field with the numerous, mobile, and gallant enemy to whom they were to be opposed, but which proved to be strong enough to stave off that overwhelming disaster which, with our fuller knowledge, we can now see to have been impending. As to the disposition of these troops, a difference of opinion broke out between the ruling powers in Natal and the military chiefs at the spot. Prince Kraft has said, both strategy and tactics may have to yield to politics, but the political necessity should be very grave and very clear when it is the blood of soldiers which has to pay for it. Whether it arose from our defective intelligence, or from that caste feeling which makes it hard for the professional soldier to recognize, in spite of deplorable past experiences, a serious adversary in the mounted farmer. It is certain that even while our papers were proclaiming that this time, at least, we would not underrate our enemy, we were most seriously underrating him. The northern third of Natal is as vulnerable a military position as a player of Kriegspiel could wish to have submitted to him. It runs up into a thin angle, culminating at the apex in a difficult pass, the ill-omened Laing's Neck, dominated by the even more sinister bulk of Majuba. Each side of this angle is open to invasion, the one from the Transvaal and the other from the Orange Free State. A force up at the apex is in a perfect trap, for the mobile enemy can flood into the country to the south of them, cut the line of supplies, and throw up a series of entrenchments which would make retreat a very difficult matter. Further down the country, at such positions as Ladysmith or Dundee, the danger, though not so imminent, is still an obvious one. Unless the defending force is strong enough to hold its own in the open field, and mobile enough to prevent a mounted enemy from getting round its flank. To us, who are endowed with that profound military wisdom which only comes with a knowledge of the event, it is obvious that with a defending force which could not place more than 12,000 men in the fighting line, the true defensible frontier was the line of the Tugela. As a matter of fact, Ladysmith was chosen, a place almost indefensible itself, as it is dominated by high hills in at least 2 directions. Such an event as the siege of the town appears never to have been contemplated, as no guns of position were asked for or sent. In spite of this, an amount of stores, which is said to have been valued at more than £1 million, was dumped down at this small railway junction, so that the position could not be evacuated without a crippling loss. The place was the point of bifurcation of the main line, which divides at this little town into one branch running to Harrismith in the Orange Free State, and the other leading through the Dundee coalfields in Newcastle to the Laing's Neck Tunnel and the Transvaal. An importance, which appears now to have been an exaggerated one, was attached by the government of Natal to the possession of the coalfields, and it was at their strong suggestion, but with the concurrence of General Penn Simons, that the defending force was divided, and a detachment of between 3,000 and 4,000 sent to Dundee, about 40 miles from the main body, which remained under General Sir George White at Ladysmith. General Simons underrated the power of the invaders, but it is hard to criticize an error of judgment which has been so nobly atoned and so tragically paid for. At the time, then, which our political narrative has reached, the time of suspense which followed the dispatch of the cabinet message of September 8th, the military situation had ceased to be desperate, but was still precarious. 22,000 regular troops were on the spot, who might hope to be reinforced by some 10,000 colonials. But these forces had to cover a great frontier. The attitude of Cape Colony was by no means whole-hearted and might become hostile, while the black population might conceivably throw in its weight against us. Only half the regulars could be spared to defend Natal, and no reinforcements could reach them in less than a month from the outbreak of hostilities. If Mr. B. Chamberlain was really playing a game of bluff, it must be confessed that he was bluffing from a very weak hand. For purposes of comparison, we may give some idea of the forces which Mr. Kruger and Mr. Stein could put in the field, for by this time it was evident that the Orange Free State, with which we had had no shadow of a dispute, was going, in a way which some would call wanton and some chivalrous, to throw in its weight against us. The general press estimate of the forces of the two republics varied from 25,000 to 35,000 men. Mr. Rail, J. Powell, B.O. Carniel, Robinson, a personal friend of President Kruger's, and a man who had spent much of his life among the Boers, considered the latter estimate to be too high. The calculation had no assured basis to start from. A very scattered and isolated population, among whom large families were the rule, is a most difficult thing to estimate. Some reckon from the supposed natural increase during 18 years, but the figure given at that date was itself an assumption. Others took their calculation from the number of voters in the last presidential election. But no one could tell how many abstentions there had been, and the fighting age is 5 years earlier than the voting age in the republics. We recognize now that all calculations were far below the true figure. It is probable, however, that the information of the British Intelligence Department was not far wrong. According to this, the fighting strength of the Transvaal alone was 32,000 men, and of the Orange Free State, 22,000. With mercenaries and rebels from the colonies, they would amount to 60,000, while a considerable rising of the Cape Dutch would bring them up to 100,000. In artillery, they were known to have about 100 guns, many of them, and the fact will need much explaining, more modern and powerful than any which we could bring against them. Of the quality of this large force, there is no need to speak. The men were brave, hardy, and fired with a strange religious enthusiasm. They were all of the 17th century, except their rifles. Mounted upon their hardy little ponies, they possessed a mobility which practically doubled their numbers and made it an impossibility ever to outflank. As marksmen, they were supreme. Add to this that they had the advantage of acting upon internal lines with shorter and safer communications, and one gathers how formidable a task lay before the soldiers of the Empire. When we turn from such an enumeration of their strength to contemplate the 12,000 men, split into 2 detachments, who awaited them in Natal, we may recognize that, Far from bewailing our disasters, we should rather congratulate ourselves upon our escape from losing that great province which, situated as it is between Britain, India, and Australia, must be regarded as the very keystone of the imperial arch. At the risk of a tedious but very essential digression, something must be said here as to the motives with which the Boers had for many years been quietly preparing for war. That the Jameson raid was not the cause is certain, though it probably, by putting the Boer government into a strong position, had a great effect in accelerating matters. What had been done secretly and slowly could be done more swiftly and openly, when so plausible an excuse could be given for it. As a matter of fact, the preparations were long antecedent to the raid. The building of the forts at Pretoria and Johannesburg was begun nearly 2 years before that wretched incursion, and the importation of arms was going on apace. In that very year, 1895, a considerable sum was spent in military equipment. But if it was not the raid, and if the Boers had no reason to fear the British government, with whom the Transvaal might have been as friendly as the Orange Free State had been for 40 years, why then should they arm? It is a difficult question, and one in answering which we find ourselves in a region of conjecture and suspicion rather than of ascertained fact. But the fairest and most unbiased of historians must confess that there is a large body of evidence to show that into the heads of some of the Dutch leaders, both in the Northern Republics and in the Cape, there had entered the conception of a single Dutch Commonwealth, extending from Cape Town to the Zambesi, in which flag, speech, and law should all be Dutch. It is in this aspiration that many shrewd and well-informed judges see the true inner meaning of this persistent arming, of the constant hostility, of the forming of ties between the two republics, one of whom had been reconstituted and made a sovereign independent state by our own act, and finally of that intriguing which endeavored to poison the affection and allegiance of our own Dutch colonists, who had no political grievances whatever. They all aimed at one end, and that end was the final expulsion of British power from South Africa and the formation of a single great Dutch republic. The large sum spent by the Transvaal in Secret Service money, a larger sum, I believe, than that which is spent by the whole British Empire, would give some idea of the subterranean influences at work. An army of emissaries, agents, and spies, whatever their mission, were certainly spread over the British colony. Newspapers were subsidized also, and considerable sums spent upon the press in France and Germany. In the very nature of things, a huge conspiracy of this sort to substitute Dutch for British rule in South Africa is not a matter which can be easily and definitely proved. Such questions are not discussed in public documents, and men are sounded before being taken into the confidence of the conspirators. But there is plenty of evidence of the individual ambition of prominent and representative men in this direction, and it is hard to believe that what many wanted individually was not striven for collectively, especially when we see how the course of events did actually work towards the end which they indicate. Mr. J.P. Sal Fitzpatrick, in The Transvaal from Within, a book to which all subsequent writers upon the subject must acknowledge their obligations, narrates how in 1896 he was approached by Mr. D.P. Sal Graff, formerly a member of the Cape Legislative Council and a very prominent Afrikander bondsman, with the proposition that Great Britain should be pushed out of South Africa. The same politician made the same proposal to Mr. B.O. Bate. Compare with this the following statement of Mr. Bu. Theodore Schreiner, the brother of the Prime Minister of the Cape. I met Mr. B.E. writes, then a judge of the Orange Free State, in Bloemfontein between 17 and 18 years ago, shortly after the retrocession of the Transvaal, and when he was busy establishing the Afrikander bond. It must be patent to everyone that at that time, at all events, England and its government had no intention of taking away the independence of the Transvaal. for she had just magnanimously granted the same. No intention of making war on the Republic, for she had just made peace. No intention to seize the Rand gold fields, for they were not yet discovered. At that time then, I met Mr. Bow, writes, and he did his best to get me to become a member of his Afrikaner bond. But, after studying its constitution and program, I refused to do so, whereupon the following colloquy in substance took place between us, which has been indelibly imprinted on my mind ever since. Writes, why do you refuse? Is the object of getting the people to take an interest in political matters not a good one? Myself, yes, it is. But I seem to see plainly here between the lines of this Constitution much more ultimately aimed at than that. Writes, what? Myself, I see quite clearly that the ultimate object aimed at is the overthrow of the British power and the expulsion of the British flag from South Africa. Writes, with his pleasant conscious smile, as of one whose secret thought and purpose had been discovered, and who was not altogether displeased that such was the case. Well, what if it is so? Myself, you don't suppose, do you, that that flag is going to disappear from South Africa without a tremendous struggle and fight? Writes, with the same pleasant self-conscious, self-satisfied, and yet semi-apologetic smile. Well, I suppose not, but even so, what of that? Myself, only this, that when that struggle takes place, you and I will be on opposite sides. And what is more, the God who was on the side of the Transvaal in the late war, because it had right on its side, will be on the side of England, because he must view with abhorrence any plotting and scheming to overthrow her power and position in South Africa, which have been ordained by him. Writes, we'll see. Thus the conversation ended. But during the 17 years that have elapsed, I have watched the propaganda for the overthrow of British power in South Africa being ceaselessly spread by every possible means. The press, the pulpit, the platform, the schools, the colleges, the legislature, until it has culminated in the present war, of which Mr. Boer writes and his co-workers are the origin and the cause. Believe me, the day on which F.W.L. Wright sat down to pen his ultimatum to Great Britain was the proudest and happiest moment of his life, and one which had for long years been looked forward to by him with eager longing and expectation. God is sorry. Compare with these utterances of a Dutch politician of the Cape and of a Dutch politician of the Orange Free State the following passage from a speech delivered by Kruger at Bloemfontein in the year 1887. I think it too soon to speak of a united South Africa under one flag. Which flag was it to be? The Queen of England would object to having her flag hauled down, and we, the burghers of the Transvaal, object to hauling ours down. What is to be done? We are now small and of little importance, but we are growing and are preparing the way to take our place among the great nations of the world. No, I never see one. The dream of our life, said another, is a union of the states of South Africa, and this has to come from within, not from without. When that is accomplished, South Africa will be great. Always the same theory from all quarters of Dutch thought, to be followed by many signs that the idea was being prepared for in practice. I repeat that the fairest and most unbiased historian cannot dismiss the conspiracy as a myth. And to this one may retort, why should they not conspire? Why should they not have their own views as to the future of South Africa? Why should they not endeavor to have one universal flag and one common speech? Why should they not win over our colonists if they can and push us into the sea? I see no reason why they should not. Let them try, if they will. And let us try to prevent them. But let us have an end of talk about British aggression, of capitalist designs upon the goldfields, of the wrongs of a pastoral people, and all the other veils which have been used to cover the issue. Let those who talk about British designs upon the republics turn their attention for a moment to the evidence which there is for republican designs upon the colonies. Let them reflect that in the one system all white men are equal, and that on the other, the minority of one race has persecuted the majority of the other. And let them consider under which the truest freedom lies, which stands for universal liberty, and which for reaction and racial hatred. Let them ponder and answer all this before they determine where their sympathies lie, leaving these wider questions of politics, and dismissing for the time those military considerations which were soon to be of such vital moment. We may now return to the course of events in the diplomatic struggle between the government of the Transvaal and the Colonial Office. On September 8th, as already narrated, a final message was sent to Pretoria, which stated the minimum terms which the British government could accept as being a fair concession to her subjects in the Transvaal. A definite answer was demanded, and the nation waited with somber patience for the reply. There were few illusions in this country as to the difficulties of a Transvaal war. It was clearly seen that little honor and immense vexation were in store for us. The first Boer War still smarted in our minds, and we knew the prowess of the indomitable burghers. But our people, if gloomy, were none the less resolute, for the national instinct which is beyond the wisdom of statesmen had borne it in upon them that this was no local quarrel, but one upon which the whole existence of the empire hung. The cohesion of that empire was to be tested. Men had emptied their glasses to it in time of peace. Was it a meaningless pouring of wine, or were they ready to pour their heart's blood also in time of war? Had we really founded a series of disconnected nations, with no common sentiment or interest, or was the empire an organic whole, as ready to thrill with one emotion, or to harden into one resolve, as are the several states of the Union? That was the question at issue, and much of the future history of the world was at stake upon the answer. Already there were indications that the colonies appreciated the fact that the contention was no affair of the mother country alone, but that she was upholding the rights of the empire as a whole, and might fairly look to them to support her in any quarrel which might arise from it. As early as July 11th, Queensland, the fiery and semi-tropical, had offered a contingent of mounted infantry with machine guns. New Zealand, Western Australia, Tasmania, Victoria, New South Wales, and South Australia followed in the order named. Canada, with the strong but more deliberate spirit of the North, was the last to speak, but spoke the more firmly for the delay. Her citizens were the least concerned of any, for Australians were many in South Africa, but Canadians few. Nonetheless, she cheerfully took her share of the common burden, and grew the readier and the cheerier as that burden came to weigh more heavily. From all the men of many hues who make up the British Empire, from Hindu Rajas, from West African Hausas, from Malay police, from Western Indians, there came offers of service. But this was to be a white man's war, and if the British could not work out their own salvation, then it were well that empire should pass from such a race. The magnificent Indian army of 150,000 soldiers, many of them seasoned veterans, was for the same reason left untouched. England has claimed no credit or consideration for such abstention, but an irresponsible writer may well ask, how many of those foreign critics whose dull respect for our public morality appears to be as limited as their real knowledge of our principles and history would have advocated such self-denial had their own countries been placed a duel in the same position. On September 18th, the official reply of the Boer government to the message sent from the Cabinet Council was published in London. In manner, it was unbending and unconciliatory. In substance, it was a complete rejection of all the British demands. It refused to recommend or propose to the Riad the 5 years franchise and the other measures which had been defined as the minimum which the home government could accept as a fair measure of justice towards the Uitlanders. The suggestion that the debates of the Raad should be bilingual, as they have been in the Cape Colony and in Canada, was absolutely waved aside. The British government had stated in their last dispatch that once, if out, the reply should be all negative or inconclusive, they reserved to themselves the right to reconsider the situation de novo and to formulate their own proposals for a final settlement. Oh no, the reply had been and both negative and inconclusive, and on September 22nd, a council met to determine what the next message should be. It was short and firm, but so planned as not to shut the door upon peace. Its purport was that the British government expressed deep regret at the rejection of the moderate proposals which had been submitted in their last dispatch, and that now, in accordance with their promise, they would shortly put forward their own plans for a settlement. The message was not an ultimatum, but it foreshadowed an ultimatum in the future. In the meantime, upon September 21st, the Raad of the Orange Free State had met, and it became more and more evident that this republic, with whom we had no possible quarrel, but both, on the contrary, for whom we had a great deal of friendship and admiration, intended to throw in its weight against Great Britain. Some time before, an offensive and defensive alliance had been concluded between the two states, which must, until the secret history of these events comes to be written, appear to have been a singularly rash and unprofitable bargain for the smaller one. She had nothing to fear from Great Britain, since she had been voluntarily turned into an independent republic by her and had lived in peace with her 40 years. Her laws were as liberal as our own, but by this suicidal treaty she agreed to share the fortunes of a state which was deliberately courting war by its persistently unfriendly attitude, and whose reactionary and narrow legislation would, one might imagine, have alienated the sympathy of her progressive neighbor. There may have been ambitions like those already quoted from the report of Dr. Wright's conversation, or there may have been a complete hallucination as to the comparative strength of the two combatants and the probable future of South Africa. But however that may be, the treaty was made, and the time had come to test how far it would hold. The tone of President Steyn at the meeting of the Raad, and the support which he received from the majority of his burghers, showed unmistakably that the two republics would act as one. In his opening speech, Steyn declared uncompromisingly against the British contention, and declared that his state was bound to the Transvaal by everything which was near and dear. Among the obvious military precautions which could no longer be neglected by the British government was the Doyle sending of some small force to protect the long and exposed line of a railway way, which lies just outside the now Transvaal border, one from Kimberley to Rhodesia. Hal. Sir Alfred Milner communicated with President Stein as to this movement of troops, pointing out that it was in no way directed against the Free State. Sir Alfred Milner added that the imperial government was still hopeful of a friendly settlement with the Transvaal, but if this hope were disappointed, they looked to the Orange Free State to preserve strict neutrality and to prevent military intervention by any of its citizens. They undertook that in that case the integrity of the Free State frontier would be strictly preserved. Finally, he stated that there was absolutely no cause to disturb the good relations between the Free State and Great Britain, since we were animated by the most friendly intentions towards them. To this, the President returned a somewhat ungracious answer, to the effect that he disapproved of our action towards the Transvaal, and that he regretted the movement of troops, which would be considered a menace by the burghers. A subsequent resolution of the Free State, Rod, ending with the words, "Come what may, the Free State will honestly and faithfully fulfill its obligations towards the Transvaal by virtue of the political alliance existing between the two republics," showed how impossible it was that this country, formed by ourselves, and without a shadow of a cause of quarrel with us, could be saved from being drawn into the whirlpool. Everywhere from over both borders came the news of martial preparations. Already at the end of September, troops and armed burghers were gathering upon the frontier, and the most incredulous were beginning at last to understand that the shadow of a great war was really falling across them. Artillery, war munitions, and stores were being accumulated at Volksrust upon the Natal border, showing where the storm might be expected to break. On the last day of September, 26 military trains were reported to have left Pretoria and Johannesburg for that point. At the same time, news came of a concentration at Malmani, upon the Bechuanaland border, threatening the railway line and the British town of Mafeking, a name destined before long to be familiar to the world. On October 3rd, there occurred what was in truth an act of war, although the British government, patient to the verge of weakness, refused to regard it as such and continued to draw up their final state paper. The mail train from the Transvaal to Cape Town was stopped at Vereeniging, and the week's shipment of gold for England, amounting to about £500,000, was taken by the Boer government. In a debate at Cape Town upon the same day, the Afrikaner Minister of the Interior admitted that as many as 404 trucks had passed from the government line over the frontier and had not been returned. Taken in conjunction with the passage of arms and cartridges through the Cape to Pretoria and Bloemfontein. This incident aroused the deepest indignation among the colonial English and the British public, which was increased by the reports of the difficulty which border towns, such as Kimberley and Vryburg, had had in getting cannon for their own defense. The raids had been dissolved, and the old president's last words had been a statement that war was certain, and a stern invocation of the Lord as final arbiter. England was ready less obtrusively but no less heartily to refer the quarrel to the same dread judge. On October 2nd, President Stein informed Sir Alfred Milner that he had deemed it necessary to call out the Free State burghers, that is, to mobilize his forces. Sir A.L. Milner wrote regretting these preparations and declaring that he did not yet despair of peace, for he was sure that any reasonable proposal would be favorably considered by Her Majesty's government. Stein's reply was that there was no use in negotiating unless the stream of British reinforcements ceased coming into South Africa. As our forces were still in a great minority, it was impossible to stop the reinforcements, so the correspondence led to nothing. On October 7th, the Army Reserves for the 1st Army Corps were called out, in Great Britain and other signs shown that it had been determined to send a considerable force to South Africa. Parliament was also summoned that the formal national assent might be gained for those grave measures which were evidently pending. It was on October 9th that the somewhat leisurely proceedings of the British Colonial Office were brought to a head by the arrival of an unexpected and audacious ultimatum from the Boer government. In contests of wit, as of arms, it must be confessed that the laugh has been usually upon the side of our simple and pastoral South African neighbors. The present instance was no exception to the rule. While our government was cautiously and patiently leading up to an ultimatum, our opponents suddenly played the very card which we were preparing to lay upon the table. The document was very firm and explicit, but the terms in which it was drawn were so impossible that it was evidently framed with the deliberate purpose of forcing an immediate war. It demanded that the troops upon the borders of the Republic should be instantly withdrawn, that all reinforcements which had arrived within the last year should leave South Africa, and that those who were now upon the sea should be sent back without being landed, failing a satisfactory answer within 48 hours. The Transvaal government will with great regret be compelled to regard the action of Her Majesty's government as a formal declaration of war, for the consequences of which it will not hold itself responsible. The audacious message was received throughout the empire with a mixture of derision and anger. The answer was dispatched next day through Sir Alfred Milner. 10th October. Her Majesty's government have received with great regret the peremptory demands of the government of the South African Republic, conveyed in your telegram of the 9th October. You will inform the government of the South African Republic in reply that the conditions demanded by the government of the South African Republic are such as Her Majesty's government deem it impossible to discuss. And so we have come to the end of the long road, past the battle of the pens and the wrangling of tongues, to the arbitration of the Lee Metford and the Mauser. It was pitiable that it should come to this. These people were as near akin to us as any race which is not our own. They were of the same Frisian stock which peopled our own shores. In habit of mind, in religion, in respect for law, they were as ourselves. Brave, too, they were, and hospitable with those sporting instincts which are dear to the Anglo-Celtic race. There was no people in the world who had more qualities which we might admire, and not the least of them was that love of independence which it is our proudest boast that we have encouraged in others as well as exercised ourselves. And yet we had come to this pass, that there was no room in all vast South Africa for both of us. We cannot hold ourselves blameless in the matter. The evil that men do lives after them, and it has been told in this small superficial sketch where we have erred in the past in South Africa. On our hands, too, is the Jameson raid, carried out by Englishmen and led by officers who held the Queen's commission. To us also, the blame of the shuffling, half-hearted inquiry into that most unjustifiable business. These are matches which help to set the great blaze alight, and it is we who held them. But the faggots which proved to be so inflammable, they were not of our setting. They were the wrongs done to half the community, the settled resolution of the minority to tax and vex the majority, the determination of a people who had lived 2 generations in a country to claim that country entirely for themselves. Behind them all, there may have been the Dutch ambition to dominate South Africa. It was no petty object for which Britain fought. When a nation struggles uncomplainingly through months of disaster, she may claim to have proved her conviction of the justice and necessity of the struggle. Should Dutch ideas or English ideas of government prevail throughout that huge country, the one means freedom for a single race, the other means equal rights to all white men beneath one common law. What each means to the colored races, let history declare. This was the main issue to be determined from the instant that the clock struck 5 upon the afternoon of Wednesday, October the 11th, 1899. That moment marked the opening of a war destined to determine the fate of South Africa, to work great changes in the British Empire, to seriously affect the future history of the world, and incidentally to alter many of our views as to the art of war. It is the story of this war which, With limited material but with much aspiration to care and candor, I shall now endeavor to tell. Chapter 5. Talana Hill. It was on the morning of October 12th, amid cold and mist, that the Boer camps at Sandsproot and Volksrust broke up, and the burghers rode to the war. Some 12,000 of them, all mounted, with 2 batteries of 8 Krupp guns each, were the invading force from the north, which hoped later to be joined by the Free Staters and by a contingent of Germans and Transvaalers who were to cross the Free State border. It was an hour before dawn that the guns started, and the riflemen followed close behind the last limber, so that the first light of day fell upon the black, sinuous line winding down between the hills. A spectator upon the occasion says of them, "Their faces were a study." For the most part, the expression worn was one of determination and bulldog pertinacity. No sign of fear there, nor of wavering. Whatever else may be laid to the charge of the Boer, it may never truthfully be said that he is a coward or a man unworthy of the Briton's steel. The words were written early in the campaign, and the whole empire will endorse them today. Could we have such men as willing fellow citizens, they are worth more than all the gold mines of their country. This main Transvaal body consisted of the Commando of Pretoria, which comprised 1,800 men, and those of Heidelberg, Middelburg, Krugersdorp, Standerton, Wakkerstroom, and Ermelo, with the state artillery, an excellent and highly organized body who were provided with the best guns that have ever been brought onto a battlefield. Besides their 16 Krupps, they dragged with them 2 heavy 6-inch Creusot guns, which were destined to have a very important effect in the earlier part of the campaign. In addition to these native forces, there were a certain number of European auxiliaries. The greater part of the German corps were with the Free State forces, but a few hundred came down from the north. There was a Hollander corps of about 250 and an Irish, or perhaps more properly an Irish-American corps of the same number, who rode under the green flag and the harp. The men might, by all accounts, be divided into 2 very different types. There were the town Boers, smartened, and perhaps a little enervated by prosperity and civilization, men of business and professional men, more alert and quicker than their rustic comrades. These men spoke English rather than Dutch, and indeed there were many men of English descent among them. But the others, the most formidable, both in their numbers and in their primitive qualities, were the back-veld Boers, the sunburned, tangle-haired, full-bearded farmers, the men of the Bible and the rifle, imbued with the traditions of their own guerrilla warfare. These were perhaps the finest natural warriors upon earth, marksmen, hunters, accustomed to hard fare and a harder couch. They were rough in their ways and speech, but, in spite of many calumnies and some few unpleasant truths, they might compare with most disciplined armies in their humanity and their desire to observe the usages of war. A few words here as to the man who led this singular host. Piet Joubert was a Cape colonist by birth, a fellow countryman, like Kruger himself, of those whom the narrow laws of his new country persisted in regarding as outside the pale. He came from that French Huguenot blood which has strengthened and refined every race which it has touched, and from it he derived a chivalry and generosity which made him respected and liked even by his opponents. In many native broils and in the British campaign of 1881, he had shown himself a capable leader. His record in standing out for the independence of the Transvaal was a very consistent one, for he had not accepted office under the British, as Kruger had done, but had remained always an irreconcilable. Tall and burly, with hard gray eyes and a grim mouth half hidden by his bushy beard, he was a fine type of the men whom he led. He was now in his 65th year, and the fire of his youth had, as some of the burghers urged, died down within him, but he was experienced, crafty, and war-wise, never dashing, and never brilliant, but slow, steady, solid, and inexorable. Besides this northern army, there were two other bodies of burghers converging upon Natal. One, consisting of the commandos from Utrecht and the Swaziland districts, had gathered at Vryheid on the flank of the British position at Dundee. The other, much larger, not less probably than 6,000 or 7,000 men, were the contingent from the Free State and a Transvaal Corps, together with Shields Germans, who were making their way through the various passes. The Tintwa Pass and Van Riemen's Pass, which lead through the grim range of the Drakensberg and open out upon the more fertile plains of western Natal. The total force may have been something between 20,000 and 30,000 men. By all accounts, they were of an astonishingly high heart, convinced that a path of easy victory lay before them, and that nothing could bar their way to the sea. If the British commanders underrated their opponents, there is ample evidence that the mistake was reciprocal. A few words now as to the disposition of the British forces, concerning which it must be borne in mind that Sir George White, though in actual command, had only been a few days in the country before war was declared, so that the arrangements fell to General Penn Simon, aided or hampered by the advice of the local political authorities. The main position was at Ladysmith, but an advance post was strongly held at Glencoe, which is 5 miles from the station of Dundee and 40 from Ladysmith. The reason for this dangerous division of force was to secure each end of the Biggersburg section of the railway, and also to cover the important collieries of that district. The positions chosen seem in each case to show that the British commander was not aware of the number and power of the Boer guns, for each was equally defensible against rifle fire and vulnerable to an artillery attack. In the case of Glencoe, it was particularly evident that guns upon the hills above would, as they did, render the position untenable. This outlying post was held by the 1st Leicester Regiment, the 2nd Dublin Fusiliers, and the 1st Battalion of Rifles, with the 18th Hussars, 3 companies of mounted infantry, and 3 batteries of field artillery, the 13th, 67th, and 69th. The 1st Royal Irish Fusiliers were on their way to reinforce it, and arrived before the first action. Altogether, the Glencoe camp contained some 4,000 men. The main body of the army remained at Ladysmith. These consisted of the 1st Devons, the 1st Liverpools, and the 2nd Gordon Highlanders, with the 1st Gloucesters, the 2nd King's Royal Rifles, and the 2nd Rifle Brigade, reinforced later by the Manchesters. The cavalry included the 5th Dragoon Guards, the 5th Lancers, a detachment of 19th Hussars, the Natal Carabineers, the Natal Mounted Police, and the Border Mounted Rifles, reinforced later by the Imperial Light Horse, a fine body of men raised principally among the refugees from the Rand. For artillery there were the 21st, 42nd, and 53rd Batteries of Field Artillery and Nowo Wall, 10 Mountain Battery, with the Natal Field Artillery, the guns of which were too light to be of service, and the 23rd Company of Royal Engineers. The whole force, some 8,000 or 9,000 strong, was under the immediate command of Sir George White, with Sir Archibald Hunter, fresh from the Sudan, General French, and General Ian Hamilton as his lieutenant. The first shock of the Boers, then, must fall upon 4,000 men. If these could be overwhelmed, there were 8,000 more to be defeated or masked. Then what was there between them and the sea? Some detachments of local volunteers, the Durban Light Infantry at Colenso, and the Natal Royal Rifles, with some naval volunteers at Estcourt. With the power of the Boers and their mobility, it is inexplicable how the colony was saved. We are of the same blood, the Boers and we show it in our failings. Overconfidence on our part gave them the chance, and overconfidence on theirs prevented them from instantly availing themselves of it. It passed, never to come again. The outbreak of war was upon October 11th. On the 12th, the Boer forces crossed the frontier both on the north and on the west. On the 13th, they occupied Charlestown at the top angle of Natal. On the 15th, they had reached Newcastle, a larger town some 15 miles inside the border. Watchers from the houses saw 6 miles of canvas-tilted bullock wagons winding down the passes and learned that this was not a raid, but an invasion. At the same date, news reached the British headquarters of an advance from the western passes and of a movement from the Buffalo River on the east. On the 13th, Sir George White had made a reconnaissance in force, but had not come in touch with the enemy. On the 15th, 6 of the Natal police were surrounded and captured at one of the drifts of the Buffalo River. On the 18th, our cavalry patrols came into touch with the Boer scouts at Acton, Holmes, and Bester's Station, these being the Voortrekkers of the Orange Free State Force. On the 18th, also a detachment was reported from Hatter's Sprout, 7 miles north of Glencoe Camp. The cloud was drifting up, and it could not be long before it would burst. 2 days later, on the early morning of October 20th, the forces came at last into collision. At 3:30 in the morning, well before daylight, the mounted infantry picket at the junction of the roads from Landman's and Vance drifts was fired into by the Dornberg Commando and retired upon its support. 2 companies of the Dublin Fusiliers were sent out, and at 5 o'clock, on a fine but misty morning, the whole of Simon's force was under arms, with the knowledge that the Boers were pushing boldly towards them. The khaki-clad lines of fighting men stood in their long, thin ranks, staring up at the curves of the Saddleback Hills to the north and east of them, and straining their eyes to catch a glimpse of the enemy. Why these same Saddleback Hills were not occupied by our own people is, it must be confessed, an insoluble mystery. In a hollow on one flank were the 18th Hussars and the mounted infantry. On the other were the 18 motionless guns, limbered up and ready, the horses fidgeting and stamping in the raw morning air. And then suddenly, could that be they? An officer with a telescope stared intently and pointed. Another and another turned a steady field glass towards the same place. And then the men could see also, and a little murmur of interest ran down the ranks. A long sloping hill, Tulana Hill, olive green hue, was stretching away in front of them. At the summit, it rose into a rounded crest. The mist was clearing, and the curve was hard outlined against the limpid blue of the morning sky. On this, some 2.5 miles or 3 miles off, a little group of black dots had appeared. The clear edge of the skyline had become serrated with moving figures. They clustered into a knot, then opened again, and then there had been no smoke, but there came a long crescendo hoot, rising into a shrill wail. The shell hummed over the soldiers like a great bee, and sloshed into soft earth behind them. Then another, and yet another, and yet another. But there was no time to heed them, for there was the hillside, and there the enemy. So at it again with the good old murderous, obsolete, heroic tactics of the British tradition. There are times when, in spite of science and book lore, the best plan is the boldest plan, and it is well to fly straight at your enemy's throat, facing the chance that your strength may fail before you can grasp it. The cavalry moved off round the enemy's left flank. The guns dashed to the front, unlimbered, and opened fire. The infantry were moved round in the direction of Sandsprout, passing through the little town of Dundee, where the women and children came to the doors and windows to cheer. It was thought that the hill was more accessible from that side. The Leicesters and one field battery, the 67th, were left behind to protect the camp and to watch the Newcastle road upon the west. At 7 in the morning, all was ready for the assault. 2 military facts of importance had already been disclosed. One was that the Boer percussion shells were useless in soft ground, as hardly any of them exploded. The other that the Boer guns could outrange our ordinary 15-pounder field gun, which had been the one thing, perhaps, in the whole British equipment upon which we were prepared to pin our faith. The 2 batteries, the 13th and the 69th, were moved nearer, first to 3,000, and then at last to 2,300 yards, at which range they quickly dominated the guns upon the hill. Other guns had opened from another crest to the east of Tulana, but these also were mastered by the fire of the 13th battery. At 7:30, the infantry were ordered to advance, which they did in open order, extended to 10 paces. The Dublin Fusiliers formed the first line, the Rifles the second, and the Irish Fusiliers the third. The first 1,000 yards of the advance were over open grassland, where the range was long, and the yellow-brown of the khaki blended with the withered veldt. There were few casualties until the wood was reached, which lay halfway up the long slope of the hill. It was a plantation of larches, some hundreds of yards across, and nearly as many deep. On the left side of this wood, that is, the left side to the advancing troops, there stretched a long nullah or hollow, which ran perpendicularly to the hill, and served rather as a conductor of bullets than as a cover. So severe was the fire at this point that both in the wood and in the nullah, the troops lay down to avoid it. An officer of Irish Fusiliers has narrated how in trying to cut the straps from a fallen private, a razor lent him for that purpose by a wounded sergeant was instantly shot out of his hand. The gallant Simons, who had refused to dismount, was shot through the stomach and fell from his horse mortally wounded. With an excessive gallantry, he had not only attracted the enemy's fire by retaining his horse, but he had been accompanied throughout the action by an orderly bearing a red pennant. "Have they got the hill? Have they got the hill?" was his one eternal question as they carried him dripping to the rear. It was at the edge of the wood that Colonel Sherston met his end. From now onwards, it was as much a soldier's battle as Inkerman. In the shelter of the wood, the more eager of the 3 battalions had pressed to the front, until the fringe of the trees was lined by men from all of them. The difficulty of distinguishing particular regiments, where all were clad alike, made it impossible in the heat of action to keep any sort of formation. So hot was the fire that for the time the advance was brought to a standstill, but the 69th Battery, firing shrapnel at a range of 1,400 yards, subdued the rifle fire, and about 11:30, the infantry were able to push on once more. Above the wood, there was an open space some hundreds of yards across, bounded by a rough stone wall built for herding cattle. A second wall ran at right angles to this down towards the wood. An enfilading rifle fire had been sweeping across this open space, but the wall in front does not appear to have been occupied by the enemy, who held the kopje above it. To avoid the crossfire, the soldiers ran in single file under the shelter of the wall, which covered them to the right, and so reached the other wall across their front. Here there was a second long delay, the men dribbling up from below, and firing over the top of the wall and between the chinks of the stones. The Dublin Fusiliers, through being in a more difficult position, had been unable to get up as quickly as the others, and most of the hard-breathing, excited men who crowded under the wall were of the Rifles and of the Irish Fusiliers. The air was so full of bullets that it seemed impossible to live upon the other side of this shelter. 200 yards intervened between the wall and the crest of the kopje, and yet the kopje had to be cleared if the battle were to be won. Out of the huddled line of crouching men, an officer sprang shouting, and a score of soldiers vaulted over the wall and followed at his heels. It was Captain Conan of the Irish Fusiliers, but his personal magnetism carried up with him some of the Rifles as well as men of his own command. He and half his little forlorn hope were struck down, he, alas, to die the same night, but there were other leaders as brave to take his place. "Forrard away, men! Forrard away!" cried Nugent of the Rifles. 3 bullets struck him, but he continued to drag himself up the boulder-studded hill. Others followed, and others, from all sides they came running, the crouching, yelling, khaki-clad figures, and the supports rushed up from the rear. For a time they were beaten down by their own shrapnel, striking into them from behind, which is an amazing thing when one considers that the range was under 2,000 yards. It was here, between the wall and the summit, that Colonel Gunning, of the Rifles, and many other brave men met their end, some by our own bullets and some by those of the enemy, but the Boers thinned away in front of them, and the anxious onlookers from the plain below saw the waving helmets on the crest, and learned at last that all was well. But It was, it must be confessed, a Pyrrhic victory. We had our hill, but what else had we? The guns which had been silenced by our fire had been removed from the kopje. The commando which seized the hill was that of Lucas Meyer, and it is computed that he had with him about 4,000 men. This figure includes those under the command of Erasmus, who made half-hearted demonstrations against the British flank. If the shirkers be eliminated, it is probable that there were not more than 1,000 actual combatants upon the hill. Of this number, about 50 were killed and 100 wounded. The British loss at Talana Hill itself was 41 killed and 180 wounded, but among the killed were many whom the army could ill spare. The gallant but optimistic Simons, Gunning of the Rifles, Shurston, Connor, Hambro, and many other brave men died that day. The loss of officers was out of all proportion to that of the men. An incident which occurred immediately after the action did much to rob the British of the fruits of the victory. Artillery had pushed up the moment that the hill was carried, and had unlimbered on Smith's Neck between the two hills, from which the enemy, in broken groups of 50 and 100, could be seen streaming away. A fairer chance for the use of shrapnel has never been. But at this instant there ran from an old iron church on the reverse side of the hill, which had been used all day as a Boer hospital, a man with a white flag. It is probable that the action was in good faith, and that it was simply intended to claim a protection for the ambulance party which followed him. But the too confiding gunner in command appears to have thought that an armistice had been declared, and held his hand during those precious minutes which might have turned a defeat into a rout. The chance passed, never to return. The double error of firing into our own advance and of failing to fire into the enemy's retreat makes the battle one which cannot be looked back to with satisfaction by our gunners. In the meantime, some miles away, another train of events had led to a complete disaster to our small cavalry force, a disaster which robbed our dearly bought infantry victory of much of its importance. That action alone was undoubtedly a victorious one, but the net result of the day's fighting cannot be said to have been certainly in our favor. It was Wellington who asserted that his cavalry always got him into scrapes, and the whole of British military history might furnish examples of what he meant. Here again our cavalry got into trouble. Suffice it for the civilian to chronicle the fact, and leave it to the military critic to portion out the blame. One company of mounted infantry, that of the Rifles, had been told off to form an escort for the guns. The rest of the mounted infantry, with part of the 18th Hussars, Colonel Muller, had moved round the right flank until they reached the right rear of the enemy. Such a movement, had Lucas Meyer been the only opponent, would have been above criticism, but knowing, as we did, that there were several commandos converging upon Glencoe, it was obviously taking a very grave and certain risk to allow the cavalry to wander too far from support. They were soon entangled in broken country and attacked by superior numbers of the Boers. There was a time when they might have exerted an important influence upon the action by attacking the Boer ponies behind the hills, but the opportunity was allowed to pass. An attempt was made to get back to the army, and a series of defensive positions were held to cover the retreat, but the enemy's fire became too hot to allow them to be retained. Every route save one appeared to be blocked, so the horsemen took this, which led them into the heart of a second commando of the enemy. Finding no way through, the force took up a defensive position, part of them in a farm and part on a kopje which overlooked it. The party consisted of 2 troops of hussars, 1 company of mounted infantry of the Dublin Fusiliers, and 1 section of the mounted infantry of the Rifles, about 200 men in all. They were subjected to a hot fire for some hours, many being killed and wounded. Guns were brought up and fired shell into the farmhouse. At 4:30 the force, being in a perfectly hopeless position, laid down their arms. Their ammunition was gone. Many of their horses had stampeded, and they were hemmed in by very superior numbers. so that no slightest slur can rest upon the survivors for their decision to surrender. Though the movements which brought them to such a pass are more open to criticism, they were the vanguard of that considerable body of humiliated and bitter-hearted men who were to assemble at the capital of our brave and crafty enemy. The remainder of the 18th Hussars, who under Major Knox had been detached from the main force and sent across the Boer rear, underwent a somewhat similar experience, but succeeded in extricating themselves with a loss of 6 killed and 10 wounded. Their efforts were by no means lost, as they engaged the attention of a considerable body of Boers during the day, and were able to bring some prisoners back with them. The Battle of Talana Hill was a tactical victory, but a strategic defeat. It was a crude frontal attack without any attempt at even a feint of flanking, but the valor of the troops, from general to private, carried it through. The force was in a position so radically false that the only use which they could make of a victory was to cover their own retreat. From all points, Boer commandos were converging upon it, and already it was understood that the guns at their command were heavier than any which could be placed against them. This was made more clear on October 21st, the day after the battle, when the force, having withdrawn overnight from the useless hill which they had captured, moved across to a fresh position on the far side of the railway. At 4 in the afternoon, a very heavy gun opened from a distant hill, altogether beyond the extreme range of our artillery, and plumped shell after shell into our camp. It was the first appearance of the great crusade. An officer with several men of the Leicesters and some of our few remaining cavalry were bit. The position was clearly impossible, so at 2 in the morning of the 22nd the whole force was moved to a point to the south of the town of Dundee. On the same day, a reconnaissance was made in the direction of Glencoe Station, but the passes were found to be strongly occupied, and the little army marched back again to its original position. The command had fallen to Colonel Ewell, who justly considered that his men were dangerously and uselessly exposed, and that his correct strategy was to fall back, if it were still possible, and join the main body at Ladysmith, even at the cost of abandoning the 200 sick and wounded who lay with General Simons in the hospital at Dundee. It was a painful necessity, but no one who studies the situation can have any doubt of its wisdom. The retreat was no easy task, a march by road of some 60 or 70 miles, through a very rough country with an enemy pressing on every side. Its successful completion without any loss or any demoralization of the troops is perhaps as fine a military exploit as any of our early victories. Through the energetic and loyal CO operation of Sir George White, who fought the actions of Ellenslacht and of Rietfontein in order to keep the way open for them, and owing mainly to the skillful guidance of Colonel Dartnell of the Natal Police, they succeeded in their critical maneuver. On October 23rd, they were at Byte. On the 24th at Wezelank Spruit. On the 25th at Sunday River, and next morning they marched, sodden with rain, plastered with mud, dog, tired, but in the best of spirits, into Ladysmith amid the cheers of their comrades. A battle, 6 days without settled sleep, 4 days without a proper meal, winding up with a single march of 32 miles over heavy ground and through a pelting rainstorm. That was the record of the Dundee column. They had fought and won, they had striven and toiled to the utmost capacity of manhood, and the end of it all was that they had reached the spot which they should never have left. But their endurance could not be lost. No worthy deed is ever lost. Like the Light Division, when they marched their 50-odd unbroken miles to be present at Talavera, they leave a memory and a standard behind them, which is more important than success. It is by the tradition of such sufferings and such endurance that others in other days are nerved to do the like. Chapter 6. Ellenslachte and Rietfontein. While the Glencoe force had struck furiously at the army of Lucas Meyer, and had afterwards by hard marching disengaged itself from the numerous dangers which threatened it, its comrades at Ladysmith had loyally come, operated in drawing off the attention of the enemy and keeping the line of retreat open. On October 20th, the same day as the Battle of Talana Hill, the line was cut by the Boers at a point nearly midway between Dundee and Ladysmith. A small body of horsemen were the forerunners of a considerable commando, composed of Free Staters, Transvaalers, and Germans, who had advanced into Natal through Botha's Pass under the command of General Koch. They had with them the two Maxim Nordenfelds, which had been captured from the Jameson raiders, and were now destined to return once more to British hands. Colonel Scheel, the German artillerist, had charge of these guns. On the evening of that day, General French, with a strong reconnoitering party, including the Natal Carabineers, the 5th Lancers, and the 21st Battery, had defined the enemy's position. Next morning, the 21st, he returned, but either the enemy had been reinforced during the night or he had underrated them the day before, for the force which he took with him was too weak for any serious attack. He had one battery of the Natal Artillery, with their little 7-pounder pop guns, 5 squadrons of the Imperial Horse, and, in the train which slowly accompanied his advance, half a battalion of the Manchester Regiment. Elated by the news of Talana Hill, and anxious to emulate their brothers of Dundee, the little force moved out of Ladysmith in the early morning. Some at least of the men were animated by feelings such as seldom find a place in the breast of the British soldier as he marches into battle. A sense of duty, a belief in the justice of his cause, a love for his regiment and for his country. These are the common incentives of every soldier. But to the men of the Imperial Light Horse, recruited as they were from among the British refugees of the Rand, there was added a burning sense of injustice, and in many cases a bitter hatred against the men whose rule had weighed so heavily upon them. In this singular corps, the ranks were full of wealthy men and men of education, who, driven from their peaceful vocations in Johannesburg, were bent upon fighting their way back to them again. A most unmerited slur had been cast upon their courage in connection with the Jameson raid, a slur which they and other similar corps have washed out forever in their own blood and that of their enemy. Chisholm, a fiery little lancer, was in command, with Kari Davis and Wool Sampson, the two stalwarts who had preferred Pretoria Gaol to the favors of Kruger, as his majors. The troopers were on fire at the news that a cartel had arrived in Ladysmith the night before, purporting to come from the Johannesburg Boers and Hollanders, asking what uniform the Light Horse wore, as they were anxious to meet them in battle. These men were fellow townsmen and knew each other well. They need not have troubled about the uniform, for before evening the Light Horse were near enough for them to know their faces. It was about 8 o'clock on a bright summer morning that the small force came in contact with a few scattered Boer outposts, who retired, firing, before the advance of the Imperial Light Horse. As they fell back, the green and white tents of the invaders came into view upon the russet-colored hillside of Ellenslaw. Down at the red brick railway station, the Boers could be seen swarming out of the buildings in which they had spent the night. The little Natal guns, firing with obsolete black powder, threw a few shells into the station, one of which, it is said, penetrated a Boer ambulance, which could not be seen by the gunners. The accident was to be regretted, but as no patients could have been in the ambulance, the mischance was not a serious one. But the busy, smoky little 7-pounder guns were soon to meet their master. Away up on the distant hillside, a long 1,000 yards beyond their own furthest range, there was a sudden bright flash. No smoke, only the throb of flame, and then the long sibilant scream of the shell, and the thud as it buried itself in the ground under a limber. Such judgment of range would have delighted the most martinet of inspectors at Okehampton. Bang came another, and another, and another, right into the heart of the battery. The 6 little guns lay back at their extremest angle, and all barked together in impotent fury. Another shell pitched over them, and the officer in command lowered his field glass in despair as he saw his own shells bursting far short upon the hillside. Jameson's defeat does not seem to have been due to any defect in his artillery. French, peering and pondering, soon came to the conclusion that there were too many Boers for him, and that if those 15-pounders desired target practice, they should find some other mark than the natal field artillery. A few curt orders, and his whole force was making its way to the rear. There, out of range of those perilous guns, they halted. The telegraph wire was cut, a telephone attachment was made, and French whispered his troubles into the sympathetic ear of Ladysmith. He did not whisper in vain. What he had to say was that where he had expected a few hundred riflemen, he found something like 2,000, and that where he expected no guns, he found 2 very excellent ones. The reply was that by road and by rail as many men as could be spared were on their way to join him. Soon they began to drop in, those useful reinforcements. First the Devons, quiet, businesslike, reliable. Then the Gordons, dashing, fiery, brilliant. 2 squadrons of the 5th Lancers, the 42nd RFA, the 21st RA, another squadron of Lancers, a squadron of the 5th Dragoon Guards. French began to feel that he was strong enough for the task in front of him. He had a decided superiority of numbers and of guns. But the others were on their favorite defensive on a hill. It would be a fair fight and a deadly one. It was late afternoon before the advance began. It was hard, among those billowing hills, to make out the exact limits of the enemy's position. All that was certain was that they were there, and that we meant having them out if it were humanly possible. "The enemy are there," said Ian Hamilton to his infantry. "I hope you will shift them out before sunset. In fact, I know you will." The men cheered and laughed. In long open lines they advanced across the veld, while the thunder of the 2 batteries behind them told the Boer gunners that it was their turn now to know what it was to be outmatched. The idea was to take the position by a front and a flank attack, but there seems to have been some difficulty in determining which was the front and which the flank. In fact, it was only by trying that one could know. General White with his staff had arrived from Ladysmith, but refused to take the command out of French's hands. It is typical of White's chivalrous spirit that within 10 days he refused to identify himself with a victory when it was within his right to do so, and took the whole responsibility for a disaster at which he was not present. Now he rode amid the shells and watched the able dispositions of his lieutenant. About 3:30, the action had fairly begun. In front of the advancing British there lay a rolling hill, topped by a further one. The lower hill was not defended, and the infantry, breaking from column of companies into open order, advanced over it. Beyond was a broad grassy valley, which led up to the main position. A long kopje flanked by a small sugar loaf, one behind the green slope, which led to the ridge of death. An ominous and terrible cloud was driving up, casting its black shadow over the combatants. There was the stillness which goes before some great convulsion of nature. The men pressed on in silence, the soft thudding of their feet and the rattle of their sidearms filling the air with a low and continuous murmur. An additional solemnity was given to the attack by that huge black cloud which hung before them. The British guns had opened at a range of 4,400 yards, and now, against the swarthy background, there came the quick smokeless twinkle of the Boer reply. It was an unequal fight, but gallantly sustained. A shot and another to find the range, then a wreath of smoke from a bursting shell exactly where the guns had been, followed by another and another. Overmatched, the 2 Boer pieces relapsed into a sulky silence, broken now and again by short spurts of frenzied activity. The British batteries turned their attention away from them and began to search the ridge with shrapnel and prepare the way for the advancing infantry. The scheme was that the Devonshire should hold the enemy in front, while the main attack from the left flank was carried out by the Gordons, the Manchesters, and the Imperial Light Horse. The words front and flank, however, ceased to have any meaning with so mobile and elastic a force, and the attack which was intended to come from the left became really a frontal one, while the Devons found themselves upon the right flank of the Boers. At the moment of the final advance, The great black cloud had burst, and a torrent of rain lashed into the faces of the men. Slipping and sliding upon the wet grass, they advanced to the assault. And now, amid the hissing of the rain, there came the fuller, more menacing whine of the Mauser bullets, and the ridge rattled from end to end with the rifle fire. Men fell fast, but their comrades pressed hotly on. There was a long way to go, for the summit of the position was nearly 800 feet above the level of the railway. The hillside, which had appeared to be one slope, was really a succession of undulations, so that the advancing infantry alternately dipped into shelter and emerged into a hail of bullets. The line of advance was dotted with khaki-clad figures, some still in death, some writhing in their agony. Amid the litter of bodies, a major of the Gordons, shot through the leg, sat philosophically smoking his pipe. Plucky little Chisholm, colonel of the Imperials, had fallen with 2 mortal wounds as he dashed forward, waving a colored sash in the air. So long was the advance, and so trying the hill, that the men sank panting upon the ground and took their breath before making another rush. As at Talana Hill, regimental formation was largely gone, and men of the Manchesters, Gordons, and Imperial Light Horse surged upwards in one long ragged fringe, Scotchmen, Englishmen, and British Afrikander, keeping pace in that race of death. And now at last they began to see their enemy. Here and there among the boulders in front of them there was the glimpse of a slouched hat, or a peep at a flushed bearded face which drooped over a rifle barrel. There was a pause, and then with a fresh impulse, the wave of men gathered themselves together and flung themselves forward. Dark figures sprang up from the rocks in front. Some held up their rifles in token of surrender. Some ran with heads sunk between their shoulders, jumping and ducking among the rocks. The panting, breathless climbers were on the edge of the plateau. There were the 2 guns which had flashed so brightly, silenced now, with a litter of dead gunners around them, and 1 wounded officer standing by a trail. A small body of the Boers still resisted. Their appearance horrified some of our men. They were dressed in black frock coats and looked like a lot of rather seedy businessmen, said a spectator. It seemed like murder to kill them. Some surrendered, and some fought to the death where they stood. Their leader Cole, an old gentleman with a white beard, lay amidst the rocks, wounded in 3 places. He was treated with all courtesy and attention, but died in Ladysmith Hospital some days afterwards. In the meanwhile, the Devonshire regiment had waited until the attack had developed and had then charged the hill upon the flank, while the artillery moved up until it was within 2,000 yards of the enemy's position. The Devons met with a less fierce resistance than the others, and swept up to the summit in time to head off some of the fugitives. The whole of our infantry were now upon the ridge, but even so, these dour fighters were not beaten. They clung desperately to the further edges of the plateau, firing from behind the rocks. There had been a race for the nearest gun between an officer of the Manchesters and a drummer sergeant of the Gordons. The officer won, and sprang in triumph onto the piece. Men of all regiments swarmed round yelling and cheering, when upon their astonished ears there sounded the cease fire and then the retire. It was incredible, and yet it pealed out again, unmistakable in its urgency. With the instinct of discipline, the men were slowly falling back, and then the truth of it came upon the minds of some of them. The crafty enemy had learned our bugle calls. "Retire, be damned!" shrieked a little bugler, and blew the advance with all the breath that the hillside had left him. The men, who had retired 100 yards and uncovered the guns, flooded back over the plateau, and in the Boer camp which lay beneath it, a white flag showed that the game was up. A squadron of the 5th Lancers and of the 5th Dragoon Guards, under Colonel Gore of the latter regiment, had prowled round the base of the hillock, and in the fading light they charged through and through the retreating Boers, killing several and making from 20 to 30 prisoners. It was one of the very few occasions in the war where the mounted Briton overtook the mounted Boer. "What price, Majuba?" was the cry raised by some of the infantry as they dashed up to the enemy's position, and the action may indeed be said to have been in some respects the converse of that famous fight. It is true that there were many more British at Ellenslacht than Boers at Majuba, but then the defending force was much more numerous also, and the British had no guns there. It is true, also, that Majuba is very much more precipitous than Ellenslacht, but then every practical soldier knows that it is easier to defend a moderate glacis than an abrupt slope, which gives cover under its boulders to the attacker, while the defender has to crane his head over the edge to look down. On the whole, this brilliant little action may be said to have restored things to their true proportion, and to have shown that, brave as the Boers undoubtedly are, there is no military feat within their power which is not equally possible to the British soldier. Talana Hill and Ellenslacht, fought on successive days, were each of them as gallant an exploit as Majuba. We had more to show for our victory than for the previous one at Dundee. 2 Maxim Nordenfeldt guns, whose efficiency had been painfully evident during the action, were a welcome addition to our artillery. 250 Boers were killed and wounded, and about 200 taken prisoners, the loss falling most heavily upon the Johannesburgers, the Germans, and the Hollanders. General Koch, Dr. Koster, Colonel Schiele, Pretorius, and other well-known Transvaalers fell into our hands. Our own casualty list consisted of 41 killed and 220 wounded, much the same number as at Talana Hill, the heaviest losses falling upon the Gordon Highlanders and the Imperial Light Horse. In the hollow where the Boer tents had stood, amid the laggard wagons of the vanquished, under a murky sky and a constant drizzle of rain, the victors spent the night. Sleep was out of the question, for all night the fatigue parties were searching the hillside, and the wounded were being carried in. Campe! Fires were lit, and soldiers and prisoners crowded round them, and it is pleasant to recall that the warmest corner and the best of their rude fare were always reserved for the downcast Dutch, while words of rude praise and sympathy softened the pain of defeat. It is the memory of such things which may in happier days be more potent than all the wisdom of statesmen in welding our two races into one. Having cleared the Boer force from the line of the railway, it is evident that General White could not continue to garrison the point, as he was aware that considerable forces were moving from the north, and his first duty was the security of Ladysmith. Early next morning, October 22nd, therefore, his weary but victorious troops returned to the town. Once there he learned, no doubt, that General Ewell had no intention of using the broken railway for his retreat, but that he intended to come in a circuitous fashion by road. White's problem was to hold tight to the town and at the same time to strike hard at any northern force, so as to prevent them from interfering with Ewell's retreat. It was in the furtherance of this scheme that he fought upon October 24th the action of Rietfontein, an engagement slight in itself, but important on account of the clear road which was secured for the weary forces retiring from Dundee. The army from the Free State, of which the commando vanquished at Ellenslacht was the vanguard, had been slowly and steadily debouching from the passes, and working south and eastwards to cut the line between Dundee and Ladysmith. It was White's intention to prevent them from crossing the Newcastle road, and for this purpose he sallied out of Ladysmith on Tuesday the 24th, having with him 2 regiments of cavalry, the 5th Lancers and the 19th Hussars, the 42nd and 53rd Field Batteries with the 10th Mountain Battery, 4 infantry regiments, the Devons, Liverpools, Gloucesters, and 2nd King's Royal Rifles, the Imperial Light Horse, and the Natal Volunteers, some 4,000 men in all. The enemy were found to be in possession of a line of hills within 7 miles of Ladysmith, the most conspicuous of which is called Tinta in Uni. It was no part of General White's plan to attempt to drive him from this position. It is not wise generalship to fight always upon ground of the enemy's choosing, but it was important to hold him where he was, and to engage his attention during this last day of the march of the retreating column. For this purpose, since no direct attack was intended, the guns were of more importance than the infantry, and indeed the infantry should, one might imagine, have been used solely as an escort for the artillery. A desultory and inconclusive action ensued which continued from 9 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon. A well-directed fire of the Boer guns from the hills was dominated and controlled by our field artillery, while the advance of their riflemen was restrained by shrapnel. The enemy's guns were more easily marked down than at Ellenslagte, as they used black powder. The ranges varied from 3 to 4,000 yards. Our losses in the sea polo action would have been insignificant had it not happened that the Gloucester's regiment advanced somewhat incautiously into the open, and Doyle was caught in a crossfire of musketry which struck down Colonel Wilford and 50 his officers and men. Johnny. Within 4 days, Colonel Dick Cunningham of the Gordons, Colonel Chisholm of the Light Horse, Colonel Gunning of the Rifles, and now Colonel Wilford of the Gloucesters had all fallen at the head of their regiment. In the afternoon, General White, having accomplished his purpose and secured the safety of the Dundee column, while traversing the dangerous Biggersburg passes, withdrew his force to Ladysmith. We have no means of ascertaining the losses of the Boers, but they were probably slight. On our side, we lost 109 killed and wounded, of which only 13 cases were fatal. Of this total, 64 belonged to the Gloucesters, and 25 to the troops raised in Natal. Next day, as already narrated, the whole British army was reassembled once more at Ladysmith, and the campaign was to enter upon a new phase. At the end of this first vigorous week of hostilities, it is interesting to sum up the net result. The strategical advantage had lain with the Boers. They had made our position at Dundee untenable, and had driven us back to Ladysmith. They had the country and the railway for the northern quarter of the colony in their possession. They had killed and wounded between 600 and 700 of our men, and they had captured some 200 of our cavalry, while we had been compelled at Dundee to leave considerable stores in our wounded, including General Penn Simons, who actually died while a prisoner in their hands. On the other hand, the tactical advantages lay with us. We had twice driven them from their positions and captured 2 of their guns. We had taken 200 prisoners, and had probably killed and wounded as many as we had lost. On the whole, the honors of that week's fighting in Natal may be said to have been fairly equal, which is more than we could claim for many a weary week to come. Chapter 7. The Battle of Ladysmith. Sir George White had now reunited his force, and found himself in command of a formidable little army, some 12,000 in number. His cavalry included the 5th Lancers, the 5th Dragoons, part of the 18th, and the whole of the 19th Hussars, the Natal Carabineers, the Border Rifles, some mounted infantry, and the Imperial Light Horse. Among his infantry were the Royal Irish Fusiliers, the Dublin Fusiliers, and the King's Royal Rifles, fresh from the ascent of Talana Hill, the Gordons, the Manchesters, and the Devons who had been blooded at Ellenslagte, the Leicesters, the Liverpools, the 2nd Battalion of the King's Royal Rifles, the 2nd Rifle Brigade, and the Gloucesters, who had been so roughly treated at Riotfontein. He had 6 batteries of excellent field artillery, the 13th, 21st, 42nd, 53rd, 67th, 69th, and no 10 mountain battery of screw guns. No general could have asked for a more compact and workmanlike little force. It had been recognized by the British general from the beginning that his tactics must be defensive, since he was largely outnumbered, and since also any considerable mishap to his force would expose the whole colony of Natal to destruction. The actions of Ellenslacht and Rietfontein were forced upon him in order to disengage his compromised detachment, but now there was no longer any reason why he should assume the offensive. He knew that away out on the Atlantic, a trail of transports which already extended from the Channel to Cape de Verde were hourly drawing nearer to him with the Army Corps from England. In a fortnight or less, the first of them would be at Durban. It was his game, therefore, to keep his army intact and to let those throbbing engines and whirling propellers do the work of the Empire. Had he entrenched himself up to his nose and waited, it would have paid him best in the end. But so tame and inglorious a policy is impossible to a fighting soldier. He could not, with his splendid force, permit himself to be shut in without an action. What policy demands honor may forbid. On October 27th, there were already Boers and rumors of Boers on every side of him. Joubert, with his main body, was moving across from Dundee. The Free Staters were to the north and west. Their combined numbers were uncertain, but at least it was already proved that they were far more numerous and also more formidable than had been anticipated. We had had a taste of their artillery also, and the pleasant delusion that it would be a mere useless encumbrance to a Boer force had vanished forever. It was a grave thing to leave the town in order to give battle, for the mobile enemy might swing round and seize it behind us. Nevertheless, White determined to make the venture. On the 29th, the enemy were visibly converging upon the town. From a high hill within rifle shot of the houses, a watcher could see no fewer than 6 Boer camps to the east and north. French, with his cavalry, pushed out feelers and coasted along the edge of the advancing host. His report warned White that if he would strike before all the scattered bands were united, he must do so at once. The wounded were sent down to Pietermaritzburg, and it would bear explanation why the non-combatants did not accompany them. On the evening of the same day, Joubert in person was said to be only 6 miles off, and a party of his men cut the water supply of the town. The Klip, however, a fair-sized river, runs through Ladysmith, so that there was no danger of thirst. The British had inflated and sent up a balloon. To the amazement of the Backveld Boers, its report confirmed the fact that the enemy was in force in front of and around them. On the night of the 29th, General White detached 2 of his best regiments, the Irish Fusiliers and the Gloucesters, with Nowidawa, 10 mountain battery, to advance under cover of the darkness and to seize and hold a long ridge called Nicholson's Neck, which lay about 6 miles to the north of Ladysmith. Having determined to give battle on the next day, his object was to protect his left wing against those Free Staters who were still moving from the north and west, and also to keep a pass open by which his cavalry might pursue the Boer fugitives in case of a British victory. This small detached column numbered about 1,000 men, whose fate will be afterwards narrated. At 5 o'clock on the morning of the 30th, the Boers, who had already developed a perfect genius for hauling heavy cannon up the most difficult heights, opened fire from one of the hills which lie to the north of the town. Before the shot was fired, the forces of the British had already streamed out of Ladysmith to test the strength of the invaders. White's army was divided into 3 columns. On the extreme left, quite isolated from the others, was the small Nicholson's Neck detachment under the command of Colonel Carleton of the Fusiliers, one of 3 gallant brothers, each of whom commands a British regiment. With him was Major Adai of the staff. On the right British flank, Colonel Grimwood commanded a brigade composed of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the King's Royal Rifles, the Leicesters, the Liverpools, and the Royal Dublin Fusiliers. In the centre, Colonel Ian Hamilton commanded the Devons, the Gordons, the Manchesters, and the 2nd Battalion of the Rifle Brigade, which marched direct into the battle from the train which had brought them from Durban. 6 batteries of artillery were massed in the centre under Colonel Downing. French with the cavalry and mounted infantry was on the extreme right, but found little opportunity for the use of the mounted arm that day. The Boer position, so far as it could be seen, was a formidable one. Their center lay upon one of the spurs of Signal Hill, about 3 miles from the town. Here they had 2 40-pounders and 3 other lighter guns, but their artillery strength developed both in numbers and in weight of metal as the day wore on. Of their dispositions little could be seen. An observer looking westward might discern with his glass sprays of mounted riflemen galloping here and there over the down, and possibly small groups where the gunners stood by their guns, or the leaders gazed down at that town which they were destined to have in view for such a weary while. On the dun-colored plains before the town, the long thin lines, with an occasional shifting sparkle of steel, showed where Hamilton's and Grimwood's infantry were advancing. In the clear cold air of an African morning every detail could be seen, down to the distant smoke of a train toiling up the heavy grades which lead from Frere over the Colenso Bridge to Ladysmith. The scrambling, inconsequential, unsatisfactory action which ensued is as difficult to describe as it must have been to direct. The Boer front covered some 7 or 8 miles, with kopjes, like chains of fortresses, between. They formed a huge semicircle of which our advance was the chord, and they were able from this position to pour in a converging artillery fire which grew steadily hotter as the day advanced. In the early part of the day our 42 guns, working furiously, though with a want of accuracy which may be due to those errors of refraction which are said to be common in the limpid air of the veld, preserved their superiority. There appears to have been a want of concentration about our fire, and at some periods of the action each particular battery was firing at some different point of the Boer half-circle. Sometimes for an hour on end, the Boer reply would die away altogether, only to break out with augmented violence, and with an accuracy which increased our respect for their training. Huge shells, the largest that ever burst upon a battlefield, hurled from distances which were unattainable by our 15-pounders, enveloped our batteries in smoke and flame. One enormous Creusot gun on Pepworth Hill threw a 96-pound shell at a distance of 4 miles, and several 40-pound howitzers outweighted our field gun. And on the same day on which we were so roughly taught how large the guns were, which labor and goodwill could haul on to the field of battle, we learned also that our enemy, to the disgrace of our Board of Ordnance be it recorded, was more in touch with modern invention than we were, and could show us not only the largest, but also the smallest, shell which had yet been used. Would that it had been our officials instead of our gunners who heard the devilish little 1-pound shells of the Vickers Maxim automatic gun, exploding with a continuous string of crackings and bangings, like a huge cracker, in their faces and about their ears. Up to 7 o'clock our infantry had shown no disposition to press the attack, for with so huge a position in front of them, and so many hills which were held by the enemy, it was difficult to know what line of advance should be taken, or whether the attack should not be converted into a mere reconnaissance. Shortly after that hour, however, the Boers decided the question by themselves, developing a vigorous movement upon Grimwood and the right flank. With field guns, Maxims, and rifle fire, they closed rapidly in upon him. The center column was drafted off, regiment by regiment, to reinforce the right. The Gordons, Devons, Manchesters, and 3 batteries were sent over to Grimwood's relief, and the 5th Lancers, acting as infantry, assisted him to hold on. At 9 o'clock there was a lull, but it was evident that fresh commandos and fresh guns were continually streaming into the firing line. The engagement opened again with redoubled violence, and Grimwood's 3 advanced battalions fell back, abandoning the ridge which they had held for 5 hours. The reason for this withdrawal was not that they could not continue to hold their position, but it was that a message had just reached Sir George White from Colonel Knox, commanding in Ladysmith, to the effect that it looked as if the enemy was about to rush the town from the other side. Crossing the open in some disorder, they lost heavily, and would have done so more had not the 13th Field Battery, followed after an interval by the 53rd, dashed forward, firing shrapnel at short ranges in order to cover the retreat of the infantry. Amid the bursting of the huge 96-pound shells and the snapping of the vicious little automatic 1-pounder Sioux, with a cross-fire of rifles as well, Abby's and Dawkins' gallant batteries swung round their muzzles and hit back right and left, flashing and blazing, amid their litter of dead horses and men. So severe was the fire that the guns were obscured by the dust, knocked up by the little shells of the automatic gun. Then, when their work was done, and the retiring infantry had straggled over the ridge, the covering guns whirled and bounded after them. So many horses had fallen that 2 pieces were left until the teams could be brought back for them, which was successfully done through the gallantry of Captain Thwaites. The action of these batteries was one of the few gleams of light in a not-too-brilliant day's work. With splendid coolness and courage, they helped each other by alternate retirements after the retreating infantry had passed them. The 21st Battery, Blewitts, also distinguished itself by its staunchness in covering the retirement of the cavalry, while the 42nd, Goulburns, suffered the heaviest losses of any. On the whole, such honors as fell to our lot were mainly with the gunners. White must have been now uneasy for his position, and it had become apparent that his only course was to fall back and concentrate upon the town. His left flank was up in the air, and the sound of distant firing, wafted over 5 miles of broken country, was the only message which arrived from them. His right had been pushed back, and most dangerous of all, his center had ceased to exist, for only the 2nd Rifle Brigade remained there. What would happen if the enemy burst rudely through and pushed straight for the town? It was the more possible, as the Boer artillery had now proved itself to be far heavier than ours. That terrible 96-pounder, serenely safe and out of range, was plumping its great projectiles into the masses of retiring troops. The men had had little sleep and little food, and this unanswerable fire was an ordeal for a force which is retreating. A retirement may very rapidly become a rout under such circumstances. It was with some misgivings that the officers saw their men quicken their pace and glance back over their shoulders at the whine and screech of the shell. They were still some miles from home, and the plain was open. What could be done to give them some relief? And at that very moment there came the opportune and unexpected answer. That plume of engine smoke, which the watcher had observed in the morning, had drawn nearer and nearer, as the heavy train came puffing and creaking up the steep inclines. Then, almost before it had drawn up at the Ladysmith siding, there it had sprung from it a crowd of merry bearded fellows, with ready hands and strange sea cries, pulling and hauling, with rope and purchase to get out the long slim guns, which they had lashed on the trucks. Singular carriages were there, specially invented by Captain Percy Scott, and laboring and straining they worked furiously to get the 12-pounder quick-firers into action. Then at last it was done, and the long tube swept upwards to the angle at which they might hope to reach that monster on the hill at the horizon. 2 of them craned their long inquisitive necks up and exchanged repartees with the big Crusade. And so it was that the weary and dispirited British troops heard a crash which was louder and sharper than that of their field guns, and saw far away upon the distant hill a great spurt of smoke and flame to show where the shell had struck. Another and another and another, and then they were troubled no more. Captain Hedworth Lambton and his men had saved the situation. The masterful gun had met its own master and sank into silence, while the somewhat bedraggled field force came trailing back into Ladysmith, leaving 300 of their number behind them. It was a high price to pay, but other misfortunes were in store for us which made the retirement of the morning seem insignificant. In the meantime, we may follow the unhappy fortunes of the small column which had, as already described, been sent out by Sir George White in order, if possible, to prevent the junction of the 2 Boer armies, and at the same time to threaten the right wing of the main force. which was advancing from the direction of Dundee. Sir George White, throughout the campaign, consistently displayed one quality, which is a charming one in an individual, but maybe dangerous in a commander. He was a confirmed optimist. Perhaps his heart might have failed him in the dark days to come had he not been so. But whether one considers the non-destruction of the Newcastle Railway, the acquiescence in the occupation of Dundee, the retention of the non-combatants in Ladysmith until it was too late to get rid of their useless mouths, or the failure to make any serious preparations for the defense of the town until his troops were beaten back into it, we see always the same evidence of a man who habitually hopes that all will go well, and is in consequence remiss in making preparations for their going ill. But unhappily in every one of these instances they did go ill, though the slowness of the Boers enabled us, both at Dundee and at Ladysmith, to escape what might have been disaster. Sir George White has so nobly and frankly taken upon himself the blame of Nicholson's neck that an impartial historian must rather regard his self-condemnation as having been excessive. The immediate causes of the failure were undoubtedly the results of pure ill fortune and depended on things outside his control. But it is evident that the strategic plan which would justify the presence of this column at Nicholson's Neck was based upon the supposition that the main army won their action at Lombard's Cop. In that case, White might swing round his right and pin the Boers between himself and Nicholson's Neck. In any case, he could then reunite with his isolated wing. But if he should lose his battle, what then? What was to become of this detachment 5 miles up in the air? How was it to be extricated? The gallant Irishman seems to have waved aside the very idea of defeat. An assurance was, it is reported, given to the leaders of the column that by 11 o'clock next morning they would be relieved. So they would, if White had won his action. But the force chosen to operate independently consisted of 4.5 companies of the Gloucester Regiment, 6 companies of the Royal Irish Fusiliers, and no Doyle. 10 mountain battery of 6 7-pounder screw guns. They were both old soldier regiments from India, and the Fusiliers had shown only 10 days before at Talana Hill the stuff of which they were made. Colonel Carleton, of the Fusiliers, to whose exertions much of the success of the retreat from Dundee was due, commanded the column, with Major Addy as staff officer. On the night of Sunday, October 29th, they tramped out of Ladysmith, 1,000 men, none better in the army. Little they thought, as they exchanged a jest or two with the outlying pickets, that they were seeing the last of their own armed countrymen for many a weary month. The road was irregular, and the night was moonless. On either side the black loom of the hills bulked vaguely through the darkness. The column tramped stolidly along, the Fusiliers in front, the guns and Gloucesters behind. Several times a short halt was called to make sure of the bearings. At last, in the black cold hours which come between midnight and morning, the column swung to the left, out of the road. In front of them, hardly visible, stretched a long black kopje. It was the very Nicholson's Neck which they had come to occupy. Carleton and Adye must have heaved a sigh of relief as they realized that they had actually struck it. The force was but 200 yards from the position, and all had gone without a hitch. And yet, in those 200 yards, there came an incident which decided the fate both of their enterprise and of themselves. Out of the darkness there blundered and rattled 5 horsemen, their horses galloping, the loose stones flying around them. In the dim light they were gone as soon as seen. Whence coming, whither going, no one knows, nor is it certain whether it was design, or ignorance, or panic, which sent them riding so wildly through the darkness. Somebody fired. A sergeant of the Fusiliers took the bullet through his hand. Someone else shouted to fix bayonets. The mules which carried the spare ammunition kicked and reared. There was no question of treachery, for they were led by our own men, but to hold 2 frightened mules, one with either hand, is a feat for a Hercules. They lashed, and tossed, and bucked themselves loose, and an instant afterwards were flying helter-skelter through the column. Nearly all the mules caught the panic. In vain, the men held on to their heads. In the mad rush, they were galloped over and knocked down by the torrent of frightened creatures. In the gloom of that early hour, the men must have thought that they were charged by cavalry. The column was dashed out of all military order as effectively as if a regiment of dragoons had ridden over them. When the cyclone had passed, and the men had with many a muttered curse gathered themselves into their ranks once more, they realized how grave was the misfortune which had befallen them. There were those mad hooves still rattled in the distance, were their spare cartridges, their shells, and their cannon. A mountain gun is not drawn upon wheels, but is carried in adjustable parts upon muleback. A wheel had gone south, a trail east, a chase west. Some of the cartridges were strewn upon the road. Most were on their way back to Ladysmith. There was nothing for it but to face this new situation and to determine what should be done. It has been often and naturally asked, why did not Colonel Carleton make his way back at once upon the loss of his guns and ammunition, while it was still dark? One or two considerations are evident. In the first place, it is natural to a good soldier to endeavor to retrieve a situation rather than to abandon his enterprise. His prudence, did he not do so, might become the subject of public commendation, but might also provoke some private comment. A soldier's training is to take chances and to do the best he can with the material at his disposal. Again, Colonel Carleton and Major Adai knew the general plan of the battle, which would be raging within a very few hours. And they quite understood that by withdrawing they would expose General White's left flank to attack from the forces, as we know now, of the Orange Free Staters and of the Johannesburg police, who were coming from the north and west. He hoped to be relieved by 11, and he believed that, come what might, he could hold out until then. These are the most obvious of the considerations which induced Colonel Carleton to determine to carry out, so far as he could, the program which had been laid down for him and his command. He marched up the hill and occupied the position. His heart, however, must have sunk when he examined it. It was very large, too large to be effectively occupied by the force which he commanded. The length was about a mile and the breadth 400 yards. Shaped roughly like the sole of a boot, it was only the heel end which he could hope to hold. Other hills all round offered cover for Boer riflemen. Nothing daunted, however, he set his men to work at once building sangars with the loose stones. With the full dawn and the first snapping of Boer Mausers from the hills around, they had thrown up some sort of rude defenses which they might hope to hold until help should come. But how could help come when there was no means by which they could let White know the plight in which they found themselves? They had brought a heliograph with them, but it was on the back of one of those accursed mules. The Boers were thick around them, and they could not send a messenger. An attempt was made to convert a polished biscuit tin into a heliograph, but with poor success. A Kaffir was dispatched with promises of a heavy bribe, but he passed out of history. And there in the clear, cold morning air, the balloon hung to the south of them, where the first distant thunder of White's guns was beginning to sound. If only they could attract the attention of that balloon! Vainly they wagged flags at it. Serene and unresponsive it brooded over the distant battle. And now the Boers were thickening round them on every side. Christian de Wet, a name soon to be a household word, marshaled the Boer attack, which was soon strengthened by the arrival of Van Dam and his police. At 5 o'clock the fire began. At 6 it was warm. At 7 warmer still. 2 companies of the Gloucesters lined a sangar on the tread of the Sole, to prevent anyone getting too near to the heel. A fresh detachment of Boers, firing from a range of nearly 1,000 yards, took this defense in the rear. Bullets fell among the men and smacked up against the stone breastwork. The 2 companies were withdrawn and lost heavily in the open as they crossed it. An incessant rattle and crackle of rifle fire came from all round, drawing very slowly but steadily nearer. Now and then, the whisk of a dark figure from one boulder to another was all that ever was seen of the attackers. The British fired slowly and steadily, for every cartridge counted, but the cover of the Boers was so cleverly taken that it was seldom that there was much to aim at. "All you could ever see," says one who was present, "were the barrels of the rifles." There was time for thought in that long morning, and to some of the men it may have occurred what preparation for such fighting had they ever had in the mechanical exercises of the parade ground, or the shooting of an annual bagful of cartridges at exposed targets at a measured range. It is the warfare of Nicholson's Neck, not that of Lafayette's Plain, which has to be learned in the future. During those weary hours lying on the bullet-swept hill and listening to the eternal hissing in the air and clicking on the rocks, the British soldiers could see the fight which raged to the south of them. It was not a cheering sight, and Carleton and Adye with their gallant comrades must have felt their hearts grow heavier as they watched. The Boers' shells bursting among the British batteries, the British shells bursting short of their opponent. The Long Toms, laid at an angle of 45, plumped their huge shells into the British guns at a range where the latter would not dream of unlimbering. And then gradually the rifle fire died away also, crackling more faintly as White withdrew to Ladysmith. At 11 o'clock, Carleton's column recognized that it had been left to its fate. As early as 9, a heliogram had been sent to them to retire as the opportunity served. But to leave the hill was certainly to court annihilation. The men had then been under fire for 6 hours, and with their losses mounting and their cartridges dwindling, all hope had faded from their minds. But still for another hour, and yet another, and yet another, they held doggedly on. 9.5 hours they clung to that pile of stones. The Fusiliers were still exhausted from the effect of their march from Glencoe and their incessant work since. Many fell asleep behind the boulders. Some sat doggedly with their useless rifles and empty pouches beside them. Some picked cartridges off their dead comrades. What were they fighting for? It was hopeless, and they knew it. But always there was the honor of the flag, the glory of the regiment, the hatred of a proud and brave man to acknowledge defeat. And yet it had to come. There were some in that force who were ready for the reputation of the British Army, and for the sake of an example of military virtue, to die stolidly where they stood, or to lead the foe. Bella boys, or the gallant 28, in one last death, charged with empty rifles against the unseen enemy. They may have been right, these stalwarts. Leonidas and his 300 did more for the Spartan cause by their memory than by their living valor. Man passes like the brown leaves, but the tradition of a nation lives on like the oak that sheds them, and the passing of the leaves is nothing if the bowl be the sounder for it. But a counsel of perfection is easy at a study table. There are other things to be said, the responsibility of officers for the lives of their men, the hope that they may yet be of service to their country. All was weighed, all was thought of, and so at last the white flag went up. The officer who hoisted it could see no one unhurt, save himself, for all in his sangar were hit, and the others were so placed that he was under the impression that they had withdrawn altogether. Whether this hoisting of the flag necessarily compromised the whole force is a difficult question. But the Boers instantly left their cover, and the men in the sangars behind, some of whom had not been so seriously engaged, were ordered by their officers to desist from firing. In an instant the victorious Boers were among them. It was not, as I have been told by those who were there, a sight which one would wish to have seen or care now to dwell upon. Haggard officers cracked their sword blades and cursed the day that they had been born. Privates sobbed with their stained faces buried in their hands. Of all tests of discipline that ever they had stood, the hardest to many was to conform to all that the cursed flapping handkerchief meant to them. "Father, father, we had rather have died," cried the Fusiliers to their priest. Gallant hearts, ill-paid, ill-thanked, how poorly do the successful of the world compare with their unselfish loyalty and devotion. But the sting of contumely or insult was not added to their misfortunes. There's a fellowship of brave men which rises above the feuds of nations, and may at last go far, we hope, to heal them. From every rock there rose a boar, strange grotesque figures many of them, walnut-brown and shaggy-bearded, and swarmed onto the hill. No term of triumph or reproach came from their lips. "You will not say now that the young boar cannot shoot," was the harshest word which the least restrained of them made use of. Between 100 and 200 dead and wounded were scattered over the hill. Those who were within reach of human help received all that could be given. Captain Rice, of the Fusiliers, was carried wounded down the hill on the back of one giant, and he has narrated how the man refused the gold piece which was offered him. Some asked the soldiers for their embroidered waist belts as souvenirs of the day. They will for generations remain as the most precious ornaments of some colonial farmhouse. Then the victors gathered together and sang psalms, not jubilant, but sad and quavering. The prisoners, in a downcast column, weary, spent, and unkempt, filed off to the Boer lager at Washbank, there to take train for Pretoria. And at Ladysmith a bugler of Fusiliers, his arm bound, the marks of battle on his dress and person, burst in upon the camp with the news that 2 veteran regiments had covered the flank of White's retreating army, but at the cost of their own annihilation. Chapter 8. Lord Methuen Advance. At the end of a fortnight of actual hostilities in Natal, the situation of the Boer army was such as to seriously alarm the public at home, and to cause an almost universal chorus of ill-natured delight from the press of all European nations. Whether the reason was hatred of ourselves, or the sporting instinct which backs the smaller against the larger, or the influence of the ubiquitous Dr. Lades and his Secret Service fund, it is certain that the Continental papers have never been so unanimous as in their premature rejoicings over what, with an extraordinary want of proportion and ignorance of our national character, they imagine to be a damaging blow to the British Empire. France, Russia, Austria, and Germany were equally venomous against us. Nor can the visit of the German Emperor, though a courteous and timely action in itself, entirely atone for the senseless bitterness of the press of the fatherland. Great Britain was roused out of her habitual apathy and disregard for foreign opinion by this chorus of execration, and braced herself for a greater effort in consequence. She was cheered by the sympathy of her friends in the United States, and by the good wishes of the smaller nations of Europe, notably of Italy, Denmark, Greece, Turkey, and Hungary. The exact position at the end of this fortnight of hard slogging was that a quarter of the colony of Natal and 100 miles of railway were in the hands of the enemy. 5 distinct actions had been fought, none of them perhaps coming within the fair meaning of a battle. Of these, 1 had been a distinct British victory, 2 had been indecisive, 1 had been unfortunate, and 1 had been a positive disaster. We had lost about 1,200 prisoners and a battery of small guns. The Boers had lost 2 fine guns and 300 prisoners. 12,000 British troops had been shut up in Ladysmith, and there was no serious force between the invaders and the sea. Only in those distant transports, where the grimy stokers shoveled and strove, were there hopes for the safety of Natal and the honor of the Empire. In Cape Colony, the Loyalists waited with bated breath, knowing well that there was nothing to check a Free State invasion, and that if it came no bounds could be placed upon how far it might advance, or what effect it might have upon the Dutch population. Leaving Ladysmith now apparently within the grasp of the Boers, who had settled down deliberately to the work of throttling at tea, the narrative must pass to the western side of the seat of war, and give a consecutive account of the events which began with the siege of Kimberley and led to the ineffectual efforts of Lord Methuen's column to relieve it. On the declaration of war, 2 important movements had been made by the Boers upon the west. One was the advance of a considerable body under the formidable Cronje to attack Mafeking, an enterprise which demands a chapter of its own. The other was the investment of Kimberley by a force which consisted principally of Free Staters, under the command of Wessels and Botha. The place was defended by Colonel Kekewich, aided by the advice and help of Mr. Well. Cecil Rhodes, who had gallantly thrown himself into the town by one of the last trains which reached it. As the founder and director of the great De Beers diamond mines, he desired to be with his people in the hour of their need, and it was through his initiative that the town had been provided with the rifles and cannon with which to sustain the siege. The troops which Colonel Kekewich had at his disposal consisted of 4 companies of the Loyal North Lancashire Regiment, his own regiment, with some Royal Engineers, a mountain battery, and 2 machine guns. In addition, there were the extremely spirited and capable local forces, 120 men of the Cape Police, 2,000 volunteers, a body of Kimberley Light Horse, and a battery of light 7-pounder guns. There were also 8 Maxims which were mounted upon the huge mounds of debris which surrounded the mines and formed most efficient fortresses. A small reinforcement of police had, under tragic circumstances, reached the town. Vryburg, the capital of British Bechuanaland, lies 145 miles to the north of Kimberley. The town has strong Dutch sympathies, and on the news of the approach of a Boer force with artillery, it was evident that it could not be held. Scott, the commandant of police, made some attempt to organize a defense, but having no artillery and finding little sympathy, he was compelled to abandon his charge to the invaders. The gallant Scott rode south with his troopers, and in his humiliation and grief at his inability to preserve his post, he blew out his brains upon the journey. Vryburg was immediately occupied by the Boers, and British Bechuanaland was formally annexed to the South African Republic. This policy of the instant annexation of all territories invaded was habitually carried out by the enemy, with the idea that British subjects who joined them would in this way be shielded from the consequences of treason. Meanwhile, several thousand Free Staters and Transvaalers with artillery had assembled round Kimberley, and all news of the town was cut off. Its relief was one of the first tasks which presented itself to the inpouring Army Corps. The obvious base of such a movement must be Orange River, and there, and at De Aar, the stores for the advance began to be accumulated. At the latter place especially, which is the chief railway junction in the north of the colony, enormous masses of provisions, ammunition, and fodder were collected, with thousands of mules which the long arm of the British government had rounded up from many parts of the world. The guard over these costly and essential supplies seems to have been a dangerously weak one. Between Orange River and De Aar, which are 60 miles apart, there were the 9th Lancers, the Royal Munsters, the 2nd King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, and the 1st Northumberland Fusiliers, under 3,000 men in all, with £2 million worth of stores, and the Free State frontier within a ride of them. Verily, if we have something to deplore in this war, we have much also to be thankful for. Up to the end of October, the situation was so dangerous that it is really inexplicable that no advantage was taken of it by the enemy. Our main force was concentrated to defend the Orange River Railway Bridge, which was so essential for our advance upon Kimberley. This left only a single regiment without guns for the defense of De Aar and the valuable stores. A fairer mark for a dashing leader and a raid of mounted riflemen was never seen. The chance passed, however, as so many others of the Boers had done. Early in November, Colesberg and Eendaal-Poort were abandoned by our small detachments, who concentrated at De Aar BR. The Berkshires joined the Yorkshire Light Infantry, and 9 field guns arrived also. General Wood worked hard at the fortifying of the surrounding kopjes, until within a week the place had been made tolerably secure. The first collision between the opposing forces at this part of the seat of war was upon November 10th, when Colonel Gough of the 9th Lancers made a reconnaissance from Orange River to the north with 2 squadrons of his own regiment, the Mounted Infantry of the Northumberland Fusiliers, the Royal Munsters, and the North Lancashires, with a battery of field artillery. To the east of Belmont, about 15 miles off, he came on a detachment of the enemy with a gun. To make out the Boer position, the mounted infantry galloped round one of their flanks, and in doing so, passed close to a kopje, which was occupied by sharpshooters. A deadly fire crackled suddenly out from among the boulders. Of 6 men hit, 4 were officers, showing how cool were the marksmen and how dangerous those dress distinctions, which will probably disappear henceforwards upon the field of battle. Colonel Keith Falconer of the Northumberlands, who had earned distinction in the Sudan, was shot dead. So was Wood of the North Lancashires. Hall and Bevan of the Northumberlands were wounded. An advance by train of the troops in camp drove back the Boers and extricated our small force from what might have proved a serious position, for the enemy in superior numbers were working round their wing. The troops returned to camp without any good object having been attained. But that must be the necessary fate of many a cavalry reconnaissance. On November 12th, Lord Methuen arrived at Orange River and proceeded to organize the column which was to advance to the relief of Kimberley. General Methuen had had some previous South African experience when in 1885 he had commanded a large body of irregular horse in Bechuanaland. His reputation was that of a gallant, fearless soldier. He was not yet 55 years of age. The force which gradually assembled at Orange River was formidable rather from its quality than from its numbers. It included a brigade of guards, the 1st Scots Guards, 3rd Grenadiers, and 1st and 2nd Coldstreams, the 2nd Yorkshire Light Infantry, the 2nd Northamptons, the 1st Northumberlands, and a wing of the North Lancashires, whose comrades were holding out at Kimberley, with a naval brigade of seamen, gunners, and marines. For cavalry he had the 9th Lancers, with detachments of mounted infantry, and for artillery, the 75th and 18th Batteries, RFA. Extreme mobility was aimed at in the column, and neither tents nor comforts of any sort were permitted to officers or men. No light matter in a climate where a tropical day is followed by an Arctic night. At daybreak on November 22nd, the force, numbering about 8,000 men, set off upon its eventful journey. The distance to Kimberley was not more than 60 miles, and it is probable that there was not one man in the force who imagined how long that march would take, or how grim the experiences would be which awaited them on the way. At the dawn of Wednesday, November 22nd, Lord Methuen moved forward until he came into touch with the Boer position at Belmont. It was surveyed that evening by Colonel Willoughby Verner, and every disposition made to attack it in the morning. The force of the Boers was much inferior to our own, some 2,000 or 3,000 in all, but the natural strength of their position made it a difficult one to carry, while it could not be left behind us as a menace to our line of communication. A double row of steep hills lay across the road to Kimberley, and it was along the ridges, snuggling closely among the boulders, that our enemy was waiting for us. In their weeks of preparation, they had constructed elaborate shelter pits in which they could lie in comparative safety, while they swept all the level ground around with their rifle fire. Mr. Ralph, the American correspondent whose letters were among the most vivid of the war, has described these lairs, littered with straw and the debris of food, isolated from each other, and each containing its grim and formidable occupant. The eyries of birds of prey is the phrase with which he brings them home to us. In these, with nothing visible but their peering eyes and the barrels of their rifles, the Boer marksmen crouched and munched their bilting and their mealies as the day broke upon the morning of the 23rd. With the light their enemy was upon them. It was a soldier's battle in the good old primeval British style, an Alma on a small scale and against deadlier weapons. The troops advanced in grim silence against the savage-looking, rock-sprinkled, crag-topped position which confronted them. They were in a fierce humor, for they had not breakfasted, and military history from Agincourt to Talavera shows that want of food wakens a dangerous spirit among British troops. A Northumberland fusilier exploded into words which expressed the gruffness of his comrades. As a too energetic staff officer pranced before their line, he roared in his rough North Country tongue, "Damn thee! Get thee to hell! And let's fire!" In the golden light of the rising sun, the men set their teeth and dashed up the hills, scrambling, falling, cheering, swearing. Gallant men! gallantly led, their one thought to close with that grim bristle of rifle barrels which fringed the rocks above them. Lord Methuen intention had been an attack from front and from flank, but whether from the grenadiers losing their bearings, or from the mobility of the Boers, which made a flank attack an impossibility, it is certain that all became frontal. The battle resolved itself into a number of isolated actions in which the various kopjes were rushed by different British regiments, always with success and always with loss. The honors of the fight, as tested by the grim record of the casualty returns, lay with the Grenadiers, the Coldstreams, the Northumberlands, and the Scots Guards. The brave guardsmen lay thickly on the slopes, but their comrades crowned the heights. The Boers held on desperately and fired their rifles in the very faces of the stormers. One young officer had his jaw blown to pieces by a rifle which almost touched him. Another, Blundell of the Guards, was shot dead by a wounded desperado to whom he was offering his water bottle. At one point, a white flag was waved by the defenders, on which the British left cover, only to be met by a volley. It was there that Mr. F. Knight of the Morning Post became the victim of a double abuse of the usages of war, since his wound, from which he lost his right arm, was from an explosive bullet. The man who raised the flag was captured, and it says much for the humanity of British soldiers that he was not bayoneted upon the spot. Yet it is not fair to blame a whole people for the misdeeds of a few, and it is probable that the men who descended to such devices, or who deliberately fired upon our ambulances, were as much execrated by their own comrades as by ourselves. The victory was an expensive one, for 50 killed and 200 wounded lay upon the hillside, and, like so many of our skirmishes with the Boers, it led to small material results. Their losses appear to have been much about the same as ours, and we captured some 50 prisoners whom the soldiers regarded with the utmost interest. They were a sullen, slouching crowd rudely clad, and they represented probably the poorest of the burghers, who now, as in the Middle Ages, suffer most in battle, since a long purse means a good horse. Most of the enemy galloped very comfortably away after the action, leaving a fringe of sharpshooters among the kopjes to hold back our pursuing cavalry. The want of horsemen and the want of horse artillery are the two reasons which Lord Methuen gives why the defeat was not converted into a rout. As it was, the feelings of the retreating Boers were exemplified by one of their number, who turned in his saddle in order to place his outstretched fingers to his nose in derision of the victors. He exposed himself to the fire of half a battalion while doing so, but he probably was aware that with our present musketry instruction, the fire of a British half-battalion against an individual is not a very serious matter. The remainder of the 23rd was spent at Belmont Camp, and next morning an advance was made to Enslin, some 10 miles further on. Here lay the plain of Enslin, bounded by a formidable line of kopjes as dangerous as those of Belmont. Lancers and Remington scouts, the feeble but very capable cavalry of the army, came in with the report that the hills were strongly held. Some more hard slogging was in front of the relievers of Kimberley. The advance had been on the line of the Cape Town to Kimberley Railway, and the damage done to it by the Boers had been repaired to the extent of permitting an armored train with a naval gun to accompany the troops. It was 6 o'clock upon the morning of Saturday the 25th that this gun came into action against the kopjes, closely followed by the guns of the field artillery. One of the lessons of the war has been to disillusion us as to the effect of shrapnel fire. Positions which had been made theoretically untenable have again and again been found to be most inconveniently tenanted. Among the troops actually engaged, the confidence in the effect of shrapnel fire has steadily declined with their experience. Some other method of artillery fire than the curving bullet from an exploding shrapnel shell must be devised for dealing with men who lie close among boulders and behind cover. These remarks upon shrapnel might be included in the account of half the battles of the war, but they are particularly apposite to the action at Enslin. Here, a single large kopje formed the key to the position. and a considerable time was expended upon preparing it for the British assault, by directing upon it a fire which swept the face of it and searched, as was hoped, every corner in which a rifleman might lurk. One of the two batteries engaged fired no fewer than 500 rounds. Then the infantry advance was ordered, the guards being held in reserve on account of their exertions at Belmont. The Northumberlands, Northamptons, North Lancashires, and Yorkshires worked round upon the right, and aided by the artillery fire, cleared the trenches in their front. The honors of the assault, however, must be awarded to the sailors and marines of the Naval Brigade, who underwent such an ordeal as men have seldom faced and yet come out as victors. To them fell the task of carrying that formidable hill which had been so scourged by our artillery. With a grand rush, they swept up the slope, but were met by a horrible fire. Every rock spurted flame, and the front ranks withered away before the storm of the Mauser. An eyewitness has recorded that the brigade was hardly visible amid the sand knocked up by the bullets. For an instant they fell back into cover, and then, having taken their breath, up they went again, with a deep-chested sailor roar. There were but 400 in all, 200 seamen and 200 marines, and the losses in that rapid rush were terrible. Yet they swarmed up, their gallant officers, some of them little boy middies, cheering them on. Ethelston, the commander of the Powerful, was struck down. Plum and Senior of the Marines were killed. Captain Prothero of the Dorises dropped while still yelling to his seamen to take that kopje and be hanged to it. Little Huddart the middy died a death which is worth many inglorious years. Jones of the Marines fell wounded, but rose again and rushed on with his men. It was on these gallant Marines, the men who are ready to fight anywhere and anyhow, moist or dry, that the heaviest loss fell. When at last they made good their foothold upon the crest of that murderous hill, they had left behind them 3 officers and 88 men out of a total of 206, a loss within a few minutes of nearly 50%. The bluejackets, helped by the curve of the hill, got off with a toll of 18 of their number. Half the total British losses of the action fell upon this little body of men, who upheld most gloriously the honor and reputation of the service from which they were drawn. With such men under the white ensign, we leave our island homes in safety behind us. The Battle of Enslin had cost us some 200 of killed and wounded, and beyond the mere fact that we had cleared our way by another stage towards Kimberley, it is difficult to say what advantage we had from it. We won the kopjes, but we lost our men. The Boer killed and wounded were probably less than half of our own, and the exhaustion and weakness of our cavalry forbade us to pursue and prevented us from capturing their guns. In 3 days, the men had fought 2 exhausting actions in a waterless country and under a tropical sun. Their exertions had been great, and yet were barren of result. Why this should be so was naturally the subject of keen discussion, both in the camp and among the public at home. It always came back to Lord Methuen's own complaint about the absence of cavalry and of horse artillery. Many very unjust charges have been hurled against our War Office, a department which in some matters has done extraordinarily and unexpectedly well. But in this question of the delay in the dispatch of our cavalry and artillery, knowing as we did the extreme mobility of our enemy, there is certainly ground for an inquiry. The Boers who had fought these 2 actions had been drawn mainly from the Jacobstal and Firesmith commandos, with some of the burghers from Beauchamp. The famous Cronje, however, had been descending from Mafeking with his old guard of Transvaalers, and keen disappointment was expressed by the prisoners at Belmont and at Inslin that he had not arrived in time to take command. There were evidences, however, at this latter action, that reinforcements for the enemy were coming up, and that the labors of the Kimberley relief force were by no means at an end. In the height of the engagement, the Lancer patrols thrown out upon our right flank reported the approach of a considerable body of Boer horsemen, who took up a position upon a hill on our right rear. Their position there was distinctly menacing, and Colonel Willoughby Verner was dispatched by Lord Methuen to order up the brigade of guards. The gallant officer had the misfortune in his return to injure himself seriously through a blunder of his horse. His mission, however, succeeded in its effect, for the guards moving across the plain intervened in such a way that the reinforcements, without an open attack, which would have been opposed to all Boer traditions, could not help the defenders, and were compelled to witness their defeat. This body of horsemen returned north next day, and were no doubt among those whom we encountered at the following action of the Modder River. The march from Orange River had begun on the Wednesday. On Thursday was fought the action of Belmont, on Saturday that of Enslin. There was no protection against the sun by day, nor against the cold at night. Water was not plentiful, and the quality of it was occasionally vile. The troops were in need of a rest, so on Saturday night and Sunday they remained at Enslin. On the Monday morning, November 27th, the weary march to Kimberley was resumed. On Monday, November 27th, at early dawn, the little British army, a dust-colored column upon the dusty veld, moved forwards again towards their objective. That night, they halted at the pools of Klipfontein, having for once made a whole day's march without coming in touch with the enemy. Hopes rose that possibly the two successive defeats had taken the heart out of them, and that there would be no further resistance to the advance. Some, however, who were aware of the presence of Cronje and of his formidable character, took a juster view of the situation. And this, perhaps, is where a few words might be said about the celebrated leader who played upon the western side of the seat of war the same part which Joubert did upon the east. Commandant Cronje was at the time of the war 65 years of age, a hard, swarthy man, quiet of manner, fierce of soul, with a reputation among a nation of resolute men for unsurpassed resolution. His dark face was bearded and virile, but sedate and gentle in expression. He spoke little, but what he said was to the point, and he had the gift of those fire words which brace and strengthen weaker men. In hunting expeditions and in native wars, he had first won the admiration of his countrymen by his courage and his fertility of resource. In the War of 1880 he had led the Boers who besieged Potch Vroom, and he had pushed the attack with a relentless vigor which was not hampered by the chivalrous usages of war. Eventually he compelled the surrender of the place by concealing from the garrison that a general armistice had been signed, an act which was afterwards disowned by his own government. In the succeeding years, he lived as an autocrat and a patriarch amid his farms and his herds, respected by many and feared by all. For a time he was native commissioner and left a reputation for hard dealing behind him. Called into the field again by the Jameson raid, he grimly herded his enemies into an impossible position and desired, as it is stated, that the hardest measure should be dealt out to the captain. This was the man, capable, crafty, iron-hard, magnetic, who lay with a reinforced and formidable army across the path of Lord Methuen's tired soldiers. It was a fair match. On the one side, the hardy men, the trained shots, a good artillery, and the defensive. On the other, the historical British infantry, duty, discipline, and a fiery courage. With a high heart, the dust-colored column moved on over the dusty veld. So entirely had hills and Boer fighting become associated in the minds of our leaders, that when it was known that Modder River wound over a plain, the idea of a resistance there appears to have passed away from their minds. So great was the confidence, or so lax the scouting, that a force equaling their own in numbers had assembled with many guns within 7 miles of them. And yet the advance appears to have been conducted without any expectation of impending battle. The supposition, obvious even to a civilian, that a river would be a likely place to meet with an obstinate resistance, seems to have been ignored. It is perhaps not fair to blame the general for a fact which must have vexed his spirit more than ours. One's sympathies go out to the gentle and brave man, who was heard calling out in his sleep that he should have had those 2 guns. But it is repugnant to common sense to suppose that no one, Neither the cavalry nor the intelligence department is at fault for so extraordinary a state of ignorance. Footnote. Later information makes it certain that the cavalry did report the presence of the enemy to Lord Methuen. On the morning of Tuesday, November 28, the British troops were told that they would march at once and have their breakfast when they reached the Modder River. A grim joke to those who lived to appreciate it. The army had been reinforced the night before by the welcome addition of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, which made up for the losses of the week. It was a cloudless morning, and a dazzling sun rose in a deep blue sky. The men, though hungry, marched cheerily, the reek of their tobacco pipes floating up from their ranks. It cheered them to see that the murderous kopjes had, for the time, been left behind, and that the great plain inclined slightly downwards to where a line of green showed the course of the river. On the further bank were a few scattered buildings, with one considerable hotel, used as a weekend resort by the businessmen of Kimberley. It lay now calm and innocent, with its open windows looking out upon a smiling garden. But death lurked at the windows and death in the garden, and the little dark man who stood by the door, peering through his glass at the approaching column, was the minister of death, the dangerous Cronje. In consultation with him was one who was to prove even more formidable, and for a longer time. Semitic in face, high-nosed, bushy-bearded and eagle-eyed, with skin burned brown by a life of the veld, it was de la Rey, one of the trio of fighting chiefs whose name will always be associated with the gallant resistance of the Boer. He was there as adviser, but Cronje was in supreme command. His dispositions had been both masterly and original. Contrary to the usual military practice in the defense of rivers, he had concealed his men upon both banks, placing, as it is stated, those in whose staunchness he had least confidence upon the British side of the river, so that they could only retreat under the rifles of their inexorable companions. The trenches had been so dug with such a regard for the slopes of the ground that in some places a triple line of fire was secured. His artillery, consisting of several heavy pieces and a number of machine guns, including one of the diabolical pom-poms, was cleverly placed upon the further side of the stream, and was not only provided with shelter pits but had rows of reserve pits, so that the guns could be readily shifted when their range was found. Rows of trenches, a broadish river, fresh rows of trenches, fortified houses, and a good artillery well worked and well placed. It was a serious task which lay in front of the gallant little army. The whole position covered between 4 and 5 miles. An obvious question must here occur to the mind of every non-military reader. Why should this position be attacked at all? Why should we not cross higher up, where there were no such formidable obstacles? The answer, so far as one can answer it, must be that so little was known of the dispositions of our enemy that we were hopelessly involved in the action before we knew of it, and that then it was more dangerous to extricate the army than to push the attack. A retirement over that open plain at a range of under 1,000 yards would have been a dangerous and disastrous movement. Having once got there, it was wisest and best to see it through. The dark Cronje still waited reflective in the hotel garden. Across the veld streamed the lines of infantry, the poor fellows eager, after 7 miles of that upland air, for the breakfast which had been promised them. It was 6:45 when our patrols of lancers were fired upon. There were Boers, then, between them and their meal. The artillery was ordered up. The guards were sent forward on the right, the 9th Brigade under Polkaroo on the left, including the newly arrived Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. They swept onwards into the fatal fire zone. And then, and only then, there blazed out upon them 4 miles of rifles, cannon, and machine guns. And then they realized, from general to private, that they had walked unwittingly into the fiercest battle yet fought in the war. Before the position was understood, the guards were within 700 yards of the Boer trenches, and the other troops about 900, on the side of a very gentle slope which made it most difficult to find any cover. In front of them lay a serene landscape, the river, the houses, the hotel. No movement of men, no smoke. Everything peaceful and deserted save for an occasional quick flash and sparkle of flame. But the noise was horrible and appalling. Men whose nerves had been steeled to the crash of the big guns, or the monotonous roar of Maxims and the rattle of Mauser fire, found a new terror in the malignant ploop-plooping of the automatic quick-fire. The Maxim of the Scots Guards was caught in the hell blizzard from this thing, each shell no bigger than a large walnut, but flying in strings of a score, and men and gun were destroyed in an instant. As to the rifle bullets, the air was humming and throbbing with them, and the sand was mottled like a pond in a shower. To advance was impossible, to retire was hateful. The men fell upon their faces and huddled close to the earth, too happy if some friendly ant-heap gave them a precarious shelter. And always, tier above tier, the lines of rifle fire rippled and palpitated in front of them. The infantry fired also, and fired and fired, but what was there to fire at? An occasional eye and hand over the edge of a trench, or behind a stone, is no mark at 700 yards. It would be instructive to know how many British bullets found a billet that day. The cavalry was useless. The infantry was powerless. There only remained the guns. When any arm is helpless and harried, it always casts an imploring eye upon the guns, and rarely indeed is it that the gallant guns do not respond. Now the 75th and 18th field batteries came rattling and dashing to the front, and unlimbered at 1,000 yards. The naval guns were working at 4,000, but the two combined were insufficient to master the fire of the pieces of large caliber which were opposed to them. Lord Methuen must have prayed for guns as Wellington did for night, and never was a prayer answered more dramatic. A strange battery came lurching up from the British rear, unheralded, unknown, the weary gasping horses panting at the traces, the men caked with sweat and dirt, urging them on into a last spasmodic trot. The bodies of horses which had died of pure fatigue marked their course. The sergeant's horses tugged in the gun teams, and the sergeant staggered along by the limbers. It was the 62nd Field Battery, which had marched 32 miles in 8 hours, and now, hearing the crash of battle in front of them, had with one last desperate effort thrown itself into the firing line. Great credit is due to Major Granite and his men. Not even those gallant German batteries who saved the infantry at Spicheren could boast of a finer feat. Now it was guns against guns, and let the best gunners win. We had 18 field guns and the naval pieces against the concealed cannon of the enemy. Back and forward flew the shells, howling past each other in mid-air. The weary men of the 62nd Battery forgot their labors and fatigues, as they stooped and strained at their clay-colored 15-pounder. Half of them were within rifle range, and the limber horses were the center of a hot fire, as they were destined to be at a shorter range, and with more disastrous effect at the Tugela. That the same tactic should have been adopted at two widely sundered points shows with what care the details of the war had been prearranged by the Boer leaders. "Before I got my horses out," says an officer, "they shot one of my drivers and 2 horses and brought down my own horse. When we got the gun round, one of the gunners was shot through the brain and fell at my feet. Another was shot while bringing up shell. Then we got a look in. The roar of the cannon was deafening, but gradually the British were gaining the upper hand. Here and there the little knolls upon the further side, which had erupted into constant flame, lay cold and silent. One of the heavier guns was put out of action, and the other had been withdrawn for 500 yards. But the infantry fire still crackled and rippled along the trenches, and the guns could come no nearer with living men and horses. It was long past midday, and that unhappy breakfast seemed further off than ever. As the afternoon wore on, a curious condition of things was established. The guns could not advance, and indeed it was found necessary to withdraw them from a 1,200 to a 2,800-yard range, so heavy were the losses. At the time of the change, the 75th Battery had lost 3 officers out of 519 men and 22 horses. The infantry could not advance and would not retire. The guards on the right were prevented from opening out on the flank and getting round the enemy's line by the presence of the Riet River, which joins the Modder almost at a right angle. All day they lay under a blistering sun, the sleet of bullets whizzing over their heads. "It came in solid streaks like telegraph wires," said a graphic correspondent. The men gossiped, smoked, and many of them slept. They lay on the barrels of their rifles to keep them cool enough for use. Now and again there came the dull thud of a bullet which had found its mark, and a man gasped or drummed with his feet. But the casualties at this point were not numerous, for there was some little cover, and the piping bullets passed for the most part overhead. But in the meantime, there had been a development upon the left which was to turn the action into a British victory. At this side, there was ample room to extend, and the 9th Brigade spread out, feeling its way down the enemy's line, until it came to a point where the fire was less murderous, and the approach to the river more in favor of the attack. Here the Yorkshires, a party of whom under Lieutenant Fox had stormed a farmhouse, obtained the command of a drift, over which a mixed force of Highlanders and Fusiliers forced their way, led by their brigadier in person. This body of infantry, which does not appear to have exceeded 500 in number, were assailed both by the Boer riflemen and by the guns of both parties, our own gunners being unaware that the Modder had been successfully crossed. A small hamlet called Rosmead formed, however, a point d'appui, and to this the infantry clung tenaciously, while reinforcements dribbled across to them from the farther side. "Now, boys, who's for otter hunting?" cried Major Coleridge of the North Lancashires as he sprang into the water. How gladly on that baking, scorching day did the men jump into the river and splash over, to climb the opposite bank with their wet khaki clinging to their figures. Some blundered into holes and were rescued by grasping the unwound puttees of their comrades. And so between 3 and 4 o'clock, a strong party of the British had established their position upon the right flank of the Boers, and were holding on like grim death with an intelligent appreciation that the fortunes of the day depended upon their retaining their grip. "Hollo, here is a river," cried Codrington when he led his forlorn hope to the right, and found that the riot had to be crossed. "I was given to understand that the Modder was fordable everywhere," says Lord Methuen in his official despatch. One cannot read the account of the operations without being struck by the casual, sketchy knowledge which cost us so dearly. The soldiers slogged their way through as they have slogged it before, but the task might have been made much lighter for them had we but clearly known what it was that we were trying to do. On the other hand, it is but fair to Lord Methuen to say that his own personal gallantry and unflinching resolution set the most stimulating example to his troops. No general could have done more to put heart into his men. And now, as the long, weary, scorching, hungry day came to an end, the Boers began at last to flinch from their trenches. The shrapnel was finding them out, and this force upon their flank filled them with vague alarm and with fears for their precious gun. And so as night fell, they stole across the river. The cannon were withdrawn, the trenches evacuated, and next morning, when the weary British and their anxious general turned themselves to their grim task once more, they found a deserted village, a line of empty houses, and a litter of empty Mauser cartridge cases to show where their tenacious enemy had stood. Lord Methuen, in congratulating the troops upon their achievement, spoke of the hardest won victory in our annals of war, and some such phrase was used in his official despatch. It is hypercritical, no doubt, to look too closely at a term used by a wounded man with the flush of battle still upon him, but still a student of military history must smile at such a comparison between this action and such others as Albiera or Inkerman, where the numbers of British engaged were not dissimilar. A fight in which 500 men are killed and wounded cannot be classed in the same category as those stern and desperate encounters where more of the victors were carried than walked from the field of battle. And yet there were some special features which will differentiate the fight at Modder River from any of the 100 actions which adorned the standards of our regiment. It was the third battle which the troops had fought within the week. They were under fire for 10 or 12 hours, were waterless under a tropical sun, and weak from want of food. For the first time they were called upon to face modern rifle fire and modern machine guns in the open. The result tends to prove that those who hold that it will, from now onwards, be impossible ever to make such frontal attacks as those which the English made at the Alma or the French at Waterloo are justified in their belief. It is beyond human hardihood to face the pitiless beat of bullet and shell which comes from modern quick-firing weapons. Had our flank not made a lodgment across the river, it is impossible that we could have carried the position. Once more, too, it was demonstrated how powerless the best artillery is to disperse resolute and well-placed riflemen. Of the minor points of interest, there will always remain the record of the forced march of the 62nd Battery, and artillerymen will note the use of gun pits by the Boers, which ensured that the range of their position should never be permanently obtained. The honors of the day upon the side of the British rested with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, the Yorkshire Light Infantry, the 2nd Coldstreams, and the artillery. Out of a total casualty list of about 450, no fewer than 112 came from the gallant Argylls and 69 from the Coldstream. The loss of the Boers is exceedingly difficult to gauge, as they throughout the war took the utmost pains to conceal it. The number of desperate and long-drawn actions which have ended, according to the official Praetorian account, in a loss of one wounded burgher may in some way be better policy, but does not imply a higher standard of public virtue than those long lists which have saddened our hearts in the halls of the War Office. What is certain is that the loss at Modder River could not have been far inferior to our own, and that it arose almost entirely from artillery fire, since at no time of the action were any large number of their riflemen visible. So it ended, this long pelting match. Cronje sullenly withdrawing under the cover of darkness, with his resolute heart filled with fierce determination for the future, while the British soldiers threw themselves down on the ground which they occupied and slept the sleep of exhaustion. Chapter 9. Battle of Magersfontein. Lord Methuen's force had now fought 3 actions in the space of a single week, losing in killed and wounded about 1,000 men, or rather more than 1/10 of its total numbers. Had there been evidence that the enemy were seriously demoralized, the general would no doubt have pushed on at once to Kimberley, which was some 20 miles distant. The information which reached him was, however, that the Boers had fallen back upon the very strong position of Spitefontein, that they were full of fight, and that they had been strongly reinforced by a commando from Mafeking. Under these circumstances, Lord Methuen had no choice but to give his men a well-earned rest, and to await reinforcement. There was no use in reaching Kimberley unless he had completely defeated the investing force. With the history of the first relief of Lucknow in his memory, he was on his guard against a repetition of such an experience. It was the more necessary that Methuen should strengthen his position, since with every mile which he advanced the more exposed did his line of communications become to a raid from Farrismith and the southern districts of the Orange Free State. Any serious danger to the railway behind them would leave the British Army in a very critical position, and precautions were taken for the protection of the more vulnerable portions of the line. It was well that this was so, for on the 8th of December, Commandant Prinsloo of the Orange Free State, with 1,000 horsemen and 2 light 7-pounder guns, appeared suddenly at Inslin and vigorously attacked the 2 companies of the Northampton Regiment who held the station. At the same time they destroyed a couple of culverts and tore up 300 yards of the permanent way. For some hours, the Northamptons under Captain Godley were closely pressed, but a telegram had been dispatched to Modder Camp, and the 12th Lancers with the ubiquitous 62nd Battery were sent to their assistance. The Boers retired with their usual mobility, and in 10 hours the line was completely restored. Reinforcements were now reaching the Modder River force, which made it more formidable than when it had started. A very essential addition was that of the 12th Lancers and of G Battery of horse artillery, which would increase the mobility of the force and make it possible for the general to follow up a blow after he had struck it. The magnificent regiments which formed the Highland Brigade, the 2nd Black Watch, the 1st Gordons, the 2nd Seaforths, and the 1st Highland Light Infantry had arrived under the gallant and ill-fated Wauchope. 4 5-inch howitzers had also come to strengthen the artillery. At the same time, the Canadians, the Australians, and several line regiments were moved up on the line from Doyle to Belmont. It appeared to the public at home that there was the material for an overwhelming advance. But the ordinary observer, and even perhaps the military critic, had not yet appreciated how great is the advantage which is given by modern weapons to the force which acts upon the defensive. With enormous pains, Cronje and De la Rey were entrenching a most formidable position in front of our advance, with a confidence which proved to be justified that it would be on their own ground and under their own conditions, that in this, as in the 3 preceding actions, we should engage them. On the morning of Saturday, December 9th, the British general made an attempt to find out what lay in front of him amid that semicircle of forbidding hills. To this end, he sent out a reconnaissance in the early morning, which included G Battery horse artillery, the 9th Lancers, and the ponderous 4.7 naval gun, which, preceded by the majestic march of 32 bullocks and attended by 80 seaman gunners, creaked forwards over the plain. What was there to shoot at in those sunlit, boulder-strewn hills in front? They lay silent and untenanted in the glare of the African day. In vain the great gun exploded its huge shell with its 50 pounds of lyddite over the ridges. In vain the smaller pieces searched every cleft and hollow with their shrapnel. No answer came from the far-stretching hills. Not a flash or twinkle betrayed the fierce bands who lurked among the boulders. The force returned to camp no wiser than when it left. There was one sight visible every night to all men which might well nerve the rescuers in their enterprise. Over the northern horizon, behind those hills of danger, there quivered up in the darkness one long, flashing, quivering beam, which swung up and down and up again like a seraphic sword blade. It was Kimberley praying for help, Kimberley solicitous for news. Anxiously, distractedly, the great De Beers searchlight dipped and rose. And back across the 20 miles of darkness, over the hills where Cronje lurked, there came that other southern column of light, which answered, and promised, and soothed. Be of good heart, Kimberley. We are here. The Empire is behind us. We have not forgotten you. It may be days, or it may be weeks, but rest assured that we are coming. About 3 in the afternoon of Sunday, December 10th, the force which was intended to clear a path for the army through the lines of Majors Fontaine moved out upon what proved to be its desperate enterprise. The 3rd or Highland Brigade included the Black Watch, the Seaforths, the Argyll and Sutherlands, and the Highland Light Infantry. The Gordons had only arrived in camp that day and did not advance until next morning. Besides the infantry, the 9th Lancers, the mounted infantry, and all the artillery moved to the front. It was raining hard, and the men with one blanket between 2 soldiers bivouacked upon the cold, damp ground, about 3 miles from the enemy's position. At 1 o'clock, without food and drenched, they moved forwards through the drizzle and the darkness to attack those terrible lines. Major Benson, R.A., with 2 of Remington's scouts, led them on their difficult way. Clouds drifted low in the heavens, and the falling rain made the darkness more impenetrable. The Highland Brigade was formed into a column, the Black Watch in front, then the Seaforths, and the other 2 behind. To prevent the men from straggling in the night, the 4 regiments were packed into a mass of quarter column as densely as was possible, and the left guides held a rope in order to preserve the formation. With many a trip and stumble, The ill-fated detachment wandered on, uncertain where they were going and what it was that they were meant to do. Not only among the rank and file, but among the principal officers also, there was the same absolute ignorance. Brigadier Walcope knew, no doubt, but his voice was soon to be stilled in death. The others were aware, of course, that they were advancing either to turn the enemy's trenches or to attack them, but they may well have argued from their own formation that they could not be near the riflemen yet. Why they should be still advancing in that dense clump we do not now know, nor can we surmise what thoughts were passing through the mind of the gallant and experienced chieftain who walked beside them. There are some who claim on the night before to have seen upon his strangely ascetic face that shadow of doom which is summed up in the one word fate. The hand of coming death may already have lain cold upon his soul. Out there, close beside him, stretched the long trench, fringed with its line of fierce, staring, eager faces and its bristle of gun barrels. They knew he was coming. They were ready. They were waiting. But still, with the dull murmur of many feet, the dense column, nearly 4,000 strong, wandered onwards through the rain and the darkness, death and mutilation crouching upon their path. It matters not what gave the signal, whether it was the flashing of a lantern by a Boer scout, or the tripping of a soldier over wire, or the firing of a gun in the ranks. It may have been any, or it may have been none of these things. As a matter of fact, I have been assured by a Boer who was present that it was the sound of the tins attached to the alarm wires which disturbed them. However this may be, in an instant there crashed out of the darkness into their faces and ears a roar of point-blank fire, and the night was slashed across with the throbbing flame of the rifles. At the moment before this outflame, some doubt as to their whereabouts seems to have flashed across the mind of their leaders. The order to extend had just been given, but the men had not had time to act upon it. The storm of lead burst upon the head and right flank of the column, which broke to pieces under the murderous volley. Walcope was shot, struggled up, and fell once more forever. Rumor has placed words of reproach upon his dying lips, but his nature, both gentle and soldierly, forbids the supposition. "What a pity!" was the only utterance which a brother Highlander ascribes to him. Men went down in swathes, and a howl of rage and agony, heard afar over the veld, swelled up from the frantic and struggling crowd. By the hundred they dropped, some dead, some wounded, some knocked down by the rush and sway of the broken ranks. It was a horrible business. At such a range, and in such a formation, a single Mauser bullet may well pass through many men. A few dashed forwards, and were found dead at the very edges of the trench. The few survivors of companies A, B, and C of the Black Watch appear to have never actually retired, but to have clung on to the immediate front of the Boer trenches, while the remains of the other 5 companies tried to turn the Boer flank. Of the former body, only 6 got away unhurt in the evening, after lying all day within 200 yards of the enemy. The rest of the brigade broke, and disentangling themselves with difficulty from the dead and the dying, fled back out of that accursed place. Some, the most unfortunate of all, became caught in the darkness in the wire defenses, and were found in the morning hung up like crows, as one spectator describes it, and riddled with bullets. Who shall blame the Highlanders for retiring when they did? Viewed not by desperate and surprised men, but in all calmness and sanity, it may well seem to have been the very best thing which they could do. Dashed into chaos, separated from their officers, with no one who knew what was to be done, the first necessity was to gain shelter from this deadly fire, which had already stretched 600 of their number upon the ground. The danger was that men so shaken would be stricken with panic, scatter in the darkness over the face of the country, and cease to exist as a military unit. But the Highlanders were true to their character and their traditions. There was shouting in the darkness, hoarse voices calling for the Seaforths, for the Argylls, for Company C, for Company H, and everywhere in the gloom there came the answer of the clans. Within half an hour with the break of day, the Highland regiments had reformed, and shattered and weakened, but undaunted, prepared to renew the contest. Some attempt at an advance was made upon the right, ebbing and flowing, one little band even reaching the trenches and coming back with prisoners and reddened bayonets. For the most part, the men lay upon their faces, and fired when they could at the enemy. But the cover which the latter kept was so excellent that an officer who expended 120 rounds has left it upon record that he never once had seen anything positive at which to aim. Lieutenant Lindsay brought the Seaforth Maxim into the firing line, and though all her crew except 2 were hit, it continued to do good service during the day. The Lancer's Maxim was equally staunch, though it also was left finally with only the lieutenant in charge and 1 trooper to work it. Fortunately, the guns were at hand, and as usual, they were quick to come to the aid of the distressed. The sun was hardly up before the howitzers were throwing lyddite at 4,000 yards. The 3 field batteries, 18th Inc., 62nd, 75th, were working with shrapnel at a mile, and the troop of horse artillery was up at the right front trying to enfilade the trenches. The guns kept down the rifle fire and gave the wearied Highlanders some respite from their troubles. The whole situation had resolved itself now into another battle of Modder River. The infantry, under a fire at from 600 to 800 paces, could not advance and would not retire. The artillery only kept the battle going, and the huge naval gun from behind was joining with its deep bark in the deafening uproar. But the Boers had already learned, and it is one of their most valuable military qualities that they assimilate their experience so quickly, that shell fire is less dangerous in a trench than among rocks. These trenches, very elaborate in character, had been dug some hundreds of yards from the foot of the hills, so that there was hardly any guide to our artillery fire. Yet it is to the artillery fire that all the losses of the Boers that day were due. The cleverness of Cronje's disposition of his trenches some 100 yards ahead of the kopjes is accentuated by the fascination which any rising object has for a gunner. Prince Kraft tells the story of how at Sadowa he unlimbered his guns 200 yards in front of the church of Clum, and how the Austrian reply fire almost invariably pitched upon the steeple. So our own gunners, even at a 2,000-yard mark, found it difficult to avoid overshooting the invisible line and hitting the obvious mark behind. As the day wore on, reinforcements of infantry came up from the force which had been left to guard the camp. The Gordons arrived with the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Coldstream Guards, and all the artillery was moved nearer to the enemy's position. At the same time, as there were some indications of an attack upon our right flank, the Grenadier Guards with 5 companies of the Yorkshire Light Infantry were moved up in that direction, while the 3 remaining companies of Barter's Yorkshiremen secured a drift over which the enemy might cross the Modder. This threatening movement upon our right flank, which would have put the Highlanders into an impossible position had it succeeded, was most gallantly held back all morning, before the arrival of the Guards and the Yorkshires, by the mounted infantry and the 12th Lancers, skirmishing on foot. It was in this long and successful struggle to cover the flank of the 3rd Brigade that Major Milton, Major Ray, and many another brave man met his end. The Coldstreams and Grenadiers relieved the pressure upon this side, and the Lancers retired to their horses, having shown, not for the first time, that the cavalryman with a modern carbine can at a pinch very quickly turn himself into a useful infantry soldier. Lord Airlie deserves all praise for his unconventional use of his men, and for the gallantry with which he threw both himself and them into the most critical corner of the fight, while the Coldstreams, the Grenadiers, and the Yorkshire Light Infantry were holding back the Boer attack upon our right flank. The indomitable Gordons, the men of Dargai, furious with the desire to avenge their comrades of the Highland Brigade, had advanced straight against the trenches and succeeded without any very great loss in getting within 400 yards of them. But a single regiment could not carry the position, and anything like a general advance upon it was out of the question in broad daylight after the punishment which we had received. Any plans of the sort which may have passed through Lord Methuen's mind were driven away forever by the sudden unordered retreat of the stricken brigade. They had been very roughly handled in this, which was to most of them their baptism of fire, and they had been without food and water under a burning sun all day. They fell back rapidly for a mile, and the guns were for a time left partially exposed. Fortunately, a lack of initiative on the part of the Boers, which has stood our friend so often, came in to save us from disaster and humiliation. It is due to the brave, unshaken face which the guards presented to the enemy that our repulse did not deepen into something still more serious. The Gordons and the Scots Guards were still in attendance upon the guns, but they had been advanced very close to the enemy's trenches, and there were no other troops in support. Under these circumstances, it was imperative that the Highlanders should rally, and Major Ewart with other surviving officers rushed among the scattered ranks and strove hard to gather and to stiffen them. The men were dazed by what they had undergone, and nature shrank back from that deadly zone where the bullets fell so thickly. But the pipes blew and the bugles sang, and the poor tired fellows, the backs of their legs so flayed and blistered by lying in the sun that they could hardly bend them, hobbled back to their duty. They worked up to the guns once more, and the moment of danger passed. But as the evening wore on, it became evident that no attack could succeed, and that therefore there was no use in holding the men in front of the enemy's position. The dark Cronje, lurking among his ditches and his barbed wire, was not to be approached, far less defeated. There are some who think that, had we held on there as we did at the Modder River, the enemy would again have been accommodating enough to make way for us during the night, and the morning would have found the road clear to Kimberley. I know no grounds for such an opinion, but several against it. At Modder, Cronje abandoned his lines, knowing that he had other and stronger ones behind him. At Magersfontein, a level plain lay behind the Boer position, and to abandon it was to give up the game altogether. Besides, why should he abandon it? He knew that he had hit us hard. We had made absolutely no impression upon his defenses. Is it likely that he would have tamely given up all his advantages and surrendered the fruits of his victory without a struggle? It is enough to mourn a defeat without the additional agony of thinking that a little more perseverance might have turned it into a victory. The Boer position could only be taken by outflanking it, and we were not numerous enough nor mobile enough to outflank it. There lay the whole secret of our troubles, and no conjectures as to what might under other circumstances have happened can alter it. About 5:30, the Boer guns, which had for some unexplained reason been silent all day, opened upon the cavalry. Their appearance was a signal for the general falling back of the center, and the last attempt to retrieve the day was abandoned. The Highlanders were dead beat. The Coldstreams had had enough. The mounted infantry was badly mauled. There remained the Grenadiers, the Scots Guards, and 2 or 3 line regiments who were available for a new attack. There are occasions, such as Sadowa, where a general must play his last card. There are others where, with reinforcements in his rear, he can do better by saving his force and trying once again. General Grant had an axiom that the best time for an advance was when you were utterly exhausted, for that was the moment when your enemy was probably utterly exhausted too, and of 2 such forces, the attacker has the moral advantage. Lord Methuen determined, and no doubt wisely, that it was no occasion for counsels of desperation. His men were withdrawn, in some cases withdrew themselves, outside the range of the Boer guns, and next morning saw the whole force with bitter and humiliated hearts on their way back to their camp at Modder River. The repulse of Magersfontein cost the British nearly 1,000 men, killed, wounded, and missing, of which over 700 belonged to the Highlanders. 57 officers had fallen in that brigade alone, including their brigadier and colonel, down men of the Gordons. Colonel Codrington of the Coldstreams was wounded early, fought through the action, and came back in the evening on a Maxim gun. Lord Winchester of the same battalion was killed, after injudiciously but heroically exposing himself all day. The Black Watch alone had lost 19 officers and over 300 men killed and wounded. A catastrophe which can only be matched in all the bloody and glorious annals of that splendid regiment by their slaughter at Ticonderoga in 1757, when no fewer than 500 fell before Montcalm's muskets. Never has Scotland had a more grievous day than this of Majors Fontaine. She has always given her best blood with lavish generosity for the Empire, but it may be doubted if any single battle has ever put so many families of high and low into mourning from the Tweed to the Caithness shore. There is a legend that when sorrow comes upon Scotland, the old Edinburgh Castle is lit by ghostly lights and gleams white at every window in the murk of midnight. If ever the watcher could have seen so sinister a sight, it should have been on this, the fatal night of December 11th, 1899. As to the Boer loss, it is impossible to determine it. Their official returns stated it to be 70 killed and 250 wounded, but the reports of prisoners and deserters placed it at a very much higher figure. One unit, the Scandinavian Corps, was placed in an advanced position at Spitefontein and was overwhelmed by the Seaforths, who killed, wounded, or took the 80 men of whom it was composed. The stories of prisoners and of deserters all speak of losses very much higher than those which have been officially acknowledged. In his comments upon the battle next day, Lord Methuen was said to have given offence to the Highland Brigade, and the report was allowed to go uncontradicted until it became generally accepted. It arose, however, from a complete misunderstanding of the purport of Lord Methuen's remarks, in which he praised them, as he well might, for their bravery, and condoled with them over the wreck of their splendid regiments. The way in which officers and men hung on under conditions to which no troops have ever been exposed was worthy of the highest traditions of the British Army. From the death of Wauchope in the early morning until the assumption of the command of the brigade by Hughes Hallett in the late afternoon, no one seems to have taken the direction. "My lieutenant was wounded and my captain was killed," says a private. "The general was dead, but we stayed where we were, for there was no order to retire." That was the story of the whole brigade, until the flanking movement of the Boers compelled them to fall back. The most striking lesson of the engagement is the extreme bloodiness of modern warfare under some conditions, and its bloodlessness under others. Here, out of a total of something under 1,000 casualties, 700 were incurred in about 5 minutes, and the whole day of shell, machine gun, and rifle fire only furnished the odd 300. So also at Ladysmith, the British forces, White's column, were under heavy fire from 5.3 to 11.3, and the loss again was something under 300. With conservative generalship, the losses of the battles of the future will be much less than those of the past, and as a consequence the battles themselves will last much longer, and it will be the most enduring rather than the most fiery which will win. The supply of food and water to the combatants will become of extreme importance to keep them up during the prolonged trials of endurance, which will last for weeks rather than days. On the other hand, when a general's force is badly compromised, it will be so punished that a quick surrender will be the only alternative to annihilation. On the subject of the quarter column formation, which proved so fatal to us, it must be remembered that any other form of advance is hardly possible during a night attack, though at Tel El File Kabir, the exceptional circumstance of the march being over an open desert allowed the troops to move for the last mile or two in a more extended formation. A line of battalion double-company columns is most difficult to preserve in the darkness, and any confusion may lead to disaster. The whole mistake lay in a miscalculation of a few hundred yards in the position of the trenches. Had the regiments deployed 5 minutes earlier, it is probable, though by no means certain, that the position would have been carried. The action was not without those examples of military virtue which soften a disaster and hold out a brighter promise for the future. The guards withdrew from the field as if on parade, with the Boer shells bursting over their ranks. Fine, too, was the restraint of G Battery of horse artillery on the morning after the battle. An armistice was understood to exist, but the naval gun, in ignorance of it, opened on our extreme left. The Boers at once opened fire upon the horse artillery. Recognizing the mistake, remained motionless and unlimbered in a line, with every horse and gunner and driver in his place, without taking any notice of the fire, which presently slackened and stopped as the enemy came to understand the situation. It is worthy of remark that in this battle the three field batteries engaged, as well as G Battery RHA, each fired over 1,000 rounds and remained for 30 consecutive hours within 1,500 yards of the Boer position. But of all the corps who deserved praise, there was none more gallant than the brave surgeons and ambulance bearers, who encounter all the dangers and enjoy none of the thrills of warfare. All day under fire these men worked and toiled among the wounded. Bevoor, Douglas, Probin, all were equally devoted. It is almost incredible, and yet it is true, that by 10 o'clock on the morning after the battle, before the troops had returned to camp, no fewer than 500 wounded were in the train and on their way to Cape Town. Chapter 10. The Battle of Stormberg. Some attempt has now been made to sketch the succession of events which had ended in the investment of Ladysmith in northern Natal, and also to show the fortunes of the force which on the western side of the seat of war attempted to advance to the relief of Kimberley. The distance between these forces may be expressed in terms familiar to the European reader by saying that it was that which separates Paris from Frankfurt, or to the American by suggesting that Ladysmith was at Boston and that Methuen was trying to relieve Philadelphia. Waterless deserts and rugged mountain ranges divided the two scenes of action. In the case of the British, there could be no connection between the two movements. But the Boers, by a land journey of something over 100 miles, had a double choice of a route by which Cronje and Joubert might join hands, either by the Bloemfontein, Johannesburg, Laing's Neck Railway, or by the direct line from Harrismith to Ladysmith. The possession of these internal lines should have been of enormous benefit to the Boers, enabling them to throw the weight of their forces unexpectedly from the one flank to the other. In a future chapter, it will be recorded how the Army Corps arriving from England was largely diverted into Natal in order, in the first instance, to prevent the colony from being overrun, and in the second, to rescue the beleaguered garrison. In the meantime, it is necessary to deal with the military operations in the broad space between the Eastern and Western armies. After the declaration of war, there was a period of some weeks during which the position of the British over the whole of the northern part of Cape Colony was full of danger. Immense supplies had been gathered at DR, which were at the mercy of a Free State raid, and the burghers, had they possessed a cavalry leader with the dash of a Stuart or a Sheridan, might have dealt a blow which would have cost us £1 million worth of stores and dislocated the whole plan of campaign. However, the chance was allowed to pass, and when, on November 1st, the burghers at last in a leisurely fashion sauntered over the frontier, arrangements had been made by reinforcement and by concentration to guard the vital points. The objects of the British leaders, until the time for a general advance should come, were to hold the Orange River Bridge, which opened the way to Kimberley, to cover DR Junction, where the stores were, to protect at all costs the line of railway which led from Cape Town to Kimberley, and to hold on to as much as possible of those other two lines of railway which led, the one through Colesberg and the other through Stormberg, into the Free State. The two bodies of invaders who entered the colony moved along the line of these two railways, the one crossing the Orange River at Norval's Pont and the other at Bethune. They enlisted many recruits among the Cape Colony Dutch as they advanced, and the scanty British forces fell back in front of them, abandoning Colesberg on the one line and Stormberg on the other. We have, then, to deal with the movements of two British detachments, the one which operated on the Colesberg line, which was the more vital of the two, as a rapid advance of the Boers upon that line would have threatened the precious Cape Town to Kimberley connection, consisted almost entirely of mounted troops, and was under the command of the same General French who had won the Battle of Ellenslot by an act of foresight which was only too rare upon the British side in the earlier stages of this war. Frenchy, who had in the recent large maneuvers on Salisbury Plain shown great ability as a cavalry leader, was sent out of Ladysmith in the very last train which made its way through. His operations, with his instructive use of cavalry and horse artillery, may be treated separately. The other British force which faced the Boers who were advancing through Stormberg was commanded by General Gaetic, a man who bore a high reputation for fearlessness and tireless energy, though he had been criticized, notably during the Sudan campaign, for having called upon his men for undue and unnecessary exertion. General Backacre they called him, with rough, soldierly chaff. A glance at his long, thin figure, his gaunt Don Quixote face, and his aggressive jaw would show his personal energy, but might not satisfy the observer that he possessed those intellectual gifts which qualify for high command. At the action of the Atabara, he, the brigadier in command, was the first to reach and to tear down with his own hands the zareba of the enemy, a gallant exploit of the soldier, but a questionable position for the general. The man's strength and his weakness lay in the incident. General Gattaker was nominally in command of a division, but so cruelly had his men been diverted from him, some to Buller and Natal, and some to Methuen, that he could not assemble more than a brigade. Falling back before the Boer advance, he found himself early in December at Sturkstrom, while the Boers occupied the very strong position of Stormberg, some 30 miles to the north of him. With the enemy so near him, it was Gattaker's nature to attack, and the moment that he thought himself strong enough he did so. No doubt he had private information as to the dangerous hold which the Boers were getting upon the colonial Dutch, and it is possible that while Buller and Methuen were attacking east and west, they urged Gattaker to do something to hold the enemy in the center. On the night of December 9th, he advanced. The fact that he was about to do so, and even the hour of the start, appeared to have been the common property of the camp some days before the actual move. The Times correspondent under the date December 7th details all that it is intended to do. It is to the credit of our generals as men, but to their detriment as soldiers, that they seem throughout the campaign to have shown extraordinarily little power of dissimulation. They did the obvious, and usually allowed it to be obvious what they were about to do. One thinks of Napoleon striking at Egypt, how he gave it abroad that the real object of the expedition was Ireland, but breathed into the ears of one or two intimates that in very truth it was bound for Genoa. The leading official at Toulon had no more idea where the fleet and army of France had gone than the humblest caulker in the yard. However, it is not fair to expect the subtlety of the Corsican from the downright Saxon. But it remains strange and deplorable that in a country filled with spies anyone should have known in advance that a so-called surprise was about to be attempted. The force with which General Gattaker advanced consisted of the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers, 960 strong, with 1 Maxim, the 2nd Irish Rifles, 840 strong, with 1 Maxim, and 250 mounted infantry. There were 2 batteries of field artillery, the 74th and 77th. The total force was well under 3,000 men. About 3 in the afternoon, the men were entrained in open trucks under a burning sun, and for some reason at which the impetuous spirit of the general must have chafed, were kept waiting for 3 hours. At 8 o'clock, they detrained at Molteno, and thence, after a short rest and a meal, they started upon the night march, which was intended to end at the break of day at the Boer trenches. One feels as if one were describing the operations of Magersfontein once again, and the parallel continues to be painfully exact. It was 9 o'clock and pitch dark when the column moved out of Molteno and struck across the black gloom of the veld, the wheels of the guns being wrapped in hide to deaden the rattle. It was known that the distance was not more than 10 miles, and so when hour followed hour, and the guides were still unable to say that they had reached their point, it must have become perfectly evident that they had missed their way. The men were dog-tired, A long day's work had been followed by a long night's march, and they plodded along drowsily through the darkness. The ground was broken and irregular. The weary soldiers stumbled as they marched. Daylight came and revealed the column still looking for its objective, the fiery general walking in front and leading his horse behind him. It was evident that his plans had miscarried, but his energetic and hardy temperament would not permit him to turn back without a blow being struck. However one may commend his energy, one cannot but stand aghast at his dispositions. The country was wild and rocky, the very places for those tactics of the surprise and the ambuscade in which the Boers excelled. And yet the column still plodded aimlessly on in its dense formation. And if there were any attempt at scouting ahead and on the flanks, the result showed how ineffectively it was carried out. It was at 4:15 in the clear light of a South African morning that a shot, and then another, and then a rolling crash of musketry told that we were to have one more rough lesson of the result of neglecting the usual precautions of warfare. High up on the face of a steep line of hill, the Boer riflemen lay hid, and from a short range their fire scourged our exposed flank. The men appear to have been chiefly colonial rebels, and not Boers of the Backveld, and to that happy chance it may be that the comparative harmlessness of their fire was due. Even now, in spite of the surprise, the situation might have been saved had the bewildered troops and their harried officers known exactly what to do. It is easy to be wise after the event, but it appears now that the only course that could commend itself would be to extricate the troops from their position, and then, if thought feasible, to plan an attack. Instead of this, a rush was made at the hillside, and the infantry made their way some distance up it, only to find that there were positive ledges in front of them which could not be climbed. The advance was at a dead stop, and the men lay down under the boulders for cover from the hot fire which came from inaccessible marksmen above them. Meanwhile, the artillery had opened behind them, and their fire, not for the first time in this campaign, was more deadly to their friends than to their foes. At least one prominent officer fell among his men, torn by British shrapnel bullets. Talana Hill and Modder River have shown also, though perhaps in a less tragic degree, that what with the long range of modern artillery fire, and what with the difficulty of locating infantry who are using smokeless powder, it is necessary that officers commanding batteries should be provided with the coolest heads and the most powerful glasses of any men in the service. For a responsibility which will become more and more terrific rests upon their judgment. The question now, since the assault had failed, was how to extricate the men from their position. Many withdrew down the hill, running the gauntlet of the enemy's fire as they emerged from the boulders onto the open ground, while others clung to their positions, some from a soldierly hope that victory might finally incline to them, others because it was clearly safer to lie among the rocks than to cross the bullet-swept spaces beyond. Those portions of the force who extricated themselves do not appear to have realized how many of their comrades had remained behind. And so as the gap gradually increased between the men who were stationary and the men who fell back, all hope of the two bodies reuniting became impossible. All the infantry who remained upon the hillside were captured. The rest rallied at a point 1,500 yards from the scene of the surprise and began an orderly retreat to Molteno. In the meanwhile, 3 powerful Boer guns upon the ridge had opened fire with great accuracy, but fortunately with defective shells. Had the enemy's contractors been as trustworthy as their gunners in this campaign, our losses would have been very much heavier. And it is possible that here we catch a glimpse of some consequences of that corruption, which was one of the curses of the country. The guns were moved with great smartness along the ridge, and opened fire again and again, but never with great result. Our own batteries, the 74th and 77th, with our handful of mounted men, worked hard in covering the retreat and holding back the enemy's pursuit. It is a sad subject to discuss, but it is the one instance in a campaign containing many reverses which amounts to demoralization among the troops engaged. The Guards marching with the steadiness of Hyde Park off the field of Majorsfontein, or the men of Nicholson's Neck chafing because they were not led in a last hopeless charge, are, even in defeat, object lessons of military virtue. But here fatigue and sleeplessness had taken all fire and spirit out of the men. They dropped asleep by the roadside and had to be prodded up by their exhausted officers. Many were taken prisoners in their slumber by the enemy who gleamed behind them. Units broke into small straggling bodies, and it was a sorry and bedraggled force which about 10 o'clock came wandering into Molteno. The place of honor in the rear was kept throughout by the Irish Rifles, who preserved some military formation to the end. Our losses in killed and wounded were not severe. Military honor would have been less sore had they been more so. 26 killed, 68 wounded, that is all. But between the men on the hillside and the somnambulists of the column, 600, about equally divided between the Irish Rifles and the Northumberland Fusiliers, had been left as prisoners. 2 guns, too, had been lost in the hurried retreat. It is not for the historian, especially for a civilian historian, to say a word unnecessarily to aggravate the pain of that brave man who, having done all that personal courage could do, was seen afterwards sobbing on the table of the waiting room at Molteno, and bewailing his poor men. He had a disaster. But Nelson had won at Tenerife and Napoleon at Acre, and built their great reputations in spite of it. But the one good thing of a disaster is that by examining it, we may learn to do better in the future. And so it would indeed be a perilous thing if we agreed that our reverses were not a fit subject for open and frank discussion. It is not to the detriment of an enterprise that it should be daring and call for considerable physical effort on the part of those who are engaged in it. On the contrary, the conception of such plans is one of the signs of a great military mind. But in the arranging of the details, the same military mind should assiduously occupy itself in foreseeing and preventing every unnecessary thing which may make the execution of such a plan more difficult. The idea of a swift, sudden attack upon Stormberg was excellent. The details of the operation are continually open to criticism. How far the Boers suffered at Stormberg is unknown to us, but there seems in this instance no reason to doubt their own statement that their losses were very slight. At no time was any body of them exposed to our fire, while we, as usual, fought in the open. Their numbers were probably less than ours, and the quality of their shooting and want of energy in pursuit make the defeat the more galling. On the other hand, their guns were served with skill and audacity. They consisted of commandos from Bethune, Rookville, and Smithfield, under the orders of Olivier, with those colonials whom they had seduced from their allegiance. This defeat of General Gatacre's, occurring as it did in a disaffected district and one of great strategic importance, might have produced the worst consequences. Fortunately, no very evil result followed. No doubt the recruiting of rebels was helped, but there was no forward movement, and Molteno remained in our hand. In the meanwhile, Gatacre's force was reinforced by a fresh battery, the 79th, and by a strong regiment, the Derbyshires, so that with the 1st Royal Scots and the wing of the Berkshires, he was strong enough to hold his own until the time for a general advance should come. So in the Stormberg district, as at the Modder River, the same humiliating and absurd position of stalemate was established. Chapter 11. Battle of Colenso. 2 serious defeats had within the week been inflicted upon the British forces in South Africa. Cronje, lurking behind his trenches and his barbed wire entanglements, barred Methuen's road to Kimberley, while in the northern part of Cape Colony, Gatacre's wearied troops had been defeated and driven by a force which consisted largely of British subjects. But the public at home steeled their hearts and fixed their eyes steadily upon Natal. There was their senior general, and there the main body of their troops. As brigade after brigade and battery after battery touched at Cape Town, and were sent on instantly to Durban, it was evident that it was in this quarter that the supreme effort was to be made, and that there the light might at last break. In club and dining room and railway car, wherever men met and talked, the same words might be heard: "Wait until Buller moves." The hopes of a great empire lay in the phrase. It was upon October 30th that Sir George White had been thrust back into Ladysmith. On November 2nd, telegraphic communication with the town was interrupted. On November 3rd, the railway line was cut. On November 10th, the Boers held Colenso and the line of the Tugela. On the 14th was the affair of the armored train. On the 18th, the enemy were near Escourt. On the 21st, they had reached the Moy River. On the 23rd, Hildyard attacked them at Willow Grange. All these actions will be treated elsewhere. This last one marks the turn of the tide. From then onwards, Sir Redvers Buller was massing his troops at Chieveley in preparation for a great effort to cross the river and to relieve Ladysmith, the guns of which, calling from behind the line of northern hills, told their constant tale of restless attack and stubborn defense. But the task was as severe a one as the most fighting general could ask for. On the southern side, the banks formed a long slope which could be shaved, as with a razor, by the rifle fire of the enemy. How to advance across that broad open zone was indeed a problem. It was one of many occasions in this war in which one wondered why, if a bulletproof shield capable of sheltering a lying man could be constructed, a trial should not be given to it. Alternate rushes of companies with a safe rest after each rush would save the troops from the continued tension of that deadly, never-ending fire. However, it is idle to discuss what might have been done to mitigate their trials. The open ground had to be passed, and then they came to, not the enemy, but a broad and deep river, with a single bridge, probably undermined, and a single ford, which was found not to exist in practice. Beyond the river was tier after tier of hills, crowned with stone walls and seamed with trenches, defended by thousands of the best marksmen in the world, supported by an admirable artillery. In spite of the advance over the open, and in spite of the passage of the river, a ridge could still be carried. It was only to be commanded by the next. And so, one behind the other, like the billows of the ocean, a series of hills and hollows rolled northwards to Ladysmith. All attacks must be in the open. All defense was from under cover. Add to this that the young and energetic Louis Botha was in command of the Boers. It was a desperate task, and yet honor forbade that the garrison should be left to its fate. The venture must be made. The most obvious criticism upon the operation is that if the attack must be made, it should not be made under the enemy's conditions. We seem almost to have gone out of our way to make every obstacle, the glacis-like approach, the river, the trenches, as difficult as possible. Future operations were to prove that it was not so difficult to deceive Boer vigilance and by rapid movements to cross the Tugela. A military authority has stated, I know not with what truth, that there is no instance in history of a determined army being stopped by the line of a river, and from Wellington, at the Douro, to the Russians on the Danube, many examples of the ease with which they may be passed will occur to the reader. But Buller had some exceptional difficulties with which to contend. He was weak in mounted troops, and was opposed to an enemy of exceptional mobility who might attack his flank and rear if he exposed them. He had not that great preponderance of numbers which came to him later, and which enabled him to attempt a wide turning movement. One advantage he had, the possession of a more powerful artillery, but his heaviest guns were naturally his least mobile, and the more direct his advance, the more effective would his guns be. For these or other reasons he determined upon a frontal attack on the formidable Boer position, and he moved out of Chieveley camp for that purpose at daybreak on Friday, December 15th. The force which General Buller led into action was the finest which any British general had handled since the Battle of the Alma. Of infantry he had 4 strong brigades. The 2nd, Hildyards, consisting of the 2nd Devons, the 2nd Queens or West Surrey, the 2nd West Yorkshire, and the 2nd East Surrey. The 4th Brigade, Littletons, comprising the 2nd Cameronians, the 3rd Rifles, the 1st Durhams, and the 1st Rifle Brigade, the 5th Brigade, Hearts, with the 1st Inniskilling Fusiliers, the 1st Connaught Rangers, 2nd Dublin Fusiliers, and the Border Regiment. This last taking the place of the 2nd Irish Rifles, who were with Gallagher. There remained the 6th Brigade, Bartons, which included the 2nd Royal Fusiliers, the 2nd Scots Fusiliers, the 1st Welsh Fusiliers, and the 2nd Irish Fusiliers, in all about 16,000 infantry. The mounted men, who were commanded by Lord Dundonald, included the 13th Hussars, the 1st Royals, Bethune's Mounted Infantry, Thornycroft's Mounted Infantry, 3 squadrons of South African Horse, with a composite regiment formed from the mounted infantry of the Rifles and of the Dublin Fusiliers, with squadrons of the Natal Carabineers and the Imperial Light Horse. These irregular troops of horse might be criticized by martinets and pedants, but they contained some of the finest fighting material in the army, some urged on by personal hatred of the Boers, and some by mere lust of adventure. As an example of the latter, one squadron of the South African Horse was composed almost entirely of Texan muleteers, who, having come over with their animals, had been drawn by their own gallant spirit into the fighting line of their kinsmen. Cavalry was General Buller's weakest arm, but his artillery was strong, both in its quality and its number of guns. There were 5 batteries, 30 guns of the field artillery, the 7th, 14th, 63rd, 64th, and 66th. Besides these, there were no fewer than 16 naval guns from HMS Terrible, 14 of which were 12-pounders, and the other 2 of the 4.7 type, which had done such good service both at Ladysmith and with Methuen. The whole force, which moved out from Chieveley Camp, numbered about 21,000 men. The work which was allotted to the army was simple in conception, however terrible it might prove in execution. There were 2 points at which the river might be crossed, one 3 miles off on the left, named Bridle Drift, the other straight ahead at the bridge of Colenso. The 5th or Irish Brigade was to endeavor to cross at Bridle Drift, and then to work down the riverbank on the far side so as to support the 2nd or English Brigade, which was to cross at Colenso. The 4th Brigade was to advance between these so as to help either, which should be in difficulties. Meanwhile, on the extreme right, the mounted troops under Dundonald were to cover the flank and to attack Langwain Hill, a formidable position held strongly by the enemy upon the south bank of the Tugela. The remaining Fusilier Brigade of Infantry was to support this movement on the right. The guns were to cover the various attacks, and if possible gain a position from which the trenches might be enfiladed. This, simply stated, was the work which lay before the British Army. In the bright clear morning sunshine, under a cloudless blue sky, they advanced with high hopes to the assault. Before them lay the long level plain, then the curve of the river, and beyond, silent and serene, like some peaceful dream landscape, stretched the lines and lines of gently curving hills. It was just 5 o'clock in the morning when the naval guns began to bay, and huge red dust clouds from the distant foothills showed where the lyddite was bursting. No answer came back, nor was there any movement upon the sunlit hills. It was almost brutal, this furious violence to so gentle and unresponsive a countryside. In no place could the keenest eye detect a sign of guns or men, and yet death lurked in every hollow and crouched by every rock. It is so difficult to make a modern battle intelligible when fought, as this was, over a front of 7 or 8 miles, that it is best perhaps to take the doings of each column in turn, beginning with the left flank, where Hart's Irish Brigade had advanced to the assault of Bridle Drift. Under an unanswered and therefore an unaimed fire from the heavy guns, the Irish infantry moved forward upon the points which they had been ordered to attack. The Dublins led, then the Connaughts, the Inniskillings, and the Borderers. Incredible as it may appear after the recent experiences of Magersfontein and of Stormberg, the men in the 2 rear regiments appear to have been advanced in quarter column, and not to have deployed until after the enemy's fire had opened. Had shrapnel struck this close formation, as it was within an ace of doing, the loss of life must have been as severe as it was unnecessary. On approaching the drift, the position, or even the existence of which does not seem to have been very clearly defined, it was found that the troops had to advance into a loop formed by the river, so that they were exposed to a very heavy cross fire upon their right flank, while they were rained on by shrapnel from in front. No sign of the enemy could be seen, though the men were dropping fast. It is a weird and soul-shaking experience to advance over a sunlit and apparently a lonely countryside, with no slightest movement upon its broad face, while the path which you take is marked behind you by sobbing, gasping, writhing men, who can only guess by the position of their wounds whence the shots came which struck them down. All round, like the hissing of fat in the pan, is the monotonous crackle and rattle of the Mausers. But the air is full of it, and no one can define exactly whence it comes. Far away on some hill upon the skyline there hangs the least gauzy veil of thin smoke to indicate whence the 6 men who have just all fallen together, as if it were some grim drill, met their death. Into such a hellstorm as this it was that the soldiers have again and again advanced in the course of this war, but it may be questioned whether they will not prove to be among the last of mortals to be asked to endure such an ordeal. Other methods of attack must be found, or attacks must be abandoned, for smokeless powder, quick-firing guns, and modern rifles make it all odds on the defense. The gallant Irishmen pushed on, flushed with battle and careless for their losses. The 4 regiments clubbed into one, with all military organization rapidly disappearing, and nothing left but their gallant spirit and their furious desire to come to hand grips with the enemy. Rolling on in a broad wave of shouting angry men, they never winced from the fire until they had swept up to the bank of the river. Northern Inniskilling and southern man of Connaught, Orange and Green, Protestant and Catholic, Celt and Saxon. Their only rivalry now was who could shed his blood most freely for the common cause. How hateful seem those provincial politics and narrow sectarian creeds which can hold such men apart. The bank of the river had been gained, but where was the ford? The water swept broad and unruffled in front of them, with no indication of shallows. A few dashing fellows sprang in, but their cartridges and rifles dragged them to the bottom. 1 or 2 may even have struggled through to the further side, but on this there is a conflict of evidence. It may be, though it seems incredible, that the river had been partly dammed to deepen the drift, or, as is more probable, that in the rapid advance an attack the position of the drift was lost. However this may be, the troops could find no ford, and they lay down, as had been done in so many previous actions, unwilling to retreat and unable to advance, with the same merciless pelting from front and flank. In every fold and behind every anthill the Irishmen lay thick and waited for better times. There are many instances of their cheery and uncomplaining humor. Colonel Brooke, of the Connaughts, fell at the head of his men. Private Livingstone helped to carry him into safety, and then, his task done, he confessed to having a bit of a rap himself, and sank fainting with a bullet through his throat. Another sat with a bullet through both legs. "Bring me a tin whistle and I'll blow ye any tune ye like," he cried, mindful of the Dargai pipe. Another, with his arm hanging by a tendon, puffed morosely at his short black pipe. Every now and then, in face of the impossible, the fiery Celtic valor flamed furiously upwards. "Fix bayonets, men, and let us make a name for ourselves," cried a color sergeant, and he never spoke again. For 5 hours, under the tropical sun, the grimy parched men held on to the ground they had occupied. British shells pitched short and fell among them. A regiment in support fired at them, not knowing that any of the line were so far advanced. Shot at from the front, the flank and the rear, the 5th Brigade held grimly on. But fortunately their orders to retire were at hand, and it is certain that had they not reached them, the regiments would have been uselessly destroyed where they lay. It seems to have been Buller himself, who showed extraordinary and ubiquitous personal energy during the day, that ordered them to fall back. As they retreated, there was an entire absence of haste and panic, but officers and men were hopelessly jumbled up. And General Harteen, whose judgment may occasionally be questioned, but whose cool courage was beyond praise, had hard work to reform the splendid brigade which 6 hours before had tramped out of Cheveley camp. Between 500 and 600 of them had fallen, a loss which approximates to that of the Highland Brigade at Madgersfontein. The Dublins and the Connaughts were the heaviest sufferers. So much for the mishap of the 5th Brigade. It is superfluous to point out that the same old omissions were responsible for the same old results. Why were the men in quarter column when advancing against an unseen foe? Why had no scouts gone forward to be certain of the position of the ford? Where were the clouds of skirmishers which should precede such an advance? The recent examples in the field and the teachings of the textbooks were equally set at naught, as they had been, and were to be, so often in this campaign. There may be a science of war in the lecture rooms at Camberley, but very little of it found its way to the Veld. The slogging valor of the private, the careless dash of the regimental officer, these were our military assets, but seldom the care and foresight of our commanders. It is a thankless task to make such comments, Sue. But the one great lesson of the war has been that the army is too vital a thing to fall into the hands of a caste, and that it is a national duty for every man to speak fearlessly and freely what he believes to be the truth. Passing from the misadventure of the 5th Brigade, we come as we move from left to right upon the 4th, or Lyttelton's brigade, which was instructed not to attack itself but to support the attack on either side of it. With the help of the naval guns, it did what it could to extricate and cover the retreat of the Irishmen, but it could play no very important part in the action, and its losses were insignificant. On its right, in turn, Hildyard's English brigade had developed its attack upon Colenso and the bridge. The regiments under Hildyard's lead were the 2nd West Surrey, the 2nd Devons, whose 1st Battalion was doing so well, with the Ladysmith force, the East Surreys, and the West Yorkshires. The enemy had evidently anticipated the main attack on this position, and not only were the trenches upon the other side exceptionally strong, but their artillery converged upon the bridge, at least a dozen heavy pieces, besides a number of quick fires bearing upon it. The Devons and the Queens, in open order, an extended line of khaki dots, blending so admirably with the plain that they were hardly visible when they halted, led the attack, being supported by the East Surrey and the West Yorkshires. Advancing under a very heavy fire, the brigade experienced much the same ordeal as their comrades of Hart's brigade, which was mitigated by the fact that from the first they preserved their open order in columns of half companies extended to 6 paces, and that the river in front of them did not permit that right flank fire which was so fatal to the Irishmen. With a loss of some 200 men, the leading regiments succeeded in reaching Colenso, and the West Surrey, advancing by rushes of 50 yards at a time, had established itself in the station. But a catastrophe had occurred at an earlier hour to the artillery which was supporting it, which rendered all further advance impossible. For the reason of this, we must follow the fortunes of the next unit upon their right. This consisted of the important body of artillery who had been told off to support the main attack. It comprised 2 field batteries, the 14th and the 66th, under the command of Colonel Long, and 6 naval guns, 2 of 4.7 and 4 12-pounders, under Lieutenant Ogilvy of the Terrible. Long has the record of being a most zealous and dashing officer, whose handling of the Egyptian artillery at the Battle of the Atabra had much to do with the success of the action. Unfortunately, these barbarian campaigns, in which liberties may be taken with impunity, leave an evil tradition, as the French have found with their Algeria. Our own close formations, our adherence to volley firing, and in this instance the use of our artillery, all seem to be legacies of our savage wars. Be the cause what it may. At an early stage of the action, Long's guns whirled forwards, outstripped the infantry brigades upon their flanks, left the slow, moving naval guns with their ox teams behind them, and unlimbered within 1,000 yards of the enemy's trenches. From this position, he opened fire upon Fort Wiley, which was the center of that portion of the Boer position which faced him. But his two unhappy batteries were destined not to turn the tide of battle, as he had hoped, but rather to furnish the classic example of the helplessness of artillery against modern rifle fire. Not even Mercer's famous description of the effect of a flank fire upon his troop of horse artillery at Waterloo could do justice to the blizzard of lead which broke over the two doomed batteries. The teams fell in heaps, some dead, some mutilated and mutilating others in their frantic struggles. One driver, crazed with horror, sprang on a leader, cut the traces and tore madly off the field. But a perfect discipline reigned among the vast majority of the gunners, and the words of command and the laying and working of the guns were all as methodical as at Oakham. Not only was there a most deadly rifle fire, partly from the lines in front and partly from the village of Colenso upon their left flank, but the Boer automatic, quick firers found the range to a nicety, and the little shells were crackling and banging continually over the batteries. Already every gun had its litter of dead around it, but each was still fringed by its own group of furious officers and sweating, desperate gunners. Poor Long was down, with a bullet through his arm and another through his liver. "Abandon be damned! We don't abandon guns," was his last cry as they dragged him into the shelter of a little donga hard by. Captain Goldie dropped dead. So did Lieutenant Schreiber. Colonel Hunt fell, shot in 2 places. Officers and men were falling fast. The guns could not be worked, and yet they could not be removed, for every effort to bring up teams from the shelter where the limbers lay ended in the death of the horses. The survivors took refuge from the murderous fire in that small hollow to which Long had been carried, 100 yards or so from the line of bullet-splashed camp. One gun on the right was still served by 4 men who refused to leave it. They seemed to bear charmed lives, these 4, as they strained and wrestled with their beloved 15-pounder amid the spurting sand and the blue wreaths of the bursting shells. Then one gasped and fell against the trail, and his comrade sank beside the wheel with his chin upon his breast. The third threw up his hands and pitched forward upon his face, while the survivor, a grim powder-stained figure, stood at attention, looking death in the eyes, until he too was struck down. A useless sacrifice, you may say, but while the men who saw them die can tell such a story round the campfire, the example of such deaths as these does more than clang of bugle or roll of drum to stir the warrior spirit of our race. For 2 hours, the little knot of heartsick, humiliated officers and men lay in the precarious shelter of the donga and looked out at the bullet-swept plain and the line of silent guns. Many of them were wounded. Their chief lay among them, still calling out in his delirium for his guns. They had been joined by the gallant Bappy, a brave surgeon, who rode across to the donga amid a murderous fire and did what he could for the injured men. Now and then a rush was made into the open, sometimes in the hope of firing another round, sometimes to bring a wounded comrade in from the pitiless pelt of the bullets. How fearful was that lead storm may be gathered from the fact that one gunner was found with 64 wounds in his body. Several men dropped in these sorties, and the disheartened survivors settled down once more in the donga. The hope to which they clung was that their guns were not really lost, but that the arrival of infantry would enable them to work them once more. Infantry did at last arrive, but in such small numbers that it made the situation more difficult instead of easing it. Colonel Bullock had brought up 2 companies of the Divans to join the 2 companies, A and B, of Scott's Fusiliers, who had been the original escort of the guns, but such a handful could not turn the tide. They also took refuge in the donga and waited for better time. In the meanwhile, the attention of Generals Buller and Clary had been called to the desperate position of the guns, and they had made their way to that further nullah. In the rear were the remaining limber horses and drivers. This was some distance behind that other donga, in which Long Bullock and their Devons and gunners were crouching. "Will any of you volunteer to save the guns?" cried Buller. Corporal Nurse, Gunner Young, and a few others responded. The desperate venture was led by 3 aides-de-camp of the generals, Congreve, Schofield, and Roberts, the only son of the famous soldier. 2 gun teams were taken down, the horses galloping frantically through an infernal fire, and each team succeeded in getting back with a gun. But the loss was fearful. Roberts was mortally wounded. Congreve has left an account which shows what a modern rifle fire at 1,000 yards is like. "My first bullet went through my left sleeve and made the joint of my elbow bleed. Next, a clod of earth caught me smack on the right arm. Then my horse got one. Then my right leg one. Then my horse another. And that settled us." The gallant fellow managed to crawl to the group of castaways in the donga. Roberts insisted on being left where he fell, for fear he should hamper the others. In the meanwhile, Captain Reed of the 7th Battery had arrived with 2 spare teams of horses, and another determined effort was made under his leadership to save some of the guns. But the fire was too murderous. 2/3 of his horses and half his men, including himself, were struck down, and General Buller commanded that all further attempts to reach the abandoned batteries should be given up. Both he and General Clary had been slightly wounded, and there were many operations over the whole field of action to engage their attention. But making every allowance for the pressure of many duties and for the confusion and turmoil of a great action, it does seem one of the most inexplicable incidents in British military history that the guns should ever have been permitted to fall into the hands of the enemy. It is evident that if our gunners could not live under the fire of the enemy, it would be equally impossible for the enemy to remove the guns under a fire from a couple of battalions of our infantry. There were many regiments which had hardly been engaged, and which could have been advanced for such a purpose. The men of the mounted infantry actually volunteered for this work, and none could have been more capable of carrying it out. There was plenty of time also, for the guns were abandoned about 11, and the Boers did not venture to seize them until 4. Not only could the guns have been saved, but they might, one would think, have been transformed into an excellent bait for a trap to tempt the Boers out of their trenches. It must have been with fear and trembling that Cherry Emmett and his men first approached them, for how could they believe that such incredible good fortune had come to them? However, the fact, humiliating and inexplicable, is that the guns were so left, that the whole force was withdrawn, and that not only the 10 cannon, but also the handful of Devons, with their colonel, and the Fusiliers were taken prisoners in the donga, which had sheltered them all day. We have now, working from left to right, considered the operations of Hart's brigade at Bridle Drift, of Lyttelton's brigade in support, of Hildyard's which attacked Colenso, and of the luckless batteries which were to have helped him. There remained 2 bodies of troops upon the right, the further consisting of Dundonald's mounted men who were to attack Longwain Hill, a fortified Boer position upon the south of the river, while Barton's brigade was to support it and to connect this attack with the central operation. Dundonald's force was entirely too weak for such an operation as the capture of the formidable entrenched hill, and it is probable that the movement was meant rather as a reconnaissance than as an assault. He had not more than 1,000 men in all, mostly irregulars, and the position which faced him was precipitous and entrenched, with barbed wire entanglements and automatic guns. But the gallant colonials were out on their first action, and their fiery courage pushed the attack home. Leaving their horses, they advanced 1.5 miles on foot before they came within easy range of the hidden riflemen, and learned the lesson which had been taught to their comrades all along the line, that given approximately equal numbers, the attack in the open has no possible chance against the concealed defense, and in that the more bravely it is pushed, the more heavy is the repulse. The irregulars carried themselves like old soldiers, They did all that mortal man could do, and they retired coolly and slowly with the loss of 130 of the brave troopers. The 7th Field Battery did all that was possible to support the advance and cover the retirement. In no single place, on this day of disaster, did one least gleam of success come to warm the hearts and reward the exertions of our much-enduring men. Of Barton's brigade there is nothing to be recorded, for they appear neither to have supported the attack upon Longwain Hill on the one side, nor to have helped to cover the ill-fated guns on the other. Barton was applied to for help by Dundonald, but refused to detach any of his troops. If General Buller's real idea was a reconnaissance in force, in order to determine the position and strength of the Boer lines, then of course his brigadiers must have felt a reluctance to entangle their brigades in a battle which was really the result of a misunderstanding. On the other hand, if, as the orders of the day seemed to show, a serious engagement was always intended, it is strange that 2 brigades out of 4 should have played so insignificant a part. To Barton's brigade was given the responsibility of seeing that no right flank attack was carried out by the Boers, and this held it back until it was clear that no such attack was contemplated. After that, one would have thought that, had the situation been appreciated, at least 2 battalions might have been spared to cover the abandoned guns with their rifle fire. 2 companies of the Scots Fusiliers did share the fortunes of the guns. 2 others, and 1 of the Irish Fusiliers, acted in support, but the brigade as a whole, together with the 1st Royals and the 13th Hussars, might as well have been at Aldershot for any bearing which their work had upon the fortunes of the day. And so the first attempt at the relief of Ladysmith came to an end. At 12 o'clock all the troops upon the ground were retreating for the camp. There was nothing in the shape of rout or panic, and the withdrawal was as orderly as the advance. But the fact remained that we had just 1,200 men in killed, wounded, and missing, and had gained absolutely nothing. We had not even the satisfaction of knowing that we had inflicted as well as endured punishment, for the enemy remained throughout the day so cleverly concealed that it is doubtful whether more than 100 casualties occurred in their ranks. Once more it was shown how weak an arm is artillery against an enemy who lies in shelter. Our wounded fortunately bore a high proportion to our killed, as they always will do when it is rifle fire, rather than shell fire which is effective. Roughly we had 150 killed, and about 720 wounded. A more humiliating item is the 250 or so who were missing. These men were the gunners, the Devons, and the Scots Fusiliers, who were taken in the Donga together with small bodies from the Conan, the Dublins, and other regiments who, having found some shelter, were unable to leave it, and clung on until the retirement of their regiments left them in a hopeless position. Some of these small knots of men were allowed to retire in the evening by the Boers, who seemed by no means anxious to increase the number of their prisoners. Colonel Thackeray, of the Inniskilling Fusiliers, found himself with a handful of his men surrounded by the enemy, but owing to their good humor and his own tact, he succeeded in withdrawing them in safety. The losses fell chiefly on Hart's brigade, Hildyard's brigade, and the Colonial Irregulars, who bore off the honors of the fight. In his official report, General Buller states that were it not for the action of Colonel Long and the subsequent disaster to the artillery, he thought that the battle might have been a successful one. This is a hard saying, and throws perhaps too much responsibility upon the gallant but unfortunate gunner. There have been occasions in the war when greater dash upon the part of our artillery might have changed the fate of the day, and it is bad policy to be too severe upon the man who has taken a risk and failed. The whole operation, with its advance over the open against a concealed enemy with a river in his front, was so absolutely desperate that Long may have seen that only desperate measures could save the situation. To bring guns into action in front of the infantry, without having clearly defined the position of the opposing infantry, must always remain one of the most hazardous ventures of war. It would certainly be mere folly, says Prince Kraft, To advance artillery to within 600 or 800 yards of a position held by infantry, unless the latter were under the fire of infantry from an even shorter range. This mere folly is exactly what Colonel Long did, but it must be remembered in extenuation that he shared with others the idea that the Boers were up on the hills, and had no inkling that their front trenches were down at the river. With the imperfect means at his disposal, he did such scouting as he could, and if his fiery and impetuous spirit led him into a position which cost him so dearly, it is certainly more easy for the critic to extenuate his fault than that subsequent one which allowed the abandoned guns to fall into the hands of the enemy. Nor is there any evidence that the loss of these guns did seriously affect the fate of the action. For at those other parts of the field, where the infantry had the full and unceasing support of the artillery, the result was not more favorable than at the center. So much for Colenso. A more unsatisfactory, and in some ways inexplicable action, is not to be found in the range of British military history, and the fuller the light which has been poured upon it, the more extraordinary does the battle appear. There are a preface and a sequel to the action which have put a severe strain upon the charity which the British public has always shown that it is prepared to extend to a defeated general. The preface is that General Buller sent word to General White that he proposed to attack upon the 17th, while the actual attack was delivered upon the 15th, so that the garrison was not prepared to make that demonstration which might have prevented the besiegers from sending important reinforcements to Botha, had he needed them. The sequel is more serious. Losing all heart at his defeat, General Buller, although he had been officially informed that White had provisions for 70 days, sent a heliogram advising the surrender of the garrison. White's first reply, which deserves to live with the anecdote of Nelson's telescope at his blind eye, was to the effect that he believed the enemy had been tampering with Buller's messages. To this Buller dispatched an amended message, which, with Sir George White's reply, is here appended. Message of December 16th, as altered by that of December 17th, 1899. I tried Colenso yesterday, but failed. The enemy is too strong for my force, except with siege operations, and these will take 1 full month to prepare. Can you last so long? How many days can you hold out? I suggest you firing away as much ammunition as you can, and making best terms you can. I can remain here if you have alternative suggestion, but unaided, I cannot break in. I find my infantry cannot fight more than 10 miles from camp, and then only if water can be got, and it is scarce here. Whatever happens, recollect to burn your cipher, decipher, and code books, and all deciphered messages. Noon. From Sir G. White to Sir R. Buller. December 16th, 1899. To Ahor. Yours of today, received and understood. My suggestion is that you take up strongest available position that will enable you to keep touch of the enemy and harass him constantly with artillery fire and in other ways as much as possible. I can make food last for much longer than a month, and will not think of making terms till I am forced to. You may have hit enemy harder than you think. All our native spies report that your artillery fire made considerable impression on enemy. Have your losses been very heavy? If you lose touch of enemy, it will immensely increase his opportunities of crushing me, and have worst effect elsewhere. While you are in touch with him and in communication with me, he has both of our forces to reckon with. Make every effort to get reinforcements as early as possible, including India, and enlist every man in both colonies who will serve and can ride. Things may look brighter. The loss of 12,000 men here would be a heavy blow to England. We must not yet think of it. I fear I could not cut my way to you. Enteric fever is increasing alarmingly here. There are now 180 cases, all within last month. Answer fully. I am keeping everything secret for the present till I know your plans. The eye was you. Much allowance is to be made for a man who is staggering under the mental shock of defeat and the physical exertions which Buller had endured. that the government made such allowances clear from the fact that he was not instantly recalled. And yet the cold facts are that we have a British general at the head of 25 men, recommending another general at the head of 12 men only 12 miles off, to lay down his arms to an army which was certainly very inferior in numbers to the total British force, and this because he had once been defeated, although he knew that there was still time for the whole resources of the empire to be poured into Natal in order to prevent so shocking a disaster. Such is a plain statement of the advice which Buller gave and which White rejected. For the instant, the fate not only of South Africa, but even, as I believe, of the empire, hung upon the decision of the old soldier in Ladysmith, who had to resist the proposals of his own general as sternly as the attacks of the enemy. He who sorely needed help and encouragement became, as his message shows, the helper and the encourager. It was a tremendous test, and Sir George White came through it with a staunchness and a loyalty which saved us not only from overwhelming present disaster, but from a hideous memory which must have haunted British military annals for centuries to come. Chapter 12. The Dark Hour. The week, which extended from December 10th to December 17th, 1899, was the blackest one known during our generation, and the most disastrous for British arms during the century. We had in the short space of 7 days lost, beyond all extenuation or excuse, 3 separate actions. No single defeat was of vital importance in itself, but the cumulative effect, occurring as they did to each of the main British forces in South Africa, was very great. The total loss amounted to about 3,000 men and 12 guns, while the indirect effects in the way of loss of prestige to ourselves and increased confidence and more numerous recruits to our enemy were incalculable. It is singular to glance at the extracts from the European press at that time, and to observe the delight and foolish exultation with which our reverses were received. That this should occur in the French journals is not unnatural, since our history has been largely a contest with that power, and we can regard with complacency and enmity which is the tribute to our success. Russia, too, as the least progressive of European states, has a natural antagonism of thought, if not of interests, to the power which stands most prominently for individual freedom and liberal institution. The same poor excuse may be made for the organs of the Vatican. But what are we to say of the insensate railing of Germany, a country whose ally we have been for centuries? In the days of Marlborough, in the darkest hours of Frederick the Great, in the great world struggle of Napoleon, we have been the brothers in arms of these people. So with the Austrians also. If both these countries were not finally swept from the map by Napoleon, it is largely to British subsidies and British tenacity that they owe it. And yet these are the folk who turned most bitterly against us at the only time in modern history when we had a chance of distinguishing our friends from our foes. Never again, I trust, on any pretext will a British guinea be spent, or a British soldier or sailor shed his blood for such allies. The political lesson of this writer has been that we should make ourselves strong within the empire, and let all outside it, save only our kinsmen of America, go their own way, and meet their own fate without let or hindrance from us. It is amazing to find that even the Americans could understand the stock from which they are themselves sprung so little way that such papers as the New York Heralds should imagine that our defeat at Colenso was a good opportunity for U.S. to terminate the war diet. The other leading American journals, however, took a more sane view of the situation and realized that 10 years of such defeats would not find the end either of our resolution or of our resources. In the British Islands and in the Empire at large, our misfortunes were met by a somber but unalterable determination to carry the war to a successful conclusion and to spare no sacrifices which could lead to that end. Amid the humiliation of our reverses, there was a certain undercurrent of satisfaction that the deeds of our foemen should at least have made the contention that the strong was wantonly attacking the weak an absurd one. Under the stimulus of defeat, the opposition to the war sensibly decreased. It had become too absurd even for the most unreasonable platform orator to contend that a struggle had been forced upon the Boers when every fresh detail showed how thoroughly they had prepared for such a contingency and how much we had to make up. Many who had opposed the war simply on that sporting instinct which backs the smaller against the larger began to realize that what with the geographical position of these people, what with the nature of their country, and what with the mobility, number, and hardihood of their forces, we had undertaken a task which would necessitate such a military effort as we had never before been called upon to make. When Kipling at the dawn of the war had sung of 50,000 horse and foot going to Table Bay, the statement had seemed extreme. Now it was growing upon the public mind that 4 times this number would not be an excessive estimate. But the nation rose grandly to the effort. Their only fear, often and loudly expressed, was that Parliament would deal too tamely with the situation and fail to demand sufficient sacrifices. Such was the wave of feeling over the country that it was impossible to hold a peace meeting anywhere without a certainty of riot. The only London daily which had opposed the war, though very ably edited, was overborne by the general sentiment and compelled to change its line. In the provinces also opposition was almost silent, and the great colonies were even more unanimous than the mother country. Misfortune had solidified us where success might have caused a sentimental opposition. On the whole, the energetic mood of the nation was reflected by the decided measures of the government. Before the deep-sea cables had told us the lists of our dead, steps had been taken to prove to the world how great were our latent resources and how determined our spirit. On December 18th, 2 days after Colenso, the following provisions were made for carrying on the campaign. 1. That as General Buller's hands were full in Natal, the supervision and direction of the whole campaign should be placed in the hands of Lord Roberts, with Lord Kitchener as his chief of staff. Thus the famous old soldier and the famous young one were called together to the assistance of the country. 2. That all the remaining army reserves should be called out. 3. That the 7th Division, 10,000 men, should be dispatched to Africa, and that an 8th Division should be formed ready for service. 4. That considerable artillery reinforcements, including a howitzer brigade, should go out. 5. That 11 militia battalions be sent abroad. 6. That a strong contingent of volunteers be sent out. 7. That a yeomanry mounted force be dispatched. 8. That mounted corps be raised at the discretion of the Commander-in-Chief in South Africa. 9. That the patriotic offers of further contingents from the colonies be gratefully accepted. By these measures, it was calculated that from 70 to 100,000 men would be added to our South African armies, the numbers of which were already not short of 100,000. It is one thing, however, to draw up paper reinforcements, and it is another, in a free country where no compulsion would be tolerated, to turn these plans into actual regiments and squadrons. But if there were any who doubted that this ancient nation still glowed with the spirit of its youth, his fears must soon have passed away. For this far-distant war, a war of the unseen foe and of the murderous ambuscade, there were so many volunteers that the authorities were embarrassed by their numbers and their pertinacity. It was a stimulating sight to see those long queues of top-hatted, frock-coated young men who waited their turn for the orderly room with as much desperate anxiety as if hard fare, a veld bed, and Boer bullets were all that life had that was worth the holding. Especially the Imperial Yeomanry, a corps of riders and shots, appealed to the sporting instincts of our race. Many could ride and not shoot. Many could shoot and not ride. More candidates were rejected than were accepted, and yet in a very short time 8,000 men from every class were wearing the grey coats and bandoliers. This singular and formidable force was drawn from every part of England and Scotland, with a contingent of hard-riding Irish fox hunters. Noblemen and grooms rode knee to knee in the ranks, and the officers included many well-known country gentlemen and masters of hounds. Well-horsed and well-armed, a better force for the work in hand could not be imagined. So high did the patriotism run that corps were formed, in which the men not only found their own equipment, but contributed their pay to the war fund. Many young men about town justified their existence for the first time. In a single club, which is peculiarly consecrated to the jeunesse dorée, 300 members rode to the wars. Without waiting for these distant but necessary reinforcements, the generals in Africa had two divisions to look to, one of which was actually arriving while the other was on the sea. These formed the 5th Division under Sir Charles Warren, and the 6th Division under General Kilkenny. Until these forces should arrive, it was obviously best that the three armies should wait. For, unless there should be pressing need of help on the part of the besieged garrisons, or imminent prospects of European complications, every week which passed was in our favor. There was therefore a long lull in the war, during which Methuen strengthened his position at Modder River, Gadacher held his own at Sturkstrom, and Buller built up his strength for another attempt at the relief of Ladysmith. The only connected series of operations during that time were those of General French in the neighborhood of Colesberg, an account of which will be found in their entirety elsewhere. A short narrative may be given here of the doings of each of these forces until the period of inaction came to an end. Methuen, after the repulse at Magersfontein, had fallen back upon the lines of Modder River, and had fortified them in such a way that he felt himself secure against assault. Cronje, on the other hand, had extended his position both to the right and to the left, and had strengthened the works which we had already found so formidable. In this way, a condition of inaction was established, which was really very much to our advantage, since Methuen retained his communications by rail, while all supplies to Cronje had to come 100 miles by road. The British troops, and especially the Highland Brigade, were badly in need of a rest after the very severe ordeal which they had undergone. General Hector MacDonald, whose military record had earned the soldierly name of Fighting Mac, was sent for from India to take the place of the ill-fated Wauchope. Pending his arrival and that of reinforcements, Methuen remained quiet, and the Boers fortunately followed his example. From over the northern horizon, those silver flashes of light told that Kimberley was dauntless in the present and hopeful of the future. On January 1st, the British post of Kerman fell, by which 12 officers and 120 police were captured. The town was isolated, and its capture could have no effect upon the general operations, but it is remarkable as the only capture of a fortified post up to this point made by the Boers. The monotony of the long wait was broken by one dashing raid carried out by a detachment from Methuen's line of communications. This force consisted of 200 Queenslanders, 100 Canadians, Toronto Company, 40 mounted Munster Fusiliers, a New South Wales ambulance, and 200 of the Duke of Cornwall's light infantry with 1-horse battery. This singular force, so small in numbers and yet raked from the ends of the earth, was under the command of Colonel Pilcher. Moving out suddenly and rapidly from Belmont, it struck at the extreme right of the Boer line, which consisted of a laager occupied by the colonial rebels of that part of the country. Nothing could exceed the enthusiasm of the colonists at the prospect of action. "At last!" was the cry which went up from the Canadians when they were ordered to advance. The result was an absolute success. The rebels broke and fled, their camp was taken, and 40 of them fell into our hands. Our own loss was slight, 3 killed and a few wounded. The flying column occupied the town of Douglas and hoisted the British flag there, but it was decided that the time had not yet come when it could be held, and the force fell back upon Belmont. The rebel prisoners were sent down to Cape Town for trial. The movement was covered by the advance of a force under Babington from Methuen's force. This detachment, consisting of the 9th and 12th Lancers, with some mounted infantry and G Troop of horse artillery, prevented any interference with Pilcher's force from the north. It is worthy of record that though the two bodies of troops were operating at a distance of 30 miles, they succeeded in preserving a telephonic connection, 17 minutes being the average time taken over question and reply. Encouraged by this small success, Methuen's cavalry on January 9th made another raid over the Free State border, which is remarkable for the fact that, save in the case of Colonel Plumer's Rhodesian force, it was the first time that the enemy's frontier had been violated. The expedition under Babington consisted of the same regiments and the same battery which had covered Pilcher's advance. The line taken was a southeasterly one, so as to get far round the left flank of the Boer position. With the aid of a party of the Victorian mounted rifles, a considerable tract of country was overrun, and some farmhouses destroyed. The latter extreme measure may have been taken as a warning to the Boers that such depredations as they had carried out in parts of Natal could not pass with impunity. But both the policy and the humanity of such a course appear to be open to question, and there was some cause for the remonstrance which President Kruger shortly after addressed to us upon the subject. The expedition returned to Mater Camp at the end of 2 days without having seen the enemy, save for 1 or 2 similar cavalry reconnaissances, an occasional interchange of long-range shells, a little sniping, and 1 or 2 false alarms at night, which broke the whole front of Magersfontein into yellow lines of angry light. Nothing happened to Methuen's force, which is worthy of record up to the time of that movement of General Hector MacDonald to Kudusburg, which may be considered in connection with Lord Roberts's decisive operations, of which it was really a part. The doings of General Gadiker's force during the long interval which passed between his disaster at Stormberg and the final general advance may be rapidly chronicled. Although nominally in command of a division, Gadiker's troops were continually drafted off to east and to west, so that it was seldom that he had more than a brigade under his orders. During the weeks of waiting, his force consisted of 3 field batteries, the 74th, 77th, and 79th, some mounted police and irregular horse, the remains of the Royal Irish Rifles and the 2nd Northumberland Fusiliers, the 1st Royal Scots, the Derbyshire Regiment, and the Berkshires, the whole amounting to about 5,500 men, who had to hold the whole district from Sturkstrom to East London on the coast, with a victorious enemy in front and a disaffected population around. Under these circumstances, he could not attempt to do more than to hold his ground at Sturkstrom, and this he did unflinchingly until the line of the Boer defense broke down. Scouting and raiding expeditions, chiefly organized by Captain de Montmorency, whose early death cut short the career of one who possessed every quality of a partisan leader, broke the monotony of inaction. During the week which ended the year, a succession of small skirmishes, of which the town of Dordrecht was the center, exercised the troops in irregular warfare. On January 3rd, the Boer forces advanced and attacked the camp of the Cape Mounted Police, which was some 8 miles in advance of Gadiker's main position. The movement, however, was a half-hearted one, and was beaten off with small loss upon their part and less upon ours. From then onwards no movement of importance took place in Gadiker's column, until the general advance along the whole line had cleared his difficulties from in front of him. In the meantime, General Buller had also been playing a waiting game, and, secure in the knowledge that Ladysmith could still hold out, he had been building up his strength for a second attempt to relieve the hard-pressed and much-enduring garrison. After the repulse at Colenso, Hildyard's and Barton's brigades had remained at Chieveley with the mounted infantry, the naval guns, and 2 field batteries. The rest of the force retired to Frere, some miles in the rear. Emboldened by their success, The Boers sent raiding parties over the Tugela on either flank, which were only checked by our patrols being extended from Springfield on the west to Weenan on the east. A few plundered farmhouses and a small list of killed and wounded horsemen on either side were the sole result of these spasmodic and half-hearted operations. Time here as elsewhere was working for the British, for reinforcements were steadily coming to Buller's army. By the new year, Sir Charles Warren's division, the 5th, was nearly completed Estcourt, whence it could reach the front at any moment. This division included the 10th Brigade, consisting of the Imperial Light Infantry, 2nd Somersets, the 2nd Dorsets, and the 2nd Middlesex. Also the 11th, called the Lancashire Brigade, formed by the 2nd Royal Lancaster, the 2nd Lancashire Fusiliers, the 1st South Lancashire, and the York and Lancaster. The division also included the 14th Hussars and the 19th, 20th and 28th batteries of field artillery. Other batteries of artillery, including one howitzer battery, came to strengthen Buller's force, which amounted now to more than 30,000 men. Immense transport preparations had to be made, however, before the force could have the mobility necessary for a flank march, and it was not until January 11th that General Buller's new plans for advance could be set into action. Before describing what these plans were, and the disappointing fate which awaited them, we will return to the story of the siege of Ladysmith, and show how narrowly the relieving force escaped the humiliation. Some would say the disgrace of seeing the town which looked to them for help fall beneath their very eyes. That this did not occur is entirely due to the fierce tenacity and savage endurance of the disease-ridden and half-starved men, who held on to the frail lines which covered. Chapter 13. The Siege of Ladysmith. Monday, October 30th, 1899, is not a date which can be looked back to with satisfaction by any Brit. In a scrambling and ill-managed action, we had lost our detached left wing almost to a man, while our right had been hustled with no great loss, but with some ignominy into Ladysmith. Our guns had been outshot, our infantry checked, and our cavalry paralyzed. 800 prisoners may seem no great loss when compared with a Sedan, or even with an Ulm, but such matters are comparative, and the force which laid down its arms at Nicholson's Neck is the largest British force which has surrendered since the days of our great-grandfathers, when the egregious Duke of York commanded in Flanders. Sir George White was now confronted with the certainty of an investment, an event for which apparently no preparation had been made, since with an open railway behind him so many useless mouths had been permitted to remain in the town. Ladysmith lies in a hollow and is dominated by a ring of hills, some near and some distant. The near ones were in our hands, but no attempt had been made in the early days of the war to fortify and hold Bulwana, Lombard's Cop, and the other positions from which the town might be shelled. Whether these might or might not have been successfully held has been much disputed by military men, the balance of opinion being that Bulwana, at least which has a water supply of its own, might have been retained. This question, however, was already academic, as the outer hills were in the hands of the enemy. As it was, the inner line, Caesar's Camp, Wagon Hilly, Rifleman's Post, and round to Helpmacar Hill, made a perimeter of 14 miles, and the difficulty of retaining so extensive a line goes far to exonerate General White, not only for abandoning the outer hills, but also for retaining his cavalry in the town. After the Battle of Ladysmith and the retreat of the British, the Boers, in their deliberate but effective fashion, set about the investment of the town, while the British commander accepted the same as inevitable, content if he could stem and hold back from the colony the threatened flood of invasion. On Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the commandos gradually closed in upon the south and east, harassed by some cavalry operations and reconnaissances upon our part, the effect of which was much exaggerated by the press. On Thursday, November 2nd, the last train escaped under a brisk fire, the passengers upon the wrong side of the seats. At 2 p.m. on the same day, the telegraph line was cut, and the lonely town settled herself somberly down to the task of holding off the exultant Boers until the day, supposed to be imminent, when the relieving army should appear from among the labyrinth of mountains which lay to the south of them. Some there were who, knowing both the enemy and the mountain, felt a cold chill within their hearts as they asked themselves how an army was to come through. But the greater number, from general to private, trusted implicitly in the valor of their comrades and in the luck of the British Army. One example of that historical luck was ever before their eyes, in the shape of those invaluable naval guns which had arrived so dramatically at the very crisis of the fight, in time to check the monster on Pepworth Hill and to cover the retreat of the army. But for them, the besieged must have lain impotent under the muzzles of the huge cruisats. But in spite of the naive claims put forward by the Boers to some special providence, a process which a friendly German critic described as commandeering the Almighty, it is certain that in a very peculiar degree, in the early months of this war there came again and again a happy chance, or a merciful interposition, which saved the British from disaster. Now, in this first week of November, when every hill, north and south and east and west, flashed and smoked, and the great 96-pound shells groaned and screamed over the town, it was to the long, thin 4.7s and to the hardy bearded men who worked them that soldiers and townsfolk looked for help. These guns of Lambton, supplemented by two old-fashioned 6.3 howitzers manned by survivors from No. 10 Mount Battery, did all that was possible to keep down the fire of the heavy bore guns. If they could not save, they could at least hit back, and punishment is not so bad to bear when one is giving as well as receiving. By the end of the first week of November, the Boers had established their circle of fire. On the east of the town, broken by the loops of the Klip River, is a broad green plain, some miles in extent, which furnished grazing ground for the horses and cattle of the besieged. Beyond it rises into a long, flat-topped hill, the famous Bulwana, upon which lay one great crusoe and several smaller guns. To the north on Pepworth Hill was another cruisat, and between the two were the Boer batteries upon Lombard's Kop. The British naval guns were placed upon this side, for as the open loop formed by the river lies at this end, it is the part of the defences which is most liable to assault. From thence all round the west down to Besters in the south was a continuous series of hills, each crowned with Boer guns, which, if they could not harm the distant town, were at least effective in holding the garrison to its line. So formidable were these positions that, amid much outspoken criticism, it has never been suggested that White would have been justified with a limited garrison in incurring the heavy loss of life, which must have followed an attempt to force them. The first few days of the siege were clouded by the death of Lieutenant Egerton of the Powerful, one of the most promising officers in the Navy. One leg and the other foot were carried off, as he lay upon the sandbag parapet, watching the effect of our fire. "There's an end of my cricket," said the gallant sportsman, and he was carried to the rear with a cigar between his clenched teeth. On November 3rd, a strong cavalry reconnaissance was pushed down the Colenso road to ascertain the force which the enemy had in that direction. Colonel Brocklehurst took with him the 18th and 19th Hussars, the 5th Lancers, and the 5th Dragoon Guards, with the Light Horse and the Natal Volunteers. Some desultory fighting ensued which achieved no end, and was chiefly remarkable for the excellent behavior of the colonials, who showed that they were the equals of the regulars in gallantry and their superiors in the tactics which such a country requires. The death of Major Taunton, Captain Knapp, and young Brabant, the son of the general who did such good service at a later stage of the war, was a heavy price to pay for the knowledge that the Boers were in considerable strength to the south. By the end of this week, the town had already settled down to the routine of the siege. General Joubert, with the chivalry which had always distinguished him, had permitted the garrison to send out the non-combatants to a place called an Ombi camp, promptly named Funkersdorp by the facetious, where they were safe from the shells, though the burden of their support still fell, of course, upon the much-tried commissariat. The hale and male of the townsfolk refused for the most part to avoid the common danger, and clung tenaciously to their shot-torn village. Fortunately, the river has worn down its banks until it runs through a deep channel, in the sides of which it was found to be possible to hollow out caves which were practically bomb-proof. Here for some months, the townsfolk led a troglodytic existence, returning to their homes upon that much-appreciated seventh day of rest, which was granted to them by their Sabbatarian besiegers. The perimeter of the defense had been divided off, so that each corps might be responsible for its own section. To the south was the Manchester Regiment upon the hill, called Caesar's Camp. Between Lombard's Cop and the town, on the northeast, were the Devons. To the north, at what seemed the vulnerable point, were the Rifle Brigade, the Rifles, and the remains of the 18th Hussars. To the west were the 5th Lancers, 19th Hussars, and 5th Dragoon Guards. The rest of the force was encamped round the outskirts of the town. There appears to have been some idea in the Boer mind that the mere fact that they held a dominant position over the town would soon necessitate the surrender of the army. At the end of a week they had realized, however, just as the British had, that a siege lay before both. Their fire upon the town was heavy, but not deadly, though it became more effective as the weeks went on. Their practice at a range of 5 miles was exceedingly accurate. At the same time, their riflemen became more venturesome, and on Tuesday, November 7th, they made a half-hearted attack upon the Manchester's position on the south, which was driven back without difficulty. On the 9th, however, their attempt was of a more serious and sustained character. It began with a heavy shell fire, and with a demonstration of rifle fire from every side, which had for its object the prevention of reinforcements for the true point of danger, which again was Caesar's Camp at the south. It is evident that the Boers had from the beginning made up their minds that here lay the key of the position, as the two serious attacks, that of November 9th and that of January 6th, were directed upon this point. The Manchesters at Caesar's Camp had been reinforced by the 1st Battalion's 60th Rifles, who held the prolongation of the same ridge, which is called Wagon Hill. With the dawn, it was found that the Boer riflemen were within 800 yards, and from then, till evening, a constant fire was maintained upon the hill. The Boer, however, save when the odds are all in his favor, is not, in spite of his considerable personal bravery, at his best in attack. His racial traditions, depending upon the necessity for economy of human life, are all opposed to it. As a consequence, 2 regiments well posted were able to hold them off all day, with a loss which did not exceed 30 killed and wounded, while the enemy, exposed to the shrapnel of the 42nd Battery, as well as the rifle fire of the infantry, must have suffered very much more severely. The result of the action was a well-grounded belief that in daylight there was very little chance of the Boers being able to carry the lines. As the date was that of the Prince of Wales's birthday, a salute of 21-shotted naval guns wound up a successful day. The failure of the attempt upon Ladysmith seems to have convinced the enemy that a waiting game, in which hunger, shell fire, and disease were their allies, would be surer and less expensive than an open assault. From their distant hilltops they continued to plague the town, while garrison and citizens sat grimly patient and learned to endure, if not to enjoy, the crash of the 96-pound shells and the patter of shrapnel upon their corrugated iron roofs. The supplies were adequate, and the besieged were fortunate in the presence of a first-class organizer, Colonel Ward of Islington fame, who with the assistance of Colonel Stoneman systematized the collection and issue of all the food, civil and military, so as to stretch it to its utmost. With rain overhead and mud underfoot, chafing at their own idleness and humiliated by their own position, the soldiers waited through the weary weeks for the relief which never came. On some days there was more shell fire, on some less. On some there was sniping, on some none. On some they sent a little feeler of cavalry and guns out of the town. On most they lay still, Such were the ups and downs of life in Ladysmith. The inevitable siege paper, the Ladysmith Lyre, appeared, and did something to relieve the monotony by the exasperation of its jokes. Night, morning, and noon the shells rained upon the town until the most timid learned fatalism, if not bravery. The crash of the percussion and the strange musical tang of the shrapnel sounded ever in their ears. With their glasses, the garrison could see the gay frocks and parasols of the Boer ladies who had come down by train to see the torture of the doomed town. The Boers were sufficiently numerous, aided by their strong positions and excellent artillery, to mask the Ladysmith force and to sweep on at once to the conquest of Natal. Had they done so, it is hard to see what could have prevented them from riding their horses down to salt water. A few odds and ends, half battalions and local volunteers stood between them and Durban. But here, as on the Orange River, a singular paralysis seems to have struck them. When the road lay clear before them, the first transports of the Army Corps were hardly past St. Vincent, but before they had made up their mind to take that road, the harbor of Durban was packed with our shipping, and 10,000 men had thrown themselves across their path. For a moment we may leave the fortunes of Ladysmith to follow this southerly movement of the Boers. Within 2 days of the investment of the town, they had swung round their left flank and attacked Colenso, 12 miles south, shelling the Durban light infantry out of their posts with a long-range fire. The British fell back 27 miles and concentrated at Escourt, leaving the all-important Colenso railway bridge in the hands of the enemy. From this onwards, they held the north of the Tugela, and many a widow wore crepe before we got our grip upon it once more. Never was there a more critical week in the war, but having got Colenso, the Boers did little more. They formally annexed the whole of northern Natal to the Orange Free State, a dangerous precedent when the tables should be turned. With amazing assurance, the burghers pegged out farms for themselves and sent for their people to occupy these newly won estates. On November 5th, the Boers had remained so inert that the British returned in small force to Colenso and removed some stores, which seems to suggest that the original retirement was premature. 4 days passed in inactivity, 4 precious days for us, and on the evening of the 4th, November 9th, the watchers on the signal station at Table Mountain saw the smoke of a great steamer coming past Robben Island. It was the Roslyn Castle, with the first of the reinforcements. Within the week the Moor, Yorkshire, Orania, Hawarden Castle, Gascon, Armenian, Oriental, and a fleet of others had passed for Durban with 15,000 men. Once again the command of the sea had saved the empire. But, now that it was too late, the Boers suddenly took the initiative, and in dramatic fashion. North of Estcourt, where General Hildyard was being daily reinforced from the sea, there are 2 small townlets, or at least geographical and railway points. Frere is about 10 miles north of Estcourt, and Chively is 5 miles north of that, and about as far to the south of Colenso. On November 15th, an armored train was dispatched from Estcourt to see what was going on up the line. Already one disaster had befallen us in this campaign on account of these clumsy contrivances, and a heavier one was now to confirm the opinion that acting alone, they are totally inadmissible as a means of carrying artillery for a force operating upon either flank of them, with an assured retreat behind. There may be a place for them in modern war, but as a method of scouting, they appear to be the most inefficient and also the most expensive that has ever been invented. An intelligent horseman would gather more information, be less visible, and retain some freedom as to route. After our experience, the armored train may steam out of military history. The train contained 90 Dublin Fusiliers, 80 Durban Volunteers, and 10 sailors with a naval 7-pounder gun tall wall. Captain Haldane of the Gordons, Lieutenant Frankland, Dublin Fusiliers, and Winston Churchill, the well-known correspondent, accompanied the expedition. What might have been foreseen occurred. The train steamed into the advancing Boer army, was fired upon, tried to escape, found the rails blocked behind it, and upset. Dublins and Durbans were shot helplessly out of their trucks under a heavy fire. A railway accident is a nervous thing, and so is an ambuscade, but the combination of the two must be appalling. Yet there were brave hearts which rose to the occasion. Haldane and Franklin rallied the troops, and Churchill the engine driver. The engine was disentangled and sent on with its cab full of wounded. Churchill, who had escaped upon it, came gallantly back to share the fate of his comrades. The daze-shaken soldiers continued a futile resistance for some time, but there was neither help nor escape, and nothing for them but surrender. The most Spartan military critic cannot blame them. A few slipped away besides those who escaped upon the engine. Our losses were 2 killed, 20 wounded, and about 80 taken. It is remarkable that of the 3 leaders both Haldane and Churchill succeeded in escaping from Pretoria. A double tide of armed men was now pouring into southern Natal. From below, trainload after trainload of British regulars were coming up to the danger point, feted and cheered at every station. Lonely farmhouses near the line hung out their Union Jacks, and the folk on the stoop heard the roar of the choruses as the great trains swung upon their way. From above the Boers were flooding down. As Churchill saw them, dour, resolute, riding silently through the rain, or chanting hymns round their campfires. Brave, honest farmers, but standing unconsciously for medievalism and corruption. Even as our rough-tongued Tommies stood for civilization, progress, and equal rights for all men. The invading force, the numbers of which could not have exceeded some few thousands, formidable only for their mobility, lapped round the more powerful but less active force at Escourt, and struck behind it at its communications. There was for a day or two some discussion as to a further retreat, but Hildyard, strengthened by the advice and presence of Colonel Long, determined to hold his ground. On November 21st, the raiding Boers were as far south as Nottingham Road, a point 30 miles south of Escourt and only 40 miles north of the considerable city of Pietermaritzburg. The situation was serious. Either the invaders must be stopped, or the second largest town in the colony would be in their hands. From all sides came tales of plundered farms and broken households. Some at least of the raiders behaved with wanton brutality. Smashed pianos, shattered pictures, slaughtered stock, and vile inscriptions all exhibit a predatory and violent side to the paradoxical Boer character. Footnote: more than once I have heard the farmers in the Free State acknowledge that the ruin which had come upon them was a just retribution for the excesses of Natal. The next British post behind Hildyard's at Escourt was Barton's upon the Moooi River, 30 miles to the south. Upon this, the Boers made a half-hearted attempt, but Joubert had begun to realize the strength of the British reinforcements and the impossibility with the numbers at his disposal of investing a succession of British posts. He ordered Botha to withdraw from Moooi River and begin his northerly trek. The turning point of the Boer invasion of Natal was marked, though we cannot claim that it was caused by the action of Willow Grain. This was fought by Hildyard and Walter Kitchener in command of the Escourt garrison, against about 2,000 of the invaders under Louis Botha. The troops engaged were the East and West Surreys, 4 companies of the latter, the West Yorkshires, the Durban Light Infantry, no do de way, 7 battery RFA, 2 naval guns, and some hundreds of colonial horse. The enemy being observed to have a gun upon a hill within striking distance of Escourt, this force set out on November 22nd to make a night attack and to endeavor to capture. The hill was taken without difficulty, but it was found that the gun had been removed. A severe counterattack was made at daylight by the Boers, and the troops were compelled with no great loss and less glory to return to the town. The Surreys and the Yorkshires behaved very well, but were placed in a difficult position and were badly supported by the artillery. Martin's mounted infantry covered the retirement with great gallantry, but the skirmish ended in a British loss of 14 killed and 50 wounded or missing, which was certainly more than that of the Boers. From this indecisive action of Willow Grange, the Boer invasion receded until General Buller, coming to the front on November 27th, found that the enemy was once more occupying the line of the Tugela. He himself moved up to Frere, where he devoted his time and energies to the collection of that force with which he was destined, after 3 failures, to make his way into Ladysmith. One unexpected and little-known result of the Boer expedition into southern Natal was that their leader, the chivalrous Joubert, injured himself through his horse stumbling, and was physically incapacitated for the remainder of the campaign. He returned almost immediately to Pretoria, leaving the command of the Tugela in the hands of Louis Botha, leaving Buller to organize his army at Frere, and the Boer commanders to draw their screen of formidable defenses along the Tugela. We will return once more to the fortunes of the unhappy town round which the interest of the world, and possibly the destiny of the Empire, were centering. It is very certain that had Ladysmith fallen, and 12,000 British soldiers with £1 million worth of stores fallen into the hands of the invaders, we should have been faced with the alternative of abandoning the struggle, or of reconquering South Africa from Cape Town northwards. South Africa is the keystone of the empire, and for the instant Ladysmith was the keystone of South Africa. But the courage of the troops who held the shell-torn townlet, and the confidence of the public who watched them, never faltered for an instant. December 8th was marked by a gallant exploit on the part of the beleaguered garrison. Not a whisper had transpired of the coming sortie, and a quarter of an hour before the start officers engaged had no idea of it. Oh, Sissik Omnia! At 10 o'clock a band of men slipped out of the town. There were 600 of them, all irregulars, drawn from the Imperial Light Horse, the Natal Carabineers, and the Border Mounted Rifles, under the command of Hunter, youngest and most dashing of British generals. Edwards and Boyston were the sub-commanders. The men had no knowledge of where they were going or what they had to do, but they crept silently along under a drifting sky, with peeps of a quarter moon, over a mimosa-shadowed plain. At last in front of them there loomed a dark mass. It was Gun Hill, from which one of the great crusades had plagued them. A strong support, 400 men, was left at the base of the hill, and the others, 100 Imperials, 100 Borders and Carabineers, 10 sappers, crept upwards with Major Henderson as guide. A Dutch outpost challenged, but was satisfied by a Dutch-speaking Carabineer. Higher and higher the men crept, the silence broken only by the occasional slip of a stone or the rustle of their own breathing. Most of them had left their boots below. Even in the darkness they kept some formation, and the right wing curved forward to outflank the defense. Suddenly a Mauser crack and a spurt of flame, then another and another. "Come on, boys! Fix bayonets!" yelled Kari Davies. There were no bayonets, but that was a detail. At the word the gunners were off, and there in the darkness in front of the storming party loomed the enormous gun, gigantic in that uncertain light. Out with the huge breech block. Wrap the long lean muzzle round with a collar of gun cotton. Keep the guard upon the run until the work is done. Hunter stood by with a night light in his hand until the charge was in position, and then, with a crash which brought both armies from their tents, the huge tube reared up on its mountings and toppled backwards into the pit. A howitzer lurked beside it, and this also was blown into ruin. The attendant Maxim was dragged back by the exultant captors, who reached the town amid shoutings and laughter with the first break of day. One man wounded, the gallant Henderson is the cheap price for the best planned and most dashing exploit of the war. Secrecy in conception, vigor in execution, they are the root ideas of the soldier's craft. So easily was the enterprise carried out, and so defective the Boer watch, that it is probable that if all the guns had been simultaneously attacked, the Boers might have found themselves without a single piece of ordnance in the morning. Footnote: the destruction of the Crusoe was not as complete as was hoped. It was taken back to Pretoria. 3 feet were sawn off the muzzle, and a new breech block provided. The gun was then sent to Kimberley, and it was the heavy cannon which arrived late in the history of that siege and caused considerable consternation among the inhabitants. On the same morning, December 9th, a cavalry reconnaissance was pushed in the direction of Pepworth Hill. The object no doubt was to ascertain whether the enemy were still present in force, and the terrific roll of the Mausers answered it in the affirmative. 2 killed and 20 wounded was the price which we paid for the information. There had been 3 such reconnaissances in the 5 weeks of the siege, and it is difficult to see what advantage they gave or how they are to be justified. Far be it for the civilian to dogmatize upon such matters, but one can repeat, and to the best of one's judgment endorse, the opinion of the vast majority of officers. There were heartburnings among the regulars that the colonial troops should have gone in front of them, so their martial jealousy was allayed 3 nights later by the same task being given to them. 4 companies of the 2nd Rifle Brigade were the troops chosen, with a few sappers and gunners, the whole under the command of Colonel Metcalfe of the same battalion. A single gun, the 4.7 howitzer upon Surprise Hill, was the objective. Again there was the stealthy advance through the darkness. Again the support was left at the bottom of the hill. Again the 2 companies carefully ascended. Again there was the challenge, the rush, the flight, and the gun was in the hands of the stormers. Here and only here the story varies. For some reason the fuse used for the gun cotton was defective, and half an hour elapsed before the explosion destroyed the howitzer. When it came very thoroughly, but it was a weary time in coming. Then our men descended the hill, but the Boers were already crowding in upon them from either side. The English cries of the soldiers were answered in English by the Boers, and slouch hat or helmet, dimly seen in the murk, was the only badge of friend or foe. A singular letter is extant from young Wrights, the son of the Transvaal secretary, who was present. According to his account, there were but 8 Boers present, but assertion or contradiction equally valueless in the darkness of such a night, and there are some obvious discrepancies in his statement. "Oh, we fired among them," says Wrights. "They stopped and all cried out Rifle Brigade. Then one of them said charge. One officer, Captain Paley, advanced, though he had 2 bullet wounds already. Joubert gave him another shot and he fell on the top of us. 4 Englishmen got hold of Jan Luddig and struck him on the head with their rifles and stabbed him in the stomach with a bayonet. He seized 2 of them by the throat and shouted, 'Help, boys!' His 2 nearest comrades shot 2 of them, and the other 2 bolted. Then the English came up in numbers, about 800, along the footpath. There were 200 on the hill, but the exaggeration is pardonable in the dark. Farther on the English killed 3 of our men with bayonets and wounded 2. In the morning we found Captain Paley and 22 of them killed and wounded. It seems evident that Wrights means that his own little party were 8 men, and not that that represented the force which intercepted the retiring riflemen. Within his own knowledge 5 of his countrymen were killed in the scuffle, so the total loss was probably considerable. Our own casualties were 11 dead, 43 wounded, and 6 prisoners, but the price was not excessive for the howitzer and for the morale which arises from such exploits. Had it not been for that unfortunate fuse, the second success might have been as bloodless as the first. "I am sorry," said a sympathetic correspondent to the stricken Paley. "But we got the gun," Paley whispered, and he spoke for the brigade. Amid the shell fire, the scanty rations, the enteric and the dysentery, one ray of comfort had always brightened the garrison. Buller was only 12 miles away. They could hear his guns, and when his advance came in earnest, their sufferings would be at an end. But now, in an instant, this single light was shut off, and the true nature of their situation was revealed to them. Buller had indeed moved, but backwards. He had been defeated at Colenso, and the siege was not ending but beginning. With heavier hearts but undiminished resolution, the army and the townsfolk settled down to the long, dour struggle. The exultant enemy replaced their shattered guns and drew their lines closer still round the stricken town. A record of the siege onwards until the break of the New Year centers upon the sordid details of the sick returns and of the price of food. 50 on one day, 70 on the next, passed under the hands of the overworked and devoted doctors. 1,500, and later 2,000, of the garrison were down. The air was poisoned by foul sewage and dark with obscene flies. They speckled the scanty food. Eggs were already a shilling each, cigarettes 6 pence, whiskey 5 pounds a bottle. A city more free from gluttony and drunkenness has never been seen. Shellfire has shown itself in this war to be an excellent ordeal for those who desire martial excitement with a minimum of danger. But now and again some black chance guides a bomb, 1 in 5,000 perhaps, to a most tragic issue. Such a deadly missile falling among Boers near Kimberley is said to have slain 9 and wounded 17. In Ladysmith, too, there are days to be marked in red when the gunner shot better than he knew. One shell on December 17th killed 6 men, Natal Carabineers, wounded 3, and destroyed 14 horses. The grisly fact has been recorded that 5 separate human legs lay upon the ground. On December 22nd, another tragic shot killed 5 and wounded 12 of the Devon. On the same day, 4 officers of the 5th Lancers, including the colonel, and 1 sergeant were wounded, a most disastrous day. A little later it was again the turn of the Devons, who lost 1 officer killed and 10 wounded. Christmas set in amid misery, hunger, and disease, the more piteous for the grim attempts to amuse the children and live up to the joyous season, when the present of Santa Claus was too often a 96-pound shell. On the top of all other troubles, it was now known that the heavy ammunition was running short and must be husbanded for emergencies. There was no surcease, however, in the constant hail which fell upon the town. 200 or 300 shells were a not unusual daily allowance. The monotonous bombardment with which the new year had commenced was soon to be varied by a most gallant and spirit-stirring clash of arms. On January 6th, the Boers delivered their great assault upon Ladysmith, an onfall so gallantly made and gallantly met that it deserves to rank among the classic fights of British military history. It is a tale which neither side need be ashamed to tell. Honor to the sturdy infantry who held their grip so long, and honor also to the rough men of the veld, who, led by untrained civilians, stretched us to the utmost capacity of our endurance. It may be that the Boers wished once for all to have done at all costs with the constant menace to their rear. Or it may be that the deliberate preparations of Buller for his second advance had alarmed them, and that they realized that they must act quickly if they were to act at all. At any rate, early in the new year a most determined attack was decided upon. The storming party consisted of some hundreds of picked volunteers from the Heidelberg, Transvaal, and Harrismith Free State contingents, led by de Villiers. They were supported by several thousand riflemen, who might secure their success or cover their retreat. 18 heavy guns had been trained upon the long ridge, one end of which has been called Caesar's Camp and the other Wagon Hill. This hill, 3 miles long, lay to the south of the town, and the Boers had early recognized it as being the most vulnerable point, for it was against it that their attack of November 9th had been directed. Now, after 2 months, they were about to renew the attempt with greater resolution against less robust opponents. At 12 o'clock our scouts heard the sounds of the chanting of hymns in the Boer camps. At 2 in the morning crowds of barefooted men were clustering round the base of the ridge and threading their way, rifle in hand, among the mimosa bushes and scattered boulders which cover the slope of the hill. Some working parties were moving guns into position, and the noise of their labor helped to drown the sound of the Boer advance. Both at Caesar's Camp, the east end of the ridge, and at Wagon Hill, the west end, the points being, I repeat, 3 miles apart, the attack came as a complete surprise. The outposts were shot or driven in, and the stormers were on the ridge almost as soon as their presence was detected. The line of rocks blazed with the flash of their guns. Caesar's camp was garrisoned by one sturdy regiment, the Manchesters, aided by a Colt automatic gun. The defense had been arranged in the form of small sangers, each held by from 10 to 20 men. Some few of these were rushed in the darkness, but the Lancashire men pulled themselves together and held on strenuously to those which remained. The crash of musketry woke the sleeping town, and the streets resounded with the shouting of the officers and the rattling of arms as the men mustered in the darkness and hurried to the points of danger. 3 companies of the Gordons had been left near Caesar's camp, and these, under Captain Carnegie, threw themselves into the struggle. 4 other companies of Gordons came up in support from the town, losing upon the way their splendid colonel, Dick Cunningham, who was killed by a chance shot at 3,000 yards. On this, his first appearance since he had recovered from his wounds at Ellenslaw. Later, 4 companies of the Rifle Brigade were thrown into the firing line, and a total of 2.5 infantry battalions held that end of the position. It was not a man too much. With the dawn of day, it could be seen that the Boers held the southern, and we the northern slopes, while the narrow plateau between formed a bloody, debatable ground. Along a front of a quarter of a mile, fierce eyes glared, and rifle barrels flashed from behind every rock, and the long fight swayed a little back or a little forward with each upward heave of the stormers or rally of the soldiers. For hours the combatants were so near that a stone or a taunt could be thrown from one to the other. Some scattered sangers still held their own, though the Boers had passed them. One such, manned by 14 privates of the Manchester Regiment, remained untaken, but had only 2 defenders left at the end of the bloody day. With the coming of the light, the 53rd Field Battery, the one which had already done so admirably at Lombard's Cop, again deserved well of its country. It was impossible to get behind the Boers and fire straight at their position, so every shell fired had to skim over the heads of our own men upon the ridge, and so pitch upon the reverse slope. Yet so accurate was the fire, carried on under an incessant rain of shells from the big Dutch gun on Bulwana, that not one shot miscarried, and that Major Abdy and his men succeeded in sweeping the further slope without loss to our own fighting line. Exactly the same feat was equally well performed at the other end of the position by Major Blewett's 21st Battery, which was exposed to an even more searching fire than the 53rd. Anyone who has seen the iron endurance of British gunners and marveled at the answering shot, which flashes out through the very dust of the enemy's exploding shell, will understand how fine must have been the spectacle of these 2 batteries working in the open, with the ground round them sharded with splinters. Aye. Witnesses have left it upon record that the sight of Major Blewett, strolling up and down among his gun, and turning over with his toe the last fallen section of iron, was one of the most vivid and stirring impressions which they carried from the fight. Here also it was that the gallant Sergeant Bosley, his arm and his leg stricken off by a Boer shell, cried to his comrades to roll his body off the trail and go on working the gun. At the same time as, or rather earlier than, the onslaught upon Caesar's camp, a similar attack had been made with secrecy and determination upon the western end of the position called Wagon Hill. The barefooted Boers burst suddenly with a roll of rifle fire into the little garrison of Imperial light horse and sappers who held the position. Matthias of the former, Digby Jones and Dennis of the latter, showed that 2 in the morning courage which Napoleon rated as the highest of military virtues. They and their men were surprised but not disconcerted, and stood desperately to a slogging match at the closest quarters. 17 sappers were down out of 30, and more than half the little body of irregulars. This end of the position was feebly fortified, and it is surprising that so experienced and sound a soldier as Ian Hamilton should have left it so. The defense had no marked advantage as compared with the attack, neither trench sangar nor wire entanglement, and in numbers they were immensely inferior. 2 companies of the 60th Rifles and a small body of the ubiquitous Gordons happened to be upon the hill and threw themselves into the fray, but they were unable to turn the tide. Of 33 Gordons under Lieutenant MacNaughton, 30 were wounded. Footnote: the Gordons and the sappers were there that morning to re-escort one of Lambton's 4.7 guns, which was to be mounted there. 10 seamen were with the gun, and lost 3 of their number in the defense. As our men retired under the shelter of the northern slope, they were reinforced by another 150 Gordons under the stalwart Miller Walnut, a man cast in the mold of a berserk Viking. To their aid also came 200 of the Imperial Light Horse, burning to assist their comrades. Another half-battalion of rifles came with them. At each end of the long ridge, the situation at the dawn of day was almost identical. In each the stormers had seized one side, but were brought to a stand by the defenders upon the other, while the British guns fired over the heads of their own infantry to rake the further slope. It was on the Wagon Hill side, however, that the Boer exertions were most continuous and strenuous, and our own resistance most desperate. There fought the gallant de Villiers, while Ian Hamilton rallied the defenders and led them in repeated rushes against the enemy's line. Continually reinforced from below, the Boers fought with extraordinary resolution. Never will anyone who witnessed that Homeric contest question the valor of our foes. It was a murderous business on both sides. Edwards of the Light Horse was struck down. In a gun emplacement, a strange encounter took place at point-blank range between a group of Boers and of Britons. De Villiers of the Free State shot Miller Walnut dead. Ian Hamilton fired at de Villiers with his revolver and missed him. Young Albrecht of the Light Horse shot de Villiers. A Boer named de Jager shot Albrecht. Digby Jones of the Sappers shot de Jager. Only a few minutes later, the gallant lad, who had already won fame enough for a veteran, was himself mortally wounded, and Dennis, his comrade in arms and in glory, fell by his side. There has been no better fighting in our time than that upon Wagon Hill on that January morning, and no better fighters than the Imperial Light Horsemen who formed the center of the defense. Here, as at Ellenslacht, they proved themselves worthy to stand in line with the crack regiments of the British Army. Through the long day, the fight maintained its equilibrium along the summit of the ridge, swaying a little that way or this, but never amounting to a repulse of the stormers or to a rout of the defenders. So intermixed were the combatants that a wounded man more than once found himself a rest for the rifles of his enemies. One unfortunate soldier in this position received 6 more bullets from his own comrades in their efforts to reach the deadly riflemen behind him. At 4 o'clock, a huge bank of clouds which had towered upwards unheeded by the struggling men burst suddenly into a terrific thunderstorm with vivid lightnings and lashing rain. It is curious that the British victory at Ellenslacht was heralded by just such another storm. Up on the bullet-swept hill, the long fringes of fighting men took no more heed of the elements than would 2 bulldogs who have each other by the throat. Up the greasy hillside, foul with mud and with blood, came the Boer reserves, and up the northern slope came our own reserve, the Devon Regiment, fit representatives of that virile county. Admirably led by Park, their gallant colonel, the Devon swept the Boers before them, and the Rifles, Gordons, and Light Horse joined in the wild charge which finally cleared the ridge. But the end was not yet. The Boer had taken a risk over this venture, and now he had to pay the stakes. Down the hill he passed, crouching, darting, but the spruits behind him were turned into swirling streams, and as he hesitated for an instant upon the brink, the relentless sleet of bullets came from behind. Many were swept away down the gorges and into the Klip River, never again to be accounted for in the lists of their field cornet. The majority splashed through, found their horses in their shelter, and galloped off across the great Bulwana plain, as fairly beaten in as fair a fight as ever brave men were yet. The cheers of victory as the Devon swept the ridge had heartened the weary men upon Caesar's camp to a similar effort. Manchester's, Gordon's, and Rifles, aided by the fire of 2 batteries, cleared the long-debated position. Wet, cold, weary, and without food for 26 hours, the bedraggled Tommies stood yelling and waving amid the litter of dead and of dying. It was a near thing. Had the ridge fallen, the town must have followed, and history perhaps have been changed. In the old stiff-rank Majuba days, we should have been swept in an hour from the position. But the wily man behind the rock was now to find an equally wily man in front of him. The soldier had at last learned something of the craft of the hunter. He clung to his shelter, he dwelled on his aim, he ignored his dressings, he laid aside the 18th century traditions of his pig-tailed ancestor, and he hit the Boers harder than they had been hit yet. No return may ever come to us of their losses on that occasion. 80 dead bodies were returned to them from the ridge alone, while the slopes, the dongas, and the river each had its own separate tale. No possible estimate can make it less than 300 killed and wounded, while many place it at a much higher figure. Our own casualties were very serious, and the proportion of dead to wounded unusually high, owing to the fact that the greater part of the wounds were necessarily of the head. In killed, we lost 13 officers, 135 men. In wounded, 28 officers, 244 men, a total of 420. Lord Ava, the honored son of an honored father, the fiery Dick, Cunningham, stalwart Miller, Walnut, the brave boy sappers Digby, Jones and Dennis, Adams and Packman of the light horse, the chivalrous Lafone. We had to mourn quality as well as numbers. The grim test of the casualty returns shows that it was to the Imperial Light Horse, 10 officers down, and the regiment commanded by a junior captain. The Manchesters, the Gordons, the Devons, and the 2nd Rifle Brigade that the honors of the day are due. In the course of the day, 2 attacks had been made upon other points of the British position, the one on Observation Hill on the north, the other on the Help-Makar position on the east. Of these, the latter was never pushed home and was an obvious feint, but in the case of the other, it was not until Shute, their commander, and 40 or 50 men had been killed and wounded that the stormers abandoned their attempt. At every point, the assailants found the same scattered but impenetrable fringe of riflemen, and the same energetic batteries waiting for them. Throughout the Empire, the course of this great struggle was watched with the keenest solicitude, and with all that painful emotion which springs from impotent sympathy. By heliogram to Boer, and so to the farthest ends of that great body whose nerves are the telegraphic wires, there came the announcement of the attack. Then, after an interval of hours, came everywhere repulsed, but fighting continues. Then, attack continues. Enemy reinforced from the south. Then attack renewed. Very hard pressed. There the messages ended for the day, leaving the Empire black with apprehension. The darkest forecasts and most dreary anticipations were indulged by the most temperate and best-informed London papers. For the first time, the very suggestion that the campaign might be above our strength was made to the public. And then, at last, there came the official news of the repulse of the assault. Far away at Ladysmith, the weary men and their sorely tried officers gathered to return thanks to God for his manifold mercies. But in London also, hearts were stricken solemn by the greatness of the crisis, and lips long unused to prayer joined in the devotions of the absent warriors. Chapter 14. The Colesberg Operations. Of the 4 British armies in the field, I have attempted to tell the story of the western one, which advanced to help Kimberley, of the eastern one which was repulsed at Colenso, and of the central one which was checked at Stormberg. There remains one other central one, some account of which must now be given. It was, as has already been pointed out, a long 3 weeks after the declaration of war before the forces of the Orange Free State began to invade Cape Colony. But for this most providential delay, it is probable that the ultimate fighting would have been ended, not among the mountains and kopjes of Stormberg and Colesberg, but amid those formidable passes which lie in the Hex Valley, immediately to the north of Cape Town, and that the armies of the invader would have been doubled by their kinsmen of the colony. The ultimate result of the war must have been the same, but the sight of all South Africa in flames might have brought about those continental complications which have always been so grave a menace. The invasion of the colony was at 2 points along the line of the 2 railways which connect the countries, the one passing over the Orange River at Norval's Pont, and the other at Bethune, about 40 miles to the eastward. There were no British troops available, a fact to be considered by those if any remain, who imagine that the British entertained any design against the republics. And the Boers jogged slowly southward amid a Dutch population who hesitated between their unity of race and speech and their knowledge of just and generous treatment by the empire. A large number were won over by the invaders, and like all apostates, distinguished themselves by their virulence and harshness towards their loyal neighbors. Here and there, in towns which were off the railway line, in Berkeley East or Ladygray, the farmers met together with rifle and bandolier, tied orange puggarees round their hats, and rode off to join the enemy. Possibly these ignorant and isolated men hardly recognized what it was that they were doing. They have found out since. In some of the border districts, the rebels numbered 90% of the Dutch population. In the meanwhile, the British leaders had been strenuously endeavoring to scrape together a few troops with which to make some stand against the enemy. For this purpose, 2 small forces were necessary, the one to oppose the advance through Bethune and Stormberg, the other to meet the invaders, who, having passed the river at Norval's Pont, had now occupied Colesberg. The former task was, as already shown, committed to General Godeker. The latter was allotted to General French, the victor of Eland Slacht, who had escaped in the very last train from Ladysmith, and had taken over this new and important duty. French's force assembled at Arundel and Godeker's at Sterkstrom. It is with the operations of the former that we have now to deal. General French, for whom South Africa has for once proved not the grave but the cradle of a reputation, had before the war gained some name as a smart and energetic cavalry officer. There were some who, watching his handling of a considerable body of horse at the great Salisbury maneuvers in 1898, conceived the highest opinion of his capacity, and it was due to the strong support of General Buller, who had commanded in these peaceful operations, that French received his appointment for South Africa. In person, he is short and thick, with a pugnacious jaw. In character, he is a man of cold persistence and of fiery energy, cautious and yet audacious, weighing his actions well, but carrying them out with a dash which befits a mounted leap. He is remarkable for the quickness of his decision, can think at a gallop, as an admirer expressed it. Such was the man, alert, resourceful, and determined, to whom was entrusted the holding back of the Colesberg Boers. Although the main advance of the invaders was along the lines of the 2 railways, they ventured, as they realized how weak the forces were which opposed them, to break off both to the east and west, occupying Dordrecht on one side and Steinsberg on the other. Nothing of importance accrued from the possession of these points, and our attention may be concentrated upon the main line of action. French's original force was a mere handful of men, scraped together from anywhere. Annaport was his base, and thence he made a reconnaissance by rail on November 23rd towards Arundel, the next hamlet along the line, taking with him a company of the Black Watch, 40 mounted infantry, and a troop of the New South Wales Lancers. Nothing resulted from the expedition, save that the 2 forces came into touch with each other, a touch which was sustained for months under many vicissitudes, until the invaders were driven back once more over Norval's Pont. Finding that Arundel was weakly held, French advanced up to it and established his camp there towards the end of December, within 6 miles of the Boer lines at Rensburg, to the south of Colesberg. His mission, with his present forces, was to prevent the further advance of the enemy into the colony, but he was not strong enough yet to make a serious attempt to drive them out. Before the move to Arundel on December 13th, his detachment had increased in size and consisted largely of mounted men, so that it attained a mobility very unusual for a British force. On December 13th, there was an attempt upon the part of the Boers to advance south, which was easily held by the British cavalry and horse artillery. The country over which French was operating is dotted with those singular kopjes which the Boer loves, kopjes which are often so grotesque in shape that one feels as if they must be due to some error of refraction when one looks at them. But, on the other hand, between these hills there lie wide stretches of the green or russet savanna, the noblest field that a horseman or a horse gunner could wish. The riflemen clung to the hills, French's troopers circled warily upon the plain, gradually contracting the Boer position by threatening to cut off this or that outlying kopje, and so the enemy was slowly herded into Colesberg. The small but mobile British force covered a very large area, and hardly a day passed that one or other part of it did not come in contact with the enemy. With one regiment of infantry, the Berkshires, to hold the center, his hard-riding Tasmanians, New Zealanders, and Australians, with the Scots Greys, the Inniskillings, and the Carabineers, formed an elastic but impenetrable screen to cover the colony. They were aided by 2 batteries, O and R, of horse artillery. Every day General French rode out and made a close personal examination of the enemy's position, while his scouts and outposts were instructed to maintain the closest possible touch. On December 30th, the enemy abandoned Rensburg, which had been their advanced post, and concentrated at Colesberg, upon which French moved his force up and seized Rensburg. The very next day, December 31st, he began a vigorous and long-continued series of operations. At 5 o'clock on Sunday evening, he moved out of Rensburg camp, with R and half of O batteries RHA, the 10th Hussars, the Inniskillings, and the Berkshires, to take up a position on the west of Colesberg. At the same time, Colonel Porter, with the half battery of O, his own regiment, the Carabineers, and the New Zealand Mounted Rifles, left camp at 2 on the Monday morning and took a position on the enemy's left flank. The Berkshires under Major McCracken seized the hill, driving a Boer picket off it, and the horse enfiladed the enemy's right flank, and after a risky artillery duel, succeeded in silencing his guns. Next morning, however, January 2nd, 1900, it was found that the Boers, strongly reinforced, were back near their old positions, and French had to be content to hold them and to wait for more troops. These were not long in coming, for the Suffolk Regiment had arrived, followed by the Composite Regiment, chosen from the Household Cavalry, and the 4th Battery RFA. The Boers, however, had also been reinforced and showed great energy in their effort to break the cordon which was being drawn round them. Upon the 4th, a determined effort was made by about 1,000 of them under General Schoeman to turn the left flank of the British, and at dawn it was actually found that they had eluded the vigilance of the outposts and had established themselves upon a hill to the rear of the position. They were shelled off of it, however, by the guns of O Battery, and in their retreat across the plain they were pursued by the 10th Hussars and by one squadron of the Inniskillings, who cut off some of the fugitives. At the same time, Doyle with his mounted infantry carried the position which they had originally held. In this successful and well-managed action, the Boer loss was 90, and we took in addition 21 prisoners. Our own casualties amounted only to 6 killed, including Major Harvey of the 10th, and to 15 wounded. Encouraged by this success, an attempt was made by the Suffolk Regiment to carry a hill which formed the key of the enemy's position. The town of Colesberg lies in a basin surrounded by a ring of kopjes, and the possession by us of any one of them would have made the place untenable. The plan has been ascribed to Colonel Watson of the Suffolks, but it is time that some protest should be raised against this devolution of responsibility upon subordinates in the event of failure. When success has crowned our arms, we have been delighted to honor our general, but when our efforts end in failure, our attention is called to Colonel Watson, Colonel Long, or Colonel Thornycroft. It is fairer to state that in this instance, General French ordered Colonel Watson to make a night attack upon the hill. The result was disastrous. At midnight, 4 companies in canvas shoes or in their stocking feet set forth upon their venture, and just before dawn they found themselves upon the slope of the hill. They were in a formation of quarter column with files extended to 2 paces. Each company was leading. When halfway up, a warm fire was opened upon them in the darkness. Colonel Watson gave the order to retire, intending, as it is believed, that the men should get under the shelter of the dead ground which they had just quitted, but his death immediately afterwards left matters in a confused condition. The night was black, the ground broken, a hail of bullets whizzing through the ranks. Companies got mixed in the darkness and contradictory orders were issued. The leading company held its ground, though each of the officers, Brett, Carey, and Butler, was struck down. The other companies had retired, however, and the dawn found this fringe of men, most of them wounded, lying under the very rifles of the Boers. Even then they held out for some time, but they could neither advance, retire, or stay where they were without losing lives to no purpose, so the survivors were compelled to surrender. There is better evidence here than at Magersfontein that the enemy were warned and ready. Every one of the officers engaged, from the colonel to the boy subaltern, was killed, wounded, or taken. 11 officers and 150 men were our losses in this unfortunate but not discreditable affair, which proves once more how much accuracy and how much secrecy is necessary for a successful night attack. 4 companies of the regiment were sent down to Port Elizabeth to re-officer, but the arrival of the 1st Essex enabled French to fill the gap which had been made in his force. In spite of this annoying check, French continued to pursue his original design of holding the enemy in front and working round him on the east. On January 9th, Porter of the Carabineers, with his own regiment, 2 squadrons of household cavalry, the New Zealanders, the New South Wales Lancers, and 4 guns, took another step forward and Doyle, after a skirmish, occupied a position called Slingersfontein, still further to the north and east, so as to menace the main road of retreat to Norval's Pont. Some skirmishing followed, but the position was maintained. On the 15th, the Boers, thinking that this long extension must have weakened us, made a spirited attack upon a position held by New Zealanders and a company of the 1st Yorkshires, this regiment having been sent up to reinforce French. The attempt was met by a volley and a bayonet charge. Captain Orr, of the Yorkshires, was struck down, but Captain Maddox of the New Zealanders, who behaved with conspicuous gallantry at a critical instant, took command, and the enemy was heavily repulsed. Maddox engaged in a point-blank rifle duel with the frock-coated, top-hatted Boer leader, and had the good fortune to kill his formidable opponent. 21 Boer dead, and many wounded left upon the field, made a small set-off to the disaster of the Suffolks. The next day, however, January 16th, the scales of fortune, which swung alternately one way and the other, were again tipped against us. It is difficult to give an intelligible account of the details of these operations, because they were carried out by thin fringes of men covering on both sides a very large area. Each kopje occupied as a fort, and the intervening plains patrolled by cavalry. As French extended to the east and north, the Boers extended also to prevent him from outflanking them, and so the little armies stretched and stretched until they were 2 long mobile skirmishing lines. The actions therefore resolved themselves into the encounters of small bodies and the snapping up of exposed patrols, a game in which the Boer aptitude for guerrilla tactics gave them some advantage, though our own cavalry quickly adapted themselves to the new conditions. On this occasion a patrol of 16 men from the South Australian Horse and New South Wales Lancers fell into an ambush, and 11 were captured. Of the remainder, 3 made their way back to camp, while 1 was killed and 1 was wounded. The duel between French on the one side and Schoeman and Lambert on the other was from this onwards one of maneuvering rather than of fighting. The dangerously extended line of the British at this period over 30 miles long, was reinforced, as has been mentioned, by the 1st Yorkshire, and later by the 2nd Wiltshire, and a section of the 37th Howitzer Battery. There was probably no very great difference in numbers between the two little armies, but the Boers now, as always, were working upon internal lines. The monotony of the operations was broken by the remarkable feat of the Essex Regiment, which succeeded by hawsers and good will in getting 215-pounder guns of the 4th Field Battery onto the top of Colescott, a hill which rises several hundred feet from the plain and is so precipitous that it is no small task for an unhampered man to climb it. From the summit a fire, which for some days could not be localized by the Boers, was opened upon their lagers, which had to be shifted in consequence. This energetic action upon the part of our gunners may be set off against those other examples where commanders of batteries have shown that they had not yet appreciated what strong tackle and stout arms can accomplish. The guns upon Colescott not only dominated all the smaller kopjes for a range of 9,000 yards, but completely commanded the town of Colesberg, which could not, however, for humanitarian and political reasons, be shelled. By gradual reinforcements, the force under French had by the end of January attained the respectable figure of 10,000 men, strung over a large extent of country. His infantry consisted of the 2nd Berkshires, 1st Royal Irish, 2nd Wiltshires, 2nd Worcesters, 1st Essex, and 1st Yorkshires. His cavalry of the 10th Hussars, the 6th Dragoon Guards, the Inniskillings, the New Zealanders, the N.S.W. Lancers, some Remington Guides, and the Composite Household Regiment. His artillery, the R&O batteries of RHA, the 4th RFA, and a section of the 37th Howitzer Battery. At the risk of tedium, I have repeated the units of this force, because there are no operations during the war, with the exception perhaps of those of the Rhodesian column, concerning which it is so difficult to get a clear impression. The fluctuating forces, the vast range of country covered, and the petty farms which give their names to positions, all tend to make the issue vague and the narrative obscure. The British still lay in a semicircle extending from Slingersfontein upon the right to Kloof Camp upon the left, and the general scheme of operations continued to be an enveloping movement upon the right. General Clements commanded this section of the forces, while the energetic Porter carried out the successive advances. The lines had gradually stretched until they were nearly 50 miles in length, and something of the obscurity in which the operations have been left is due to the impossibility of any single correspondent having a clear idea of what was occurring over so extended a front. On January 25th, French sent Stevenson and Brabazon to push a reconnaissance to the north of Colesberg, and found that the Boers were making a fresh position at Rietfontein, 9 miles nearer their own border. A small action ensued, in which we lost 10 or 12 of the Wiltshire regiment, and gained some knowledge of the enemy's dispositions. For the remainder of the month, the two forces remained in a state of equilibrium, each keenly on its guard, and neither strong enough to penetrate the lines of the other. General French descended to Cape Town to aid General Roberts in the elaboration of that plan, which was soon to change the whole military situation in South Africa. Reinforcements were still dribbling into the British force. Hode's Australian regiment, which had been changed from infantry to cavalry, and J Battery, RHA, from India, being the last arrivals. But very much stronger reinforcements had arrived for the Boers, so strong that they were able to take the offensive. De la Rey had left the Mater with 3,000 men, and their presence infused new life into the defenders of Colesberg Bois. At the moment, too, that the Mater Boers were coming to Colesberg, the British had begun to send cavalry reinforcements to the Mater in preparation for the march to Kimberley, so that Clemens's force, as it had now become, was depleted at the very instant when that of the enemy was largely increased. The result was that it was all they could do not merely to hold their own, but to avoid a very serious disaster. The movements of de la Rey were directed towards turning the right of the position. On February 9th and 10th, the mounted patrols, principally the Tasmanians, the Australians, and the Inniskillings, came in contact with the Boers, and some skirmishing ensued, with no heavy loss upon either side. A British patrol was surrounded and lost 11 prisoners, Tasmanians and guides. On the 12th, the Boer turning movement developed itself, and our position on the right at Slingersfontein was strongly attacked. The key of the British position at this point was a kopje, held by 3 companies of the 2nd Worcester Regiment. Upon this, the Boers made a fierce onslaught, but were as fiercely repelled. They came up in the dark between the set of moon and rise of sun, as they had done at the great assault of Ladysmith, and the first dim light saw them in the advanced sangers. The Boer generals do not favor night attacks, but they are exceedingly fond of using darkness for taking up a good position and pushing onwards as soon as it is possible to see. This is what they did upon this occasion, and the first intimation which the outposts had of their presence was the rush of feet and loom of figures in the cold, misty light of dawn. The occupants of the sangars were killed to a man, and the assailants rushed onwards. As the sun topped the line of the veld, half the kopje was in their possession. Shouting and firing, they pressed onwards. But the Worcester men were steady old soldiers, and the battalion contained no less than 450 marksmen in its ranks. Of these, the companies upon the hill had their due proportion, and their fire was so accurate that the Boers found themselves unable to advance any further. Through the long day, a desperate duel was maintained between the 2 lines of riflemen. Colonel Cunningham and Major Stubbs were killed while endeavoring to recover the ground which had been lost. Hovell and Bartholomew continued to encourage their men, and the British fire became so deadly that that of the Boers was dominated. Under the direction of Hackett-Payne, who commanded the nearest post, guns of J Battery were brought out into the open and shelled the portion of the kopje which was held by the Boers. The latter were reinforced, but could make no advance against the accurate rifle fire with which they were met. The Bisley champion of the battalion, with a bullet through his thigh, expended 100 rounds before sinking from loss of blood. It was an excellent defense, and a pleasing exception to those too frequent cases where an isolated force has lost heart in face of a numerous and persistent foe. With the coming of darkness, the Boers withdrew with a loss of over 200 killed and wounded. Orders had come from Clements that the whole right wing should be drawn in, and in obedience to them, the remains of the victorious companies were called in by Hackett-Payne, who moved his force by night in the direction of Rendsburg. The British loss in the action was 28 killed, and nearly 100 wounded or missing, most of which was incurred when the sangars were rushed in the early morning. While this action was fought upon the extreme right of the British position, another, as severe, had occurred, with much the same result upon the extreme left, where the 2nd Wiltshire Regiment was stationed. Some companies of this regiment were isolated upon a kopje, and surrounded by the Boer riflemen, when the pressure upon them was relieved by a desperate attack by about 100 of the Victorian rifles. The gallant Australians lost Major Eddy and 6 officers out of 7, with a large proportion of their men. But they proved once for all that amid all the scattered nations who came from the same home, there is not one with a more fiery courage and a higher sense of martial duty than the men from the great island continent. It is the misfortune of the historian, when dealing with these contingents, that, as a rule, by their very nature, they were employed in detached parties in fulfilling the duties which fall to the lot of scouts and light cavalry. Duties which fill the casualty lists, but not the pages of the chronicler. Be it said, however, once for all that throughout the whole African army there was nothing but the utmost admiration for the dash and spirit of the hard-riding, straight-shooting sons of Australia and New Zealand. In a host which held many brave men, there were none braver than they. It was evident from this time onwards that the turning movement had failed, and that the enemy had developed such strength that we were ourselves in imminent danger of being turned. The situation was a most serious one, for if Clemence's force could be brushed aside, there would be nothing to keep the enemy from cutting the communications of the army which Roberts had assembled for his march into the Free State. Clements drew in his wings hurriedly and concentrated his whole force at Rendsburg. It was a difficult operation in the face of an aggressive enemy, but the movements were well timed and admirably carried out. There is always the possibility of a retreat degenerating into a panic, and a panic, at that moment, would have been a most serious matter. One misfortune occurred through which 2 companies of the Wiltshire Regiment were left without definite orders, and were cut off and captured after a resistance in which a third of their number was killed and wounded. No man in that trying time worked harder than Colonel Carter of the Wiltshires. The night of the retreat was the 6th which he had spent without sleep, and the loss of the 2 companies is to be set down to one of those accidents which may always occur in warfare. Some of the Inniskilling Dragoons and Victorian Mounted Rifles were also cut off in the retreat, but on the whole, Clements was very fortunate in being able to concentrate his scattered army with so few mishaps. The withdrawal was heartbreaking to the soldiers who had worked so hard and so long in extending the lines, but it might be regarded with equanimity by the generals, who understood that the greater strength the enemy developed at Colesburg, the less they would have to oppose the critical movements which were about to be carried out in the west. Meanwhile, Koleskop had also been abandoned, the guns removed, and the whole force on February 14th passed through Rendsburg and fell back upon Arundel, the spot from which 6 weeks earlier French had started upon this stirring series of operations. It would not be fair, however, to suppose that they had failed because they ended where they began. Their primary object had been to prevent the further advance of the Free Staters into the colony, and during the most critical period of the war, this had been accomplished with much success and little loss. At last the pressure had become so severe that the enemy had to weaken the most essential part of their general position in order to relieve it. The object of the operations had really been attained when Clements found himself back at Arundel once more. French, the stormy petrel of the war, had flitted on from Cape Town to Modder River, where a larger prize than Colesburg awaited him. Clements continued to cover Newport, the important railway junction, until the advance of Roberts's army caused a complete reversal of the whole military situation. Chapter 15. Spionkop.o. Whilst Methuen and Gattaca were content to hold their own at the Modder and at Sturkstrom, and whilst the mobile and energetic French was herding the Boers into Colesburg, Sir Redvers Buller, the heavy, obdurate, inexplicable man, was gathering and organizing his forces for another advance upon Ladysmith. Nearly a month had elapsed since the evil day when his infantry had retired and his 10 guns had not from the frontal attack upon Colenso. Since then, Sir Charles Warren's division of infantry and a considerable reinforcement of artillery had come to him. And yet, in view of the terrible nature of the ground in front of him, of the fighting power of the Boers, and of the fact that they were always acting upon internal lines, his force even now was, in the opinion of competent judges, too weak for the matter in hand. There remained, however, several points in his favor. His excellent infantry were full of zeal and of confidence in their chief. It cannot be denied, however much we may criticize some incidents in his campaign, that he possessed the gift of impressing and encouraging his followers. And Doyle, in spite of Colenso, the sight of his square figure and heavy impassive face conveyed an assurance of ultimate victory to those around him. In artillery he was very much stronger than before, especially in weight of metal. His cavalry was still weak in proportion to his other arms. When at last he moved out on January 10th to attempt to outflank the Boer Sea, he took with him 19,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and 60 guns, which included 6 howitzers capable of throwing a 50-pound lyddite shell, and 10 long-range naval pieces. Barton's brigade and other troops were left behind to hold the basin line of communications. An analysis of Buller's force shows that its details were as follows. Larry's division, Hildyard's brigade, 2nd West Surrey, 2nd Devonshire, 2nd West Yorkshire, 2nd East Surrey, Hart's brigade, 1st Inniskilling Fusiliers, 1st Border Regiment, 1st Connaught Rangers, 2nd Dublin Fusiliers. Field Artillery, 3 batteries, 19th, 28th, 63rd, 1 Squadron 13th Hussars, Royal Engineers. Warren's Division, Littleton's Brigade, 2nd Cameronians, 3rd King's Royal Rifles, 1st Durham Light Infantry, 1st Rifle Brigade, Woodgate's Brigade, 2nd Royal Lancaster, Doyle, 2nd Lancashire Fusiliers, 1st South Lancashire, York and Lancasters. Field Artillery, 3 batteries, 7th, 78th, 73rd, 1 Squadron 13th Hussars, Corps Troops I, Coke's Brigade, Imperial Light Infantry, 2nd Somersets, 2nd Dorsets, 2nd Middlesex, 61st Howitzer Battery, 2 4.7 naval guns, 8 naval 12-pounder guns, 1 Squadron 13th Hussars, Royal Engineers. Cavalry 1st Royal Dragoons, 14th Hussars, 4 squadrons South African Horse, 1 Squadron Imperial Light Horse, Bethune's Mounted Infantry, Thornycroft's Mounted Infantry, 1 Squadron Natal Carabineers, 1 Squadron Natal Police, 1 Company King's Royal Rifles Mounted Infantry, 6 machine guns. This is the force whose operations I shall attempt to describe. About 16 miles to the westward of Colenso, there is a ford over the Tugela River, which is called Podgeter's Drift. General Buller's apparent plan was to seize this, together with the ferry which runs at this point, and so to throw himself upon the right flank of the Colenso Boers. Once over the river, there is one formidable line of hills to cross, but if this were passed, there would be comparatively easy ground until the Ladysmith Hills were reached. With high hopes, Buller and his men sallied out upon their adventure. Dundonald's cavalry force pushed rapidly forwards, crossed the Little Tugela, a tributary of the main river, at Springfield, and established themselves upon the hills which command the drift. Dundonald largely exceeded his instructions in going so far, and while we applaud his courage and judgment in doing so, we must remember and be charitable to those less fortunate officers whose private enterprise has ended in disaster and reproof. There can be no doubt that the enemy intended to hold all this tract, and that it was only the quickness of our initial movements which forestalled them. Early in the morning, a small party of the South African Horse, under Lieutenant Carlyle, swam the broad river under fire and brought back the ferry boat, an enterprise which was fortunately bloodless, but which was most coolly planned and gallantly carried out. The way was now open to our advance, and could it have been carried out as rapidly as it had begun, the Boers might conceivably have been scattered before they could concentrate. It was not the fault of the infantry that it was not so. They were trudging, mud-spattered and jovial, at the very heels of the horses, after a forest march, which was one of the most trying of the whole campaign. But an army of 20,000 men cannot be conveyed over a river 20 miles from any base without elaborate preparations being made to feed them. The roads were in such a state that the wagons could hardly move. Heavy rain had just fallen, and every stream was swollen into a river. Bullocks might strain, and traction engines pant, and horses die. But by no human means could the stores be kept up if the advance guard were allowed to go at their own pace. And so, having ensured an ultimate crossing of the river by the seizure of Mount Alice, the high hill which commands the Drifty, the forces waited day after day, watching in the distance the swarms of strenuous dark figures who dug and hauled and worked upon the hillsides opposite it, barring the road which they would have to take. Far away on the horizon, a little shining point twinkled amid the purple haze, coming and going from morning to night. It was the heliograph of Ladysmith, explaining her troubles and calling for help. And from the heights of Mount Alice an answering star of hope glimmered and shone, soothing and encouraging. explaining, while the stern men of the veld dug furiously at their trenches in between. "We are coming! We are coming!" cried Mount Alice. "Over our bodies," said the men with the spades and mattocks. On Thursday, January 12th, Dundonald seized the heights. On the 13th, the ferry was taken, and Littleton's brigade came up to secure that which the cavalry had gained. On the 14th, the heavy naval guns were brought up to cover the crossing. On the 15th, Coke's brigade and other infantry concentrated at the drift. On the 16th, the 4 regiments of Littleton's brigade went across. And then, and only then, it began to be apparent that Buller's plan was a more deeply laid one than had been thought, and that all this business of Potcheater's Drift was really a demonstration in order to cover the actual crossing which was to be effected at a ford named Trichard's Drifted, 5 miles to the westward. Thus, while Littleton's and Coke's brigades were ostentatiously attacking Potcheater's from in front, 3 other brigades, Hart's, Woodgate's, and Hildyard's, were marched rapidly on the night of the 16th to the real place of crossing, to which Dundonald's cavalry had already ridden. There, on the 17th, a pontoon bridge had been erected, and a strong force was thrown over in such a way as to turn the right of the trenches in front of Potcheater's. It was admirably planned and excellently carried out, certainly the most strategic movement, if there could be said to have been any strategic movement upon the British side, in the campaign up to that date. On the 18th, the infantry, the cavalry, and most of the guns were safely across without loss of life. The Boers, however, still retained their formidable internal lines, and the only result of a change of position seemed to be to put them to the trouble of building a new series of those terrible entrenchments, at which they had become such experts. After all the combinations the British were, it is true, upon the right side of the river, but they were considerably further from Ladysmith than when they started. There are times, however, when 20 miles are less than 14, and it was hoped that this might prove to be among them. But the first step was the most serious one, for right across their front lay the Boer position upon the edge of a lofty plateau, with the high peak of Spion Kop forming the left corner of it. If once that main ridge could be captured or commanded, it would carry them halfway to the goal. It was for that essential line of hills that 2 of the most dogged races upon earth were about to contend. An immediate advance might have secured the position at once, but for some reason which is inexplicable, an aimless march to the left was followed by a retirement to the original position of Warren's division, and so 2 invaluable days were wasted. We have the positive assurance of Commandant Edwards, who was Chief of Staff to General Botha, that a vigorous turning movement upon the left would at this time have completely outflanked the Boer position and opened a way to Ladysmith. A small success, the more welcome for its rarity, came to the British arms on this first day. Dundonald's men had been thrown out to cover the left of the infantry advance and to feel for the right of the Boer position. A strong Boer patrol, caught napping for once, rode into an ambuscade of the irregulars. Some escaped, some held out most gallantly in a kopje, but the final result was the surrender of 24 unwounded prisoners and the finding of 13 killed and wounded, including de Mentz, the field cornet of Heilbronn. 2 killed and 2 wounded were the British losses in this well-managed affair. Dundonald's force then took its position upon the extreme left of Warren's advance. The British were now moving upon the Boers in 2 separate bodies, the one which included Littleton's and Coke's brigades from Potcheater's Drift, making what was really a frontal attack, while the main body, under Warren, who had crossed at Trichard's Drift, was swinging round upon the Boer right. Midway between the 2 movements, the formidable bastion of Spion Kop stood clearly outlined against the blue natal sky. The heavy naval guns on Mount Alice, 2 4.7s and 8 12-pounders, were so placed as to support either advance, and the howitzer battery was given to Littleton to help the frontal attack. For 2 days, the British pressed slowly but steadily on to the Boers under the cover of an incessant rain of shells. Dour and long-suffering, the Boers made no reply, save with sporadic rifle fire, and refused until the crisis should come to expose their great guns to the chance of injury. On January 19th, Warren's turning movement began to bring him into closer touch with the enemy, his 36 field guns and the 6 howitzers, which had returned to him, crushing down the opposition which faced him. The ground in front of him was pleated into long folds, and his advance meant the carrying of ridge after ridge. In the earlier stages of the war, this would have entailed a murderous loss. But we had learned our lesson, and the infantry now, with intervals of 10 paces, and every man choosing his own cover, went up in proper Boer form, carrying position after position, the enemy always retiring with dignity and decorum. There was no victory on one side or rout on the other, only a steady advance and an orderly retirement. That night, the infantry slept in their fighting line, going on again at 3 in the morning, and light broke to find not only rifles, but the long silent Boer guns all blazing at the British advance. Again, as at Colenso, the brunt of the fighting fell upon Hart's Irish Brigade, who upheld that immemorial tradition of valor with which that name, either in or out of the British service, has invariably been associated. Upon the Lancashire Fusiliers and the York and Lancasters came also a large share of the losses and the glory. Slowly but surely the inexorable line of the British lapped over the ground which the enemy had held. A gallant colonial, Tobin of the South African Horse, rode up one hill and signaled with his hat that it was clear. His comrades followed closely at his heels, and occupied the position with the loss of Childie, their major. During this action, Littleton had held the Boers in their trenches opposite to him by advancing to within 1,500 yards of them, but the attack was not pushed further. On the evening of this day, January 20th, the British had gained some miles of ground, and the total losses had been about 300 killed and wounded. The troops were in good heart, and all promised well for the future. Again, the men lay where they had fought, and again the dawn heard the crash of the great guns and the rattle of the musketry. The operations of this day began with a sustained cannonade from the field batteries and 61st Howitzer Battery, which was as fiercely answered by the enemy. About 11 the infantry began to go forward with an advance which would have astonished the martinets of Aldershot. An irregular fringe of crawlers, wrigglers, writhers, crouchers, all cool and deliberate, giving away no points in this grim game of death. Where now were the officers with their distinctive dresses and flashing swords? Were the valiant rushes over the open? Were the men who were too proud to lie down? The tactics of 3 months ago seemed as obsolete as those of the Middle Ages. All day the line undulated forward, and by evening yet another strip of rock-strewn ground had been gained, and yet another train of ambulances was bearing 100 of our wounded back to the base hospitals at Frere. It was on Hildyard's brigade on the left that the fighting and the losses of this day principally fell. By the morning of January 22nd, the regiments were clustering thickly all round the edges of the Boer main position, and the day was spent in resting the weary men, and in determining at what point the final assault should be delivered. On the right front, commanding the Boer lines on either side, towered the stark eminence of Spion Kop, so called because from its summit the Boer voortrekkers had first, in 1835, gazed down upon the promised land of Natal. If that could only be seized and held! Buller and Warren swept its bald summit with their field glasses. It was a venture, but all war is a venture, and the brave man is he who ventures most. One fiery rush, and the master key of all these locked doors might be in our keeping. That evening there came a telegram to London, which left the whole empire in a hush of anticipation. Spion Kop was to be attacked that night. The troops which were selected for the task were 8 companies of the 2nd Lancashire Fusiliers, 6 of the 2nd Royal Lancasters, 2 of the 1st South Lancashires, 180 of Thornycroft's, and half a company of Sap. It was to be a North of England job. Under the friendly cover of a starless night, the men, in Indian file, like a party of Iroquois braves upon the war trail, stole up the winding and ill-defined path which led to the summit. Woodgate, The Lancashire Brigadier and Blomfield of the Fusiliers led the way. It was a severe climb of 2,000 feet, coming after arduous work over broken ground, but the affair was well timed, and it was at that blackest hour which precedes the dawn that the last steep ascent was reached. The Fusiliers crouched down among the rocks to recover their breath, and saw far down in the plain beneath them the placid lights which showed where their comrades were resting. A fine rain was falling, and rolling clouds hung low over their heads. The men with unloaded rifles and fixed bayonets stole on once more, their bodies bent, their eyes peering through the murk for the first sign of the enemy, that enemy whose first sign has usually been a shattering volley. Thornycroft's men with their gallant leader had threaded their way up into the advance. Then the leading files found that they were walking on the level. The crest had been gained. With slow steps and bated breath, the open line of skirmishers stole across it. Was it possible that it had been entirely abandoned? Suddenly a raucous shout of "We da!" came out of the darkness, then a shot, then a splutter of musketry and a yell as the Fusiliers sprang onwards with their bayonets. The Boer post of Reiheidbergers clattered and scrambled away into the darkness, and a cheer that roused both the sleeping armies told that the surprise had been complete and the position won. In the gray light of the breaking day, the men advanced along the narrow undulating ridge, the prominent end of which they had captured. Another trench faced them, but it was weakly held and abandoned. Then the men, uncertain what remained beyond, halted and waited for full light to see where they were, and what the work was which lay before them. A fatal halt, as the result proved, and yet one so natural that it is hard to blame the officer who ordered it. Indeed, he might have seemed more culpable had he pushed blindly on, and so lost the advantage which had been already gained. About 8 o'clock, with the clearing of the mist, General Woodgate saw how matters stood. The ridge, one end of which he held, extended away, rising and falling for some miles. Had he the whole of the end plateau, and had he guns, he might hope to command the rest of the position. But he held only half the plateau, and at the further end of it, the Boers were strongly entrenched. The Spionkop Mountain was really the salient or sharp angle of the Boer position, so that the British were exposed to a crossfire both from the left and right. Beyond were other eminences, which sheltered strings of riflemen and several guns. The plateau which the British held was very much narrower than was usually represented in the press. In many places the possible front was not much more than 100 yards wide, and the troops were compelled to bunch together, as there was not room for a single company to take an extended formation. The cover upon this plateau was scanty, far too scanty for the force upon it, and the shell fire, especially the fire of the pom-poms, soon became very murderous. To mass the troops under the cover of the edge of the plateau might naturally suggest itself, but with great tactical skill, the Boer advanced line from Commandant Prinsloo's Heidelberg and Carolina commandos kept so aggressive an attitude that the British could not weaken the lines opposed to them. Their skirmishers were creeping round too in such a way that the fire was really coming from 3 separate points, left, center, and right, and every corner of the position was searched by their bullets. Early in the action, the gallant Woodgate and many of his Lancashire men were shot down. The others spread out and held on, firing occasionally at the whisk of a rifle barrel or the glimpse of a broad-brimmed hat. From morning to midday, the shell Maxim and rifle fire swept across the Kop in a continual driving shower. The British guns in the plain below failed to localize the position of the enemies, and they were able to vent their concentrated spite upon the exposed infantry. No blame attaches to the gunners for this, as a hill intervened to screen the Boer artillery, which consisted of 5 big guns and 2 pom-poms. Upon the fall of Woodgate, Thornycroft, who bore the reputation of a determined fighter, was placed at the suggestion of Buller in charge of the defense of the hill, and he was reinforced after noon by Coke's brigade. The Middlesex, the Dorsets, and the Somersets, together with the Imperial Light Infantry. The addition of this force to the defenders of the plateau tended to increase the casualty returns rather than the strength of the defense. 3,000 more rifles could do nothing to check the fire of the invisible cannon, and it was this which was the main source of the losses. While on the other hand, the plateau had become so cumbered with troops that a shell could hardly fail to do damage. There was no cover to shelter them and no room for them to extend. The pressure was most severe upon the shallow trenches in the front, which had been abandoned by the Boers and were held by the Lancashire Fusiliers. They were enfiladed by rifle and cannon, and the dead and wounded outnumbered the hail. So close were the skirmishers that on at least one occasion, Boer and Briton found themselves on each side of the same rock. Once a handful of men, tormented beyond endurance, sprang up as a sign that they had had enough. But Thornycroft, a man of huge physique, rushed forward to the advancing Boers. "You may go to hell," he yelled. "I command here and allow no surrender. Go on with your firing." Nothing could exceed the gallantry of Louis Botha's men in pushing the attack. Again and again, they made their way up to the British firing line, exposing themselves with a recklessness which, with the exception of the grand attack upon Ladysmith, was unique in our experience of them. About 2 o'clock, they rushed one trench occupied by the Fusiliers and secured the survivors of 2 companies as prisoners, but were subsequently driven out again. A detached group of the South Lancashires was summoned to surrender. "When I surrender," cried Colour, Sergeant Nolan, "it will be my dead body." Hour after hour of the unintermitting crash of the shells among the rocks, and of the groans and screams of men torn and burst by the most horrible of all wounds, had shaken the troops badly. Spectators from below, who saw the shells pitching at the rate of 7 a minute onto the crowded plateau, marveled at the endurance which held the devoted men to their posts. Men were wounded, and wounded, and wounded yet again, and still went on fighting. Never since Inkerman had we had so grim a soldier's battle. The company officers were superb. Captain Muriel of the Middlesex was shot through the cheek while giving a cigarette to a wounded man, continued to lead his company, and was shot again through the brain. Scott Moncrief of the same regiment was only disabled by the 4th bullet which hit him. Grenfell of Thornycroft's was shot, and exclaimed, "That's all right. It's not much." A second wound made him remark, "I can get on all right." The third killed him. Ross of the Lancasters, who had crawled from a sickbed, was found dead upon the furthest crest. Young Murray of the Scottish Rifles, dripping from 5 wounds, still staggered about among his men. And the men were worthy of such officers. "No retreat! No retreat!" they yelled when some of the front line were driven in. "In all regiments there are weaklings and hang-backs." And many a man was wandering down the reverse slopes when he should have been facing death upon the top. But, as a body, British troops have never stood firm through a more fiery ordeal than on that fatal hill. The position was so bad that no efforts of officers or men could do anything to mend it. They were in a murderous dilemma. If they fell back for cover, the Boer riflemen would rush the position. If they held their ground, this horrible shell fire must continue, which they had no means of answering. Down at Gun Hill, in front of the Boer position, we had no fewer than 5 batteries. The 78th, 7th, 73rd, 63rd, and 61st Howitzer. But a ridge intervened between them and the Boer guns which were shelling Spienkop, and this ridge was strongly entrenched. The naval guns from distant Mount Alice did what they could, but the range was very long, and the position of the Boer guns uncertain. The artillery, situated as it was, could not save the infantry from the horrible scourging which they were enduring. There remains the debated question whether the British guns could have been taken to the top. Mr. Doyle, Winston Churchill, the soundness of whose judgment has been frequently demonstrated during the war, asserts that it might have been done. Without venturing to contradict one who was personally present, I venture to think that there is strong evidence to show that it could not have been done without blasting, and other measures for which there was no possible time. Captain Hanwell of the 78th RFA, upon the day of the battle, had the very utmost difficulty with the help of 4 horses in getting a light Maxim on to the top, and his opinion, with that of other artillery officers, is that the feat was an impossible one until the path had been prepared. When night fell, Colonel Sim was dispatched with a party of sappers to clear the track and to prepare 2 emplacements upon the top, but in his advance he met the retiring infantry. Throughout the day reinforcements had pushed up the hill until 2 full brigades had been drawn into the fight. From the other side of the ridge Littleton sent up the Scottish Rifles, who reached the summit and added their share to the shambles upon the top. As the shades of night closed in, and the glare of the bursting shells became more lurid, the men lay extended upon the rocky ground, parched and exhausted. They were hopelessly jumbled together, with the exception of the Dorsets, whose cohesion may have been due to superior discipline, less exposure, or to the fact that their khaki differed somewhat in color from that of the others. 12 hours of so terrible an experience had had a strange effect upon many of the men. Some were dazed and battle-struck, incapable of clear understanding. Some were as incoherent as drunkards. Some lay in an overpowering drowsiness. The most were doggedly patient and long-suffering, with a mighty longing for water obliterating every other emotion. Before evening fell, a most gallant and successful attempt had been made by the 3rd Battalion of the King's Royal Rifles from Littleton's brigade to relieve the pressure upon their comrades on Spion Cup. In order to draw part of the Boer fire away, they ascended from the northern side and carried the hills which formed a continuation of the same ridge. The movement was meant to be no more than a strong demonstration, but the riflemen pushed it until, breathless but victorious, they stood upon the very crest of the position, leaving nearly 100 dead or dying to show the path which they had taken. Their advance being much further than was desired, they were recalled, and it was at the moment that Buchanan Riddle, their brave colonel, stood up to read Littleton's note that he fell with a Boer bullet through his brain, making one more of those gallant leaders who died as they had lived. At the head of their regiments, Chisholm, Dick Cunningham, Downman, Wilford, Gunning, Sherston, Thackeray, Sitwell, McCarthy, O'Leary, Airlie, they have led their men up to and through the gates of death. It was a fine exploit of the 3rd Rifles. A finer bit of skirmishing, a finer bit of climbing, and a finer bit of fighting I have never seen, said their brigadier. It is certain that if Littleton had not thrown his 2 regiments into the fight, the pressure upon the hill at top might have become unendurable, and it seems also certain that if he had only held on to the position which the Rifles had gained, the Boers would never have reoccupied Spion Kop. And now, under the shadow of night, but with the shells bursting thickly over the plateau, the much tried Thornycroft had to make up his mind whether he should hold on for another such day as he had endured, or whether now, in the friendly darkness, he should remove his shattered force. Could he have seen the discouragement of the Boers and the preparations which they had made for retirement, he would have held his ground. But this was hidden from him, while the horror of his own losses was but too apparent. 40% of his men were down. 1,300 dead and dying are a grim sight upon a wide spread battle field, but when this number is heaped upon a confined space, where from a single high rock the whole litter of broken and shattered bodies can be seen, and the groans of the stricken rise in one long droning chorus to the ear, then it is an iron mind indeed which can resist such evidence of disaster. In a harder age, Wellington was able to survey 4,000 bodies piled in the narrow compass of the breach of Badajoz, but his resolution was sustained by the knowledge that the military end for which they fell had been accomplished. Had his task been unfinished, it is doubtful whether even his steadfast soul would not have flinched from its completion. Thornycroft saw the frightful havoc of one day, and he shrank from the thought of such another. "Better 6 battalions safely down the hill than a mop up in the morning," said he, and he gave the word to retire. One who had met the troops as they staggered down has told me how far they were from being routed. In mixed array, but steadily and in order, the long thin line trudged through the darkness. Their parched lips would not articulate, but they whispered, "Water! Where is water?" as they toiled upon their way. At the bottom of the hill they formed into regiments once more, and marched back to the camp. In the morning the blood-spattered hilltop, with its piles of dead and of wounded, were in the hands of Botha and his men, whose valor and perseverance deserved the victory which they had won. There is no doubt now that at 3 a.m. of that morning Botha, knowing that the rifles had carried Berger's position, regarded the affair as hopeless, and that no one was more astonished than he when he found, on the report of 2 scouts, that it was a victory and not a defeat which had come to him. How shall we sum up such an action save that it was a gallant attempt, gallantly carried out, and as gallantly met? On both sides, the results of artillery fire during the war have been disappointing, but at Spienkop, beyond all question, it was the Boer guns which won the action for them. So keen was the disappointment at home that there was a tendency to criticize the battle with some harshness. But it is difficult now, with the evidence at our command, to say what was left undone which could have altered the result. Had Thornycroft known all that we know, he would have kept his grip upon the hill. On the face of it, one finds it difficult to understand why so momentous a decision, upon which the whole operations depended, should have been left entirely to the judgment of one who in the morning had been a simple lieutenant-colonel. "Where are the bosses?" cried a fusilier, and the historian can only repeat the question. General Warren was at the bottom of the hill. Had he ascended and determined that the place should still be held, he might have sent down the wearied troops, brought up smaller numbers of fresh ones, ordered the sappers to deepen the trenches, and tried to bring up water and guns. It was for the divisional commander to lay his hand upon the reins at so critical an instant, to relieve the weary man who had struggled so hard all day. The subsequent publication of the official dispatches has served little purpose, save to show that there was a want of harmony between Buller and Warren, and that the former lost all confidence in his subordinate during the course of the operation. In these papers, General Buller expresses the opinion that had Warren's operations been more dashing, he would have found his turning movement upon the left a comparatively easy matter. In this judgment he would probably have the concurrence of most military critics. He adds, however, on the 19th, "I ought to have assumed command myself. I saw that things were not going well. Indeed, everyone saw that. I blame myself now for not having done so. I did not, because if I did, I should discredit General Warren in the estimation of the troops, and if I were shot, and he had to withdraw across the Tugela, and they had lost confidence in him, the consequences might be very serious. I must leave it to higher authority whether this argument was a sound one. It needs no higher authority than common sense to say that the argument is an absolutely unsound one. No consequences could be more serious than that the operations should miscarry and Ladysmith remain unrelieved, and such want of success must in any case discredit Warren in the eyes of his troops. Besides, a subordinate is not discredited because his chief steps in to conduct a critical operation. However, these personal controversies may be suffered to remain in that pigeonhole from which they should never have been drawn. On account of the crowding of 4,000 troops into a space which might have afforded tolerable cover for 500, the losses in the action were very heavy, not fewer than 1,500 being killed, wounded, or missing. The proportion of killed being, on account of the shell fire, abnormally high. The Lancashire Fusiliers were the heaviest sufferers, and their Colonel Blomfield was wounded and fell into the hands of the enemy. The Royal Lancasters also lost heavily. Thornycroft's had 80 men hit out of 180 engaged. The Imperial Light Infantry, a raw corps of Rand refugees who were enduring their baptism of fire, lost 130 men. In officers, the losses were particularly heavy, 60 being killed or wounded. The Boer returns show some 50 killed and 150 wounded, which may not be far from the truth. Without the shell fire, the British losses might not have been much more. General Buller had lost nearly 2,000 men since he had crossed the Tugela, and his purpose was still unfulfilled. Should he risk the loss of a large part of his force in storming the ridges in front of him, or should he recross the river and try for an easier route elsewhere? To the surprise and disappointment both of the public and of the army, he chose the latter course, and by January 27th he had fallen back, unmolested by the Boers, to the other side of the Tugela. It must be confessed that his retreat was admirably conducted, and that it was a military feat to bring his men, his guns, and his stores in safety over a broad river in the face of a victorious enemy. Stolid and unmoved, his impenetrable demeanor restored serenity and confidence to the angry and disappointed troops. There might well be heavy hearts among both them and the public. After a fortnight's campaign and the endurance of great losses and hardships, both Ladysmith and her relievers found themselves no better off than when they started. Buller still held the commanding position of Mount Alice, and this was all that he had to show for such sacrifices and such exertions. Once more there came a weary pause while Ladysmith, sick with hope deferred, waited gloomily upon half rations of horseflesh for the next movement from the south. Chapter 16. Valkranstitiae. Neither General Buller nor his troops appeared to be dismayed by the failure of their plans, or by the heavy losses which were entailed by the movement which culminated at Spion Kop. The soldiers grumbled, it is true, at not being let go, and swore that even if it cost them 2/3 of their number they could and would make their way through this labyrinth of hills with its fringe of death. So doubtless they might. But from first to last, their general had shown a great, some said an exaggerated, respect for human life, and he had no intention of winning a path by mere slogging, if there were a chance of finding one by less bloody means. On the morrow of his return, he astonished both his army and the Empire by announcing that he had found the key to the position, and that he hoped to be in Ladysmith in a week. Some rejoiced in the assurance. Some shrugged their shoulders. Careless of friends or foes, the stolid Buller proceeded to work out his new combination. In the next few days reinforcements trickled, in which more than made up for the losses of the preceding week. A battery of horse artillery, 2 heavy guns, 2 squadrons of the 14th Hussars, and infantry drafts to the number of 12 or 1,400 men came to share the impending glory or disaster. On the morning of February 5th, the army sallied forth once more to have another try to win a way to Ladysmith. It was known that enteric was rife in the town, that shell and bullet and typhoid germ had struck down a terrible proportion of the garrison, and that the rations of starved horse and commissariat mule were running low. With their comrades, in many cases their linked battalions, in such straits within 15 miles of them, Buller's soldiers had high motives to brace them for a supreme effort. The previous attempt had been upon the line immediately to the west of Spion Kop Doyle. If, however, one were to follow to the east of Spion Kop, one would come upon a high mountain called Doornkloot. Between these 2 peaks there lies a low ridge called Brackfontein and a small detached hill named Valkrans. Buller's idea was that if he could seize this small Valkrans, it would enable him to avoid the high ground altogether and pass his troops through onto the plateau beyond. He still held the ford at Potjeeters and commanded the country beyond with heavy guns on Mount Alice and at Swartz Kop, so that he could pass troops over at his will. He would make a noisy demonstration against Brackfontein, then suddenly seize Valkrans, and so, as he hoped, hold the outer door which opened onto the passage to Ladysmith. The getting of the guns up Swartz Kop was a preliminary which was as necessary as it was difficult. A road was cut, sailors, engineers, and gunners worked with a will under the general direction of Majors Findlay and Apsley Smith. A mountain battery, 2 field guns, and 6 naval 12-pounders were slung up by steel hawsers, the sailors yo-hoing on the halyards. The ammunition was taken up by hand. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the 5th, the other guns opened a furious and probably harmless fire upon Brackfontein, Spienkop, and all the Boer positions opposite to. Shortly afterwards, the feigned attack upon Brackfontein was commenced, and was sustained with much fuss and appearance of energy, until all was ready for the development of the true one. Wynn's brigade, which had been Woodgate's, recovered already from its Spienkop experience, carried out this part of the plan, supported by 6 batteries of field artillery, 1 howitzer battery, and 2 4.7 naval guns. 3 hours later, a telegram was on its way to Pretoria to tell how triumphantly the burghers had driven back an attack, which was never meant to go forward. The infantry retired first, then the artillery in alternate batteries, preserving a beautiful order and decorum. The last battery, the 78th, remained to receive the concentrated fire of the Boer guns, and was so enveloped in the dust of the exploding shells that spectators could only see a gun here or a limber there. Out of this whirl of death it quietly walked, without a bucket out of its place, the gunners drawing 1 wagon, the horses of which had perished, and so effected a leisurely and contemptuous withdrawal. The gallantry of the gunners has been one of the most striking features of the war, but it has never been more conspicuous than in this feint at Brackfontein. While the attention of the Boers was being concentrated upon the Lancashire men, a pontoon bridge was suddenly thrown across the river at a place called Munger's Drift, some miles to the eastward. 3 infantry brigades, those of Hart, Lyttelton, and Hildyard, had been massed all ready to be let slip when the false attack was sufficiently absorbing. The artillery fire, the Schwarzkopf guns, and also the batteries which had been withdrawn from the Brackfontein demonstration, was then turned suddenly, with the crashing effect of 70 pieces, upon the real object of attack, the isolated Valkrans. It is doubtful whether any position has ever been subjected to so terrific a bombardment, for the weight of metal thrown by single guns was greater than that of a whole German battery in the days of their last great war. The 4-pounders and 6-pounders of which Prince Kraft discourses would have seemed toys beside these mighty howitzers and 4.7s. Yet though the hillside was sharded off in great flakes, it is doubtful if this terrific fire inflicted much injury upon the cunning and invisible riflemen with whom we had to contend. About midday, the infantry began to stream across the bridge, which had been most gallantly and efficiently constructed under a warm fire by a party of sappers, under the command of Major Irvine. The attack was led by the Durham Light Infantry of Lyttelton's brigade, followed by the 1st Rifle Brigade, with the Scottish and 3rd Rifles in support. Never did the old Light Division of peninsular fame go up a Spanish hillside with greater spirit and dash than these, their descendants, facing the slope of Valkrans. In open order they moved across the plain, with a superb disregard of the crash and patter of the shrapnel. And then up they went, the flitting figures, springing from cover to cover, stooping, darting, crouching, running, until with their glasses the spectators on Schwarzkopf could see the gleam of the bayonets and the strain of furious rushing men upon the summit. As the last Boers were driven from their trenches, the position was gained, but little else. 7 officers and 70 men were lying killed and wounded among the boulders. A few stricken Boers, 5 unwounded prisoners, and a string of Basuto ponies were the poor fruits of victory, those and the arid hill from which so much had been hoped, and so little was to be gained. It was during this advance that an incident occurred of a more picturesque character than is usual in modern warfare. The invisibility of combatants and guns, and the absorption of the individual in the mass, have robbed the battlefield of those episodes which adorned, if they did not justify it. On this occasion, a Boer gun, cut off by the British advance, flew out suddenly from behind its cover, like a hare from its tussock, and raced for safety across the plain. Here and there it wound, the horses stretched to their utmost, the drivers stooping and lashing, the little gun bounding behind. To right, to left, behind and before, the British shells burst, lyddite and shrapnel, crashing and riving. Over the lip of a hollow, the gallant gun vanished, and within a few minutes was banging away once more at the British advance. With cheers and shouts and laughter, the British infantrymen watched the race for shelter, their sporting spirit rising high above all racial hatred, and hailing with a gaunt to ground, whooped the final disappearance of the gun. The Durhams had cleared the path, but the other regiments of Littleton's brigade followed hard at their heels, and before night they had firmly established themselves upon the hill. But the fatal slowness which had marred General Buller's previous operations again prevented him from completing his success. Twice, at least in the course of these operations, there is evidence of sudden impulse to drop his tools in the midst of his task, and to do no more for the day. So it was at Colenso, where an order was given at an early hour for the whole force to retire, and the guns which might have been covered by infantry fire and withdrawn after nightfall were abandoned. So it was also at a critical moment at this action at Valkrans. In the original scheme of operations, it had been planned that an adjoining hill, called the Green Hill, which partly commanded Valkrans, should be carried also. The two together made a complete position, while singly each was a very bad neighbor to the other. On the aide-de camp riding up, however, to inquire from General Buller whether the time had come for this advance, he replied, "We have done enough for the day," and left out this essential portion of his original scheme, with the result that all miscarried. Speed was the most essential quality for carrying out his plan successfully. So it must always be with the attack. The defense does not know where the blow is coming, and has to distribute men and guns to cover miles of ground. The attacker knows where he will hit, and behind a screen of outposts he can mass his force and throw his whole strength against a mere fraction of that of his enemy. But in order to do so, he must be quick. One tiger spring must tear the center out of the line before the flanks can come to its assistance. If time is given, if the long line can concentrate, if the scattered guns can mass, if lines of defense can be reduplicated behind, then the one great advantage which the attack possesses is thrown away. Both at the second and at the third attempts of Buller, the British movements were so slow that had the enemy been the slowest, instead of the most mobile of armies, they could still always have made any dispositions which they chose. Warren's dawdling in the first days of the movement, which ended at Spion Kop, might with an effort be condoned on account of possible difficulties of supply, but it would strain the ingenuity of the most charitable critic to find a sufficient reason for the lethargy of Valkrans. Though daylight comes a little after 4, the operations were not commenced before 7. Littleton's brigade had stormed the hill at 2, and nothing more was done during the long evening, while officers chafed and soldiers swore, and the busy Boers worked furiously to bring up their guns and to bar the path which we must take. General Buller remarked a day or two later that the way was not quite so easy as it had been. One might have deduced the fact without the aid of a balloon. The brigade then occupied Valkrans and erected sangars and dug trenches. On the morning of the 6th, the position of the British force was not dissimilar to that of Spion Kop. Again they had some thousands of men upon a hilltop, exposed to shell fire from several directions and without any guns upon the hill to support them. In 1 or 2 points the situation was modified in their favor, and hence their escape from loss and disaster. A more extended position enabled the infantry to avoid bunching, but in other respects the situation was parallel to that in which they had found themselves a fortnight before. The original plan was that the taking of Valkrans should be the first step towards the outflanking of Brackfontein and the rolling up of the whole Boer position. But after the first move, the British attitude became one of defense rather than of attack. Whatever the general and ultimate effect of these operations may have been, it is beyond question that their contemplation was annoying and bewildering in the extreme to those who were present. The position on February 6th was this. Over the river upon the hill was a single British brigade, exposed to the fire of one enormous gun, a 96-pound Crusoe, the longest of all long toms, which was stationed upon Dornkloof, and of several smaller guns and palms which spat at them from nooks and crevices of the hills. On our side were 72 guns, large and small, all very noisy and impotent. It is not too much to say, as it appears to me, that the Boers have in some ways revolutionized our ideas in regard to the use of artillery, by bringing a fresh and healthy common sense to bear upon a subject which had been unduly fettered by pedantic rules. The Boer system is the single stealthy gun crouching where none can see it. The British system is the 6 brave guns coming into action in line of full interval, and spreading out into accurate dressing visible to all men. Always remember, says one of our artillery maxims, that one gun is no gun. Which is prettier on a field day is obvious, but which is business. Let the many duels between 6 Boer guns and 60 British declare. With black powder it was useless to hide the gun, as its smoke must betray it. With smokeless powder the guns are so invisible that it was only by the detection with powerful glasses of the dust from the trail on the recoil that the officers were ever able to localize the guns against which they were fighting. But if the Boers had had 6 guns in line, instead of one behind that kopje, and another between those distant rocks, it would not have been so difficult to say where they were. Again, British traditions are all in favor of planting guns close together. At this very action of Veilkrans, the 2 largest guns were so placed that a single shell bursting between them would have disabled them both. The officer who placed them there, and so disregarded in a vital matter the most obvious dictates of common sense, would probably have been shocked by any want of technical smartness or irregularity in the routine drill. An over-elaboration of trifles, and a want of grip of common sense and of adaptation to new ideas is the most serious and damaging criticism which can be leveled against our army. That the function of infantry is to shoot, and not to act like spearmen in the Middle Ages. That the first duty of artillery is, so far as is possible, to be invisible. These are 2 of the lessons which have been driven home so often during the war, that even our hidebound conservatism can hardly resist them. Littleton's brigade, then, held Valkrans, and from 3 parts of the compass there came big shells and little shells, with a constant shower of long-range rifle bullets behind them. And as useful as if it had been on Woolwich Common, there was drawn up an imposing mass of men, 2 infantry divisions, and 2 brigades of cavalry, all straining at the leash, prepared to shed their blood until the spruits ran red with ire, if only they could win their way to where their half-starved comrades waited for them. But nothing happened. Hours passed, and nothing happened. An occasional shell from the big gun plumped among them. One, through some freak of gunnery, lobbed slowly through a division, and the men whooped and threw their caps at it as it passed. The guns on Schwarzkopf, at a range of nearly 5 miles, tossed shells at the monster on Dornkloof, and finally blew up his powder magazine amid the applause of the infantry. For the army it was a picnic and a spectacle, but it was otherwise with the men up on Veilkrans. In spite of Sanger and Trench, that crossfire was finding them out, and no feint or demonstration on either side came to draw the concentrated fire from their position. Once there was a sudden alarm at the western end of the hill, and stooping bearded figures with slouch hats and bandoliers were right up on the ridge before they could be stopped. So cleverly had their advance been conducted. But a fiery rush of Durhams and rifles cleared the crest again, and it was proved once more how much stronger is the defense than the attack. Nightfall found the position unchanged, save that another pontoon bridge had been constructed during the day. Over this Hildyard's brigade marched to relieve Littleton's, who came back for a rest under the cover of the Schwarzkopf guns. Their losses in the 2 days had been under 250, a trifle if any aim were to be gained, but excessive for a mere demonstration. That night, Hildyard's men supplemented the defenses made by Littleton, and tightened their hold upon the hill. One futile night attack caused them for an instant to change the spade for the rifle. When in the morning it was found that the Boers had, as they naturally would, brought up their outlying guns, the tired soldiers did not regret their labors of the night. It was again demonstrated how innocuous a thing is a severe shell fire if the position be an extended one with chances of cover. A total of 40 killed and wounded out of a strong brigade was the result of a long day under an incessant cannonade. And then at nightfall came the conclusion that the guns were too many, that the way was too hard, and down came all their high hopes with the order to withdraw once more across that accursed river. Valkrans was abandoned, and Hildyard's brigade, seething with indignation, was ordered back once more to its camp. Chapter 17. Buller's Final Advance. The heroic moment of the siege of Ladysmith was that which witnessed the repulse of the great attack. The epic should have ended at that dramatic instant. But instead of doing so, the story falls back to an anticlimax of crowded hospitals, slaughtered horses, and sporadic shell fire. For another 6 weeks of inactivity, the brave garrison endured all the sordid evils which had steadily grown from inconvenience to misfortune, and from misfortune to misery. Away in the south, they heard the thunder of Buller's guns, and from the hills round the town they watched with pale faces and bated breath the tragedy of Spionkop, preserving a firm conviction that a very little more would have transformed it into their salvation. Their hearts sank with the sinking of the cannonade, and rose again with the roar of Valkrans. But Valkrans also failed them, and they waited on in the majesty of their hunger and their weakness for the help which was to come. It has been already narrated how General Buller had made his 3 attempts for the relief of the city. The general who was inclined to despair was now stimulated by dispatches from Lord Roberts, while his army, who were by no means inclined to despair, were immensely cheered by the good news from the Kimberley side. Both general and army prepared for a last supreme effort. This time, at least, the soldiers hoped that they would be permitted to burst their way to the help of their starving comrades, or leave their bones among the hills which had faced them so long. All they asked was a fight to a finish, and now they were about to have one. General Buller had tried the Boers' center, he had tried their extreme right, and now he was about to try their extreme left. There were some obvious advantages on this side which make it surprising that it was not the first to be attempted. In the first place, the enemy's main position upon that flank was at Longwain Mountain, which is to the south of the Tugela, so that in case of defeat the river ran behind. In the second, Longwain Mountain was the one point from which the Boer position at Colenso could be certainly enfiladed, and therefore the fruits of victory would be greater on that flank than on the other. Finally, the operations could be conducted at no great distance from the railhead, and the force would be exposed to little danger of having its flank attacked or its communications cut, as was the case in the Spionkop advance. Against these potent considerations, there is only to be put the single fact that the turning of the Boer right would threaten the Free Staters' line of retreat. On the whole, the balance of advantage lay entirely with the new attempt, and the whole army advanced to it with a premonition of success. Of all the examples which the war has given of the enduring qualities of the British troops, there is none more striking than the absolute confidence and wholehearted delight with which, after 3 bloody repulses, they set forth upon another venture. On February 9th, the movements were started which transferred the greater part of the force from the extreme left to the center and right. By the 11th, Littleton's, formerly Clary's, 2nd Division and Warren's 5th Division had come eastward, leaving Burn Murdoch's cavalry brigade to guard the western side. On the 12th, Lord Dundonald, with all the colonial cavalry, 2 battalions of infantry, and a battery, made a strong reconnaissance towards Hussar Hill, which is the nearest of the several hills which would have to be occupied in order to turn the position. The hill was taken, but was abandoned again by General Buller after he had used it for some hours as an observatory. A long-range action between the retiring cavalry and the Boers, ended in a few losses upon each side. What Buller had seen during the hour or two which he had spent with his telescope upon Hussar Hill had evidently confirmed him in his views, for 2 days later, February 14th, the whole army set forth for this point. By the morning of the 15th 20,000 men were concentrated upon the sides and spurs of this eminence. On the 16th, the heavy guns were in position, and all was ready for the advance. Facing them now were the formidable Boer lines of Llangwain Hill and Green Hill, which would certainly cost several thousands of men if they were to take them by direct storm. Beyond them, upon the Boer flank, were the hills of Monte Cristo and Singolo, which appeared to be the extreme outside of the Boer position. The plan was to engage the attention of the trenches in front by a terrific artillery fire and the threat of an assault, while at the same time sending the true flank attack far round to carry the Singolo Ridge, which must be taken before any other hill could be approached. On the 17th, in the early morning, with the first tinge of violet in the east, the irregular cavalry and the 2nd Division, Littleton's, with Wynn's brigade, started upon their widely curving flanking march. The country through which they passed was so broken that the troopers led their horses in single file, and would have found themselves helpless in face of any resistance. Fortunately, Singolo Hill was very weakly held, and by evening both our horsemen and our infantry had a firm grip upon it, thus turning the extreme left flank of the Boer position. For once their mountainous fortresses were against them, for a mounted Boer force is so mobile that in an open position, such as faced Methuen, it is very hard, and requires great celerity of movement ever to find a flank at all. On a succession of hills, however, it was evident that some one hill must mark the extreme end of their line, and Buller had found it at Singolo. Their answer to this movement was to throw their flank back so as to face the new position. Even now, however, the Boer leaders had apparently not realized that this was the main attack, or it is possible that the intervention of the river made it difficult for them to send reinforcements. However that may be, it is certain that the task which the British found awaiting them on the 18th proved to be far easier than they had dared to hope. The honors of the day rested with Hildyard's English Brigade, East Surrey, West Yorkshires, and 2nd Devons. In open order and with a rapid advance, taking every advantage of the cover, which was better than is usual in South African warfare, they gained the edge of the Monte Cristo Ridge, and then swiftly cleared the crest. One at least of the regiments engaged, the Devons, was nerved by the thought that their own 1st Battalion was waiting for them at Ladysmith. The capture of the hill made the line of trenches which faced Buller untenable, and he was at once able to advance with Barton's Fusilier Brigade, and to take possession of the whole Boer position of Llangwain and Green Hill. It was not a great tactical victory, for they had no trophies to show, save the worthless debris of the Boer camps. But it was a very great strategical victory, for it not only gave them the whole south side of the Tugela, but also the means of commanding with their guns a great deal of the north side, including those Colenso trenches which had blocked the way so long. 170 killed and wounded, of whom only 14 were killed, was a trivial price for such a result. At last, from the captured ridges, the exultant troops could see far away the haze which lay over the roofs of Ladysmith, and besieged, with hearts beating high with hope, turned their glasses upon the distant mottled patches which told them that their comrades were approaching. By February 20th, the British had firmly established themselves along the whole south bank of the river. Hart's brigade had occupied Colenso, and the heavy guns had been pushed up to more advanced position. The crossing of the river was the next operation, and the question arose where it should be crossed. The wisdom which comes with experience shows us now that it would have been infinitely better to have crossed on their extreme left flank, as by an advance upon this line we should have turned their strong Pyers position just as we had already turned their Colenso one. With an absolutely master card in our hand, we refused to play it, and won the game by a more tedious and perilous process. The assumption seems to have been made, on no other hypothesis can one understand the facts, that the enemy were demoralized, and that the positions would not be strongly held. Our flanking advantage was abandoned, and a direct advance was ordered from Colenso, involving a frontal attack upon the Pieters' position. On February 21st, Boer threw his pontoon bridge over the river near Colenso, and the same evening his army began to cross. It was at once evident that the Boer resistance had by no means collapsed. Wynn's Lancashire Brigade were the first to cross and found themselves hotly engaged before nightfall. The low kopjes in front of them were blazing with musketry fire. The brigade held its own, but lost the brigadier, the second in a month, and 150 rank and file. Next morning, the main body of the infantry was passed across, and the army was absolutely committed to the formidable and unnecessary enterprise of fighting its way straight to Ladysmith. The force in front had weakened, however, both in numbers and in morale. Some thousands of the Free Staters had left in order to defend their own country from the advance of Roberts, while the rest were depressed by as much of the news as was allowed by their leaders to reach them. But the Boer is a tenacious fighter, and many a brave man was still to fall before Buller and White should shake hands in the high street of Ladysmith. The first obstacle which faced the army, after crossing the river, was a belt of low-rolling ground, which was gradually cleared by the advance of our infantry. As night closed in the advance lines of Boers and British were so close to each other that incessant rifle fire was maintained until morning, and at more than one point small bodies of desperate riflemen charged right up to the bayonets of our infantry. The morning found us still holding our positions all along the line, and as more and more of our infantry came up and gun after gun roared into action, we began to push our stubborn enemy northwards. On the 21st, the Dorsets, Middlesex, and Somersets had borne the heat of the day. On the 22nd, it was the Royal Lancasters, followed by the South Lancashires, who took up the running. It would take the patience and also the space of a Kinglake in this scrambling, broken fight to trace the doings of those groups of men who strove and struggled through the rifle fire. All day a steady advance was maintained over the low kopjes, until by evening we were faced by the more serious line of the Pieters Hills. The operations had been carried out with a monotony of gallantry. Always the same extended advance, always the same rattle of Mausers and clatter of pom-poms from a ridge, always the same victorious soldiers on the barren crest, with a few crippled Boers before them, and many crippled comrades behind. Comrades behind. They were expensive triumphs, and yet everyone brought them nearer to their goal. And now, like an advancing tide, they lapped along the base of Pieters Hill. Could they gather volume enough to carry themselves over? The issue of the long-drawn battle and the fate of Ladysmith hung upon the question. Brigadier Fitzroy Hart, to whom the assault was entrusted, is in some ways as singular and picturesque a type as has been evolved in the war. A dandy soldier, always the picture of neatness from the top of his helmet to the heels of his well-polished brown boots, he brings to military matters the same precision which he affects in dress. Pedantic in his accuracy, he actually at the Battle of Colenso drilled the Irish Brigade for half an hour before leading them into action, and threw out markers under a deadly fire in order that his change from close to extended formation might be academically correct. The heavy loss of the brigade at this action was to some extent ascribed to him and affected his popularity. But as his men came to know him better, his romantic bravery, his whimsical soldierly humor, their dislike changed into admiration. His personal disregard for danger was notorious and reprehensible. "Where's General Hart?" asked someone in action. "I have not seen him, but I know where you will find him. Go ahead of the skirmish line, and you will see him standing on a rock," was the answer. He bore a charmed life. It was a danger to be near him. "Whom were you going to?" "General Hart," said the aide-de-camp. "Then goodbye," cried his fellows. A grim humor ran through his nature. It is gravely recorded and widely believed that he lined up a regiment on a hilltop in order to teach them not to shrink from fire. Amid the laughter of his Irishmen, he walked through the open files of his firing line holding a laggard by the ear. This was the man who had put such a spirit into the Irish brigade that amid that army of valiant men there were none who held such a record. Their rushes were the quickest, their rushes were the longest, and they stayed the shortest time under cover, said a shrewd military observer. To Hart and his brigade was given the task of clearing the way to Ladysmith. The regiments which he took with him on his perilous enterprise were the 1st Inniskilling Fusiliers, the 2nd Dublin Fusiliers, the 1st Connaught Rangers, and the Imperial Light Infantry, the whole forming the famous 5th Brigade. They were already in the extreme British advance, and now, as they moved forwards, the Durham Light Infantry and the 1st Rifle Brigade from Littleton's brigade came up to take their place. The hill to be taken lay on the right, and the soldiers were compelled to pass in single file under a heavy fire for more than a mile until they reached the spot which seemed best for their enterprise. There, short already of 60 of their comrades, they assembled and began a cautious advance upon the lines of trenches and sangars which seamed the brown slope above them. For a time they were able to keep some cover, and the casualties were comparatively few. But now at last, as the evening sun threw a long shadow from the hills, the leading regiment, the Inniskillings, found themselves at the utmost fringe of boulders, with a clear slope between them and the main trench of the enemy. Up there, where the shrapnel was spurting, and the great lyddite shells crashing, they could dimly see a line of bearded faces and the black dots of the slouch hats. With a yell, the Inniskillings sprang out, carried with a rush the first trench, and charged desperately onwards for the second one. It was a supremely dashing attack against a supremely steady resistance, for among all their gallant deeds the Boers have never fought better than on that February evening. Amid such a smashing shell fire as living mortals have never yet endured, they stood doggedly, these hardy men of the veld, and fired fast and true into the fiery ranks of the Irishmen. The yell of the stormers was answered by the remorseless roar of the Mausers and the deep-chested shouts of the farmers. Up and up surged the infantry, falling, rising, dashing bull-headed at the crackling line of the trench. But still the bearded faces glared at them over the edge, and still the sheet of lead pelted through their ranks. The regiment staggered, came on, staggered again, was overtaken by supporting companies of the Dublins and the Connaughts, came on, staggered once more, and finally dissolved into shreds, who ran swiftly back for cover, threading their way among their stricken comrades. Never on this earth was there a retreat of which the survivors had less reason to be ashamed. They had held on to the utmost capacity of human endurance. Their colonel, 10 officers, and more than half the regiment were lying on the fatal hill. Honor to them, and honor also to the gallant Dutchmen, who, rooted in the trenches, had faced the rush and fury of such an onslaught. Today to them, tomorrow to us, but it is for a soldier to thank the God of battles for worthy foes. It is one thing, however, to repulse the British soldier, and it is another to rout him. Within a few hundred yards of their horrible ordeal at Madgersfontein, the Highlanders reformed into a military body. So now the Irishmen fell back, no further than the nearest cover, and there held grimly on to the ground which they had won. If you would know the advantage which the defense has over the attack, then do you come and assault this line of tenacious men, now in your hour of victory and exultation, friend Boer? Friend Boer did attempt it, and skillfully too, moving a flanking party to sweep the position with their fire. But the brigade, though sorely hurt, held them off without difficulty, and was found on the morning of the 24th to be still lying upon the ground which they had won. Our losses had been very heavy. Colonel Thackeray of the Inniskillings, Colonel Sitwell of the Dublins, 3 majors, 20 officers, and a total of about 600 out of 1,200 actually engaged. To take such punishment and to remain undemoralized is the supreme test to which troops can be put. Could the loss have been avoided? By following the original line of advance from Monte Cristo, perhaps, when we should have turned the enemy's left. But otherwise, no. The hill was in the way, and had to be taken. In the war game you cannot play without a stake. You lose and you pay forfeit, and where the game is fair, the best player is he who pays with the best grace. The attack was well prepared, well delivered, and only miscarried on account of the excellence of the defense. We proved once more what we had proved so often before, that all valor and all discipline will not avail in a frontal attack against brave, cool-headed men armed with quick-firing rifles. While the Irish brigade assaulted Railway Hill, an attack had been made upon the left, which was probably meant as a demonstration to keep the Boers from reinforcing their comrades, rather than as an actual attempt upon their line. Such as it was, however, it cost the life of at least one brave soldier, for Colonel Thorold of the Welsh Fusiliers was among the fallen. Thorold, Thackeray, and Sitwell in one evening. Who can say that British colonels have not given their men a lead? The army was now at a deadlock. Railway Hill barred the way, and if Hart's men could not carry it by assault, it was hard to say who could. The 24th found the two armies facing each other at this critical point, the Irishmen still clinging to the slopes of the hill and the Boers lining the top. Fierce rifle firing broke out between them during the day, but each side was well covered and lay low. The troops in support suffered somewhat, however, from a random shell fire. Mr. Winston Churchill has left it upon record that within his own observation, 3 of their shrapnel shells fired at a venture onto the reverse slope of a hill accounted for 19 men and 4 horses. The enemy can never have known how hard those 3 shells had hit us, and so we may also believe that our artillery fire has often been less futile than it appeared. General Buller had now realized that it was no mere rearguard action which the Boers were fighting, but that their army was standing doggedly at bay, so he reverted to that flanking movement which, as events showed, should never have been abandoned. Hart's Irish brigade was at present almost the right of the army. His new plan, a masterly one, was to keep Hart pinning the Boers at that point, and to move his center and left across the river, and then back to envelope the left wing of the enemy. By this maneuver Hart became the extreme left instead of the extreme right, and the Irish brigade would be the hinge upon which the whole army should turn. It was a large conception, finely carried out. The 24th was a day of futile shell fire, and of plans for the future. The heavy guns were got across once more to the Monte Cristo Ridge and to Llangwain, and preparations made to throw the army from the west to the east. The enemy still snarled and occasionally snapped in front of Hart's men, but with 4 companies of the 2nd Rifle Brigade to protect their flanks, their position remained secure. In the meantime, through a contretemps between our outposts and the Boers, no leave had been given to us to withdraw our wounded, and the unfortunate fellows, some hundreds of them, had lain between the lines, in agonies of thirst, for 6 hours, one of the most painful incidents of the campaign. Now, upon the 25th, an armistice was proclaimed, and the crying needs of the survivors were attended to. On the same day, the hearts of our soldiers sank within them as they saw the stream of our wagons and guns crossing the river once more. What? Were they foiled again? Was the blood of these brave men to be shed in vain? They ground their teeth at the thought. The higher strategy was not for them, but back was back, and forward was forward, and they knew which way their proud hearts wished to go. The 26th was occupied by the large movements of troops which so complete a reversal of tactics necessitated. Under the screen of a heavy artillery fire, the British right became the left, and the left the right. A second pontoon bridge was thrown across near the old Boer bridge at Llangwain, and over it was passed a large force of infantry. Barton's Fusilier Brigade, Kitchener's Vice Winds, Vice Woodgate's Lancashire Brigade, and 2 battalions of Norcott's, formerly Littleton's, brigade. Koch's brigade was left at Colenso to prevent a counterattack upon our left flank and communications. In this way, while Hart with the Durhams and the 1st Rifle Brigade held the Boers in front, the main body of the army was rapidly swung round onto their left flank. By the morning of the 27th, all were in place for the new attack. Opposite the point where the troops had been massed were 3 Boer hills. 1, the nearest, may for convenience sake be called Barton's Hill. As the army had formerly been situated, the assault upon this hill would have been a matter of extreme difficulty. But now, with the heavy guns restored to their commanding position, from which they could sweep its sides and summits, it had recovered its initial advantage. In the morning sunlight, Barton's Fusiliers crossed the river and advanced to the attack under a screaming canopy of shells. Up they went and up, darting and crouching, until their gleaming bayonets sparkled upon the summit. The masterful artillery had done its work, and the first long step taken in this last stage of the relief of Ladysmith. The loss had been slight, and the advantage enormous. After they had gained the summit, the Fusiliers were stung and stung again by clouds of skirmishers who clung to the flanks of the hill, but their grip was firm and grew firmer with every hour. Of the 3 Boer hills which had to be taken, the nearest, or eastern one, was now in the hands of the British. The furthest, or western one, was that on which the Irish brigade was still crouching, ready at any moment for a final spring which would take them over the few hundred yards which separated them from the trenches. Between the two intervened a central hill, as yet untouched. Could we carry this, the whole position would be ours. Now for the final effort. Turn every gun upon it, the guns of Monte Cristo, the guns of Langway. Turn every rifle upon it, the rifles of Barton's men, the rifles of Hart's men, the carbines of the distant cavalry. Scalp its crown with the machine gun fire. And now up with you, Lancashire men, Norcott's men. The summit or a glorious death, for beyond that hill your suffering comrades are awaiting you. Put every bullet and every man and all of fire and spirit that you are worth into this last hour. For, if you fail now, you have failed forever. And if you win, then when your hairs are white, your blood will still run warm when you think of that morning's work. The long drama had drawn to an end, and one short day's work is to show what that end was to be. But there was never a doubt of it. Hardly for one instant did the advance waver at any point of its extended line. It was the supreme instant of the Natal campaign, as, wave after wave, the long lines of infantry went shimmering up the hill. On the left, the Lancasters, the Lancashire Fusiliers, the South Lancashires, the York and Lancasters, with a burr of North Country oaths, went racing for the summit. Spion Kop and 1,000 comrades were calling for vengeance. "Remember, men, the eyes of Lancashire are watching you," cried the gallant McCarthy O'Leary. The old 40th swept on, but his dead body marked the way which they had taken. On the right the East Surrey, the Cameronians, the 3rd Rifles, the 1st Rifle Brigade, the Durhams, and the gallant Irishmen, so sorely stricken and yet so eager, were all pressing upwards and onwards. The Boer fire lulls, it ceases. They are running. Wild hat-waving men upon the Llangwain uplands see the silhouette of the active figures of the stormers along the skyline and know that the position is theirs. Exultant soldiers dance and cheer upon the ridge. The sun is setting in glory over the great Drakensberg Mountains, and so also that night set forever the hopes of the Boer invaders of Natal. Out of doubt and chaos, blood and labor, had come at last the judgment that the lower should not swallow the higher, that the world is for the man of the 20th and not of the 17th century. After a fortnight of fighting, the weary troops threw themselves down that night with the assurance that at last the door was ajar and the light breaking through. One more effort, and it would be open before them. Behind the line of hills which had been taken there extended a great plain as far as Bulwana, that evil neighbor who had wrought such harm upon Ladysmith. More than half of the pieters' position had fallen into Buller's hands on the 27th, and the remainder had become untenable. The Boers had lost some 500 in killed, wounded, and prisoners. Footnote: accurate figures will probably never be obtained, but a well-known Boer in Pretoria informed me that pieters was the most expensive fight to them of the whole war. It seemed to the British general and his men that one more action would bring them safely into Ladysmith. But here they miscalculated, and so often have we miscalculated, on the optimistic side in this campaign, that it is pleasing to find for once that our hopes were less than the reality. The Boers had been beaten, fairly beaten, and disheartened. It will always be a subject for conjecture whether they were so entirely on the strength of the Natal campaign, or whether the news of the Cronje disaster from the western side had warned them that they must draw in upon the east. For my own part, I believe that the honor lies with the gallant men of Natal, and that, moving on these lines, they would, Cronje or no Cronje, have forced their way in triumph to Ladysmith. And now the long-drawn story draws to a swift close. Cautiously feeling their way with a fringe of horse, the British pushed over the great plain, delayed here and there by the crackle of musketry, but finding always that the obstacle gave way and vanished as they approached it. At last it seemed clear to Dundonald that there really was no barrier between his horsemen and the beleaguered city. With a squadron of Imperial Light Horse and a squadron of Natal Carabineers, he rode on until, in the gathering twilight, the Ladysmith picket challenged the approaching cavalry, and the gallant town was saved. It is hard to say which had shown the greater endurance, the rescued or their rescuers. The town, indefensible, lurking in a hollow under commanding hills, had held out for 118 days. They had endured 2 assaults and an incessant bombardment, to which, towards the end, owing to the failure of heavy ammunition, they were unable to make any adequate reply. It was calculated that 16 zero shells had fallen within the town. In 2 successful sorties, they had destroyed 3 of the enemy's heavy guns. They had been pressed by hunger. Horseflesh was already running short, and they had been decimated by disease. More than 2,000 cases of enteric and dysentery had been in hospital at one time, and the total number of admissions had been nearly as great as the total number of the garrison. 1/10 of the men had actually died of wounds or disease. Ragged, bootless, and emaciated, there still lurked in the gaunt soldiers the martial spirit of warriors. On the day after their relief, 2,000 of them set forth to pursue the Boers. One who helped to lead them has left it on record that the most piteous sight that he has ever seen was these wasted men, stooping under their rifles and gasping with the pressure of their accoutrements, as they staggered after their retreating enemy. A Verestchagen might find a subject these 2,000 indomitable men with their emaciated horses pursuing a formidable foe. It is God's mercy they failed to overtake them. If the record of the besieged force was great, that of the relieving army was no less so. Through the blackest depths of despondency and failure, they had struggled to absolute success. At Colenso they had lost 1,200 men, at Spionkop 1,700, at Valkrans 400, and now, in this last long-drawn effort, 1,600 more. Their total losses were over 5,000 men, more than 20% of the whole army. Some particular regiments had suffered horribly. The Dublin and Inniskilling Fusiliers headed the roll of honor with only 5 officers and 40% of the men left standing. Next to them, the Lancashire Fusiliers and the Royal Lancasters had been the hardest hit. It speaks well for Buller's power of winning and holding the confidence of his men that in the face of repulse after repulse, the soldiers still went into battle as steadily as ever under his command. On March 3rd, Buller's force entered Ladysmith and stayed between the lines of the defenders. For their heroism, the Dublin Fusiliers were put in the van of the procession, and it is told how, as the soldiers who lined the streets saw the 5 officers and small clump of men, the remains of what had been a strong battalion, realizing, for the first time perhaps, what their relief had cost. Many sobbed like children. With cheer after cheer, the stream of brave men flowed for hours between banks, formed by men as brave. But for the purposes of war, the garrison was useless. A month of rest and food would be necessary before they could be ready to take the field once more. So the riddle of the Tugela had at last been solved. Or, even now, with all the light which has been shed upon the matter, it is hard to apportion praise and blame. To the cheerful optimism of Simons must be laid some of the blame of the original entanglement. But man is mortal, and he laid down his life for his mistake. White, who had been but a week in the country, could not, if he would, alter the main facts of the military situation. He did his best, committed one or two errors, did brilliantly on one or two points, and finally conducted the defense with a tenacity and a gallantry which are above all praise. It did not, fortunately, develop into an absolutely desperate affair, like Massina's defense of Genoa, but a few more weeks would have made it a military tragedy. He was fortunate in the troops whom he commanded, half of them old soldiers from India. Footnote: an officer in high command in Ladysmith has told me, as an illustration of the nerve and discipline of the troops, that though false alarms in the Boer trenches were matters of continual occurrence from the beginning to the end of the siege, there was not one single occasion when the British outposts made a mistake. And exceedingly fortunate in his officers, French, in the operations before the siege. Archibald Hunter, Ian Hamilton, Hedworth Lambton, Dick Cunningham, Knox, de Courcy Hamilton, and all the other good men and true who stood, as long as they could stand, by his side. Above all, he was fortunate in his commissariat officers, and it was in the offices of Colonels Ward and Stoneman, as much as in the trenches and sangers of Caesar's camp, that the siege was won. Buller, like White, had to take the situation as he found it. It is well known that his own belief was that the line of the Tugela was the true defense of Natal. When he reached Africa, Ladysmith was already beleaguered, and he, with his troops, had to abandon the scheme of direct invasion and to hurry to extricate White's division. Whether they might not have been more rapidly extricated by keeping to the original plan is a question which will long furnish an excellent subject for military debate. Had Buller in November known that Ladysmith was capable of holding out until March, is it conceivable that he, with his whole army corps and as many more troops as he cared to summon from England, would not have made such an advance in 4 months through the Free State as would necessitate the abandonment of the sieges both of Kimberley and of Ladysmith? If the Boers persisted in these sieges, they could not possibly place more than 20,000 men on the Orange River to face 60,000 whom Buller could have had there by the first week in December. Methuen's force, French's force, Gataker's force, and the Natal force, with the exception of garrisons for Pietermaritzburg and Durban, would have assembled, with a reserve of another 60,000 men in the colony or on the sea, ready to fill the gaps in his advance. Moving over a flat country with plenty of flanking room, it is probable that he would have been in Bloemfontein by Christmas, and at the Vaal River late in January. What could the Boers do then? They might remain before Ladysmith, and learn that their capital and their gold mines had been taken in their absence. Or they might abandon the siege and trek back to defend their own homes. This, as it appears to a civilian critic, would have been the least expensive means of fighting them. But, after all, the strain had to come somewhere, and the long struggle of Ladysmith may have meant a more certain and complete collapse in the future. At least, by the plan actually adopted, we save Natal from total devastation, and that must count against a great deal. Having taken his line, Buller set about his task in a slow, deliberate, but pertinacious fashion. It cannot be denied, however, that the pertinacity was largely due to the stiffening counsel of Roberts, and the soldierly firmness of White, who refused to acquiesce in the suggestion of surrender. Let it be acknowledged that Buller's was the hardest problem of the war, and that he solved it. The mere acknowledgment goes far to soften criticism. But the singular thing is that in his proceedings he showed qualities which had not been generally attributed to him, and was wanting in those very points which the public had imagined to be characteristic of. He had gone out with the reputation of a downright John Bull fighter who would take punishment or give it, but slog his way through without wincing. There was no reason for attributing any particular strategical ability to him. But, as a matter of fact, setting the Colenso attempt aside, the crossing for the Spionkop enterprise, the withdrawal of the compromised army, the Valkrans crossing with a clever feint upon Brackfontein, the final operations, and especially the complete change of front after the third day of Peters, were strategical movements largely conceived and admirably carried out. On the other hand, a hesitation in pushing onwards, and a disinclination to take a risk or to endure heavy punishment, even in the case of temporary failure, were consistent characteristics of his generalship. Boer. The Valkrans operations are particularly difficult to defend from the charge of having been needlessly slow and half-hearted. This Satanan fighter, as he had been called, proved to be exceedingly sensitive about the lives of his men, an admirable quality in itself, but there are occasions when to spare them today is to needlessly imperil them tomorrow. The victory was his, and yet in the very moment of it he displayed the qualities which marred him. With 2 cavalry brigades in hand, he did not push the pursuit of the routed Boers with their guns and endless streams of wagons. It is true that he might have lost heavily, but it is true also that a success might have ended the Boer invasion of Natal, and the lives of our troopers would be well spent in such a venture. If cavalry is not to be used in pursuing a retiring enemy encumbered with much baggage, then its day is indeed past. The relief of Ladysmith stirred the people of the Empire as nothing, save perhaps the subsequent relief of Mafeking, has done during our generation. Even sober, unemotional London found its soul for once, and fluttered with joy. Men, women, and children, rich and poor, clubmen and cabmen, joined in the universal delight. The thought of our garrison, of their privations, of our impotence to relieve them, of the impending humiliation to them and to us, had lain dark for many months across our spirits. It had weighed upon us, until the subject, though ever present in our thoughts, was too painful for general talk. And now, in an instant, the shadow was lifted. The outburst of rejoicing was not a triumph over the gallant Boers, but it was our own escape from humiliation, the knowledge that the blood of our sons had not been shed in vain. Above all, the conviction that the darkest hour had now passed, and that the light of peace was dimly breaking far away. That was why London rang with joy bells that March morning, and why those bells echoed back from every town and hamlet, in tropical sun and in Arctic snow, over which the flag of Britain waved. Chapter 18. The Siege and Relief of Kimberley. It has already been narrated how, upon the arrival of the Army Corps from England, the greater part was drafted to Natal, while some went to the western side, and started under Lord Methuen upon the perilous enterprise of the relief of Kimberley. It has also been shown how, after 3 expensive victories, Lord Methuen's force met with a paralyzing reverse, and was compelled to remain inactive within 20 miles of the town which they had come to succor. Before I describe how that succor did eventually arrive, some attention must be paid to the incidents which had occurred within the city. I am directed to assure you that there is no reason for apprehending that Kimberley, or any part of the colony either is, or in any contemplated event will be, in danger of attack. Mr. Schreiner is of opinion that your fears are groundless, and your anticipations in the matter entirely without foundation. Such is the official reply to the remonstrance of the inhabitants, when With the shadow of war dark upon them, they appealed for help. It is fortunate, however, that a progressive British town has usually the capacity for doing things for itself without the intervention of officials. Kimberley was particularly lucky in being the center of the wealthy and alert De Beers Company, which had laid in sufficient ammunition and supplies to prevent the town from being helpless in the presence of the enemy. But the cannon were pop guns, firing a 7-pound shell for a short range, and the garrison contained only 700 regulars, while the remainder were mostly untrained miners and artisans. Among them, however, there was a sprinkling of dangerous men from the northern wars, and all were nerved by a knowledge that the ground which they defended was essential to the empire. Ladysmith was no more than any other strategic position, but Kimberley was unique, the center of the richest tract of ground for its size in the whole world. Its loss would have been a heavy blow to the British cause and an enormous encouragement to the Boers. On October 12th, several hours after the expiration of Kruger's ultimatum, Cecil Rhodes threw himself into Kimberley. This remarkable man, who stood for the future of South Africa, as clearly as the Dapper Boer stood for its past, had, both in features and in character, some traits which may, without extravagance, be called Napoleonic. The restless energy, the fertility of resource, the attention to detail, the wide sweep of mind, the power of terse comment, all these recall the great emperor. So did the simplicity of private life, in the midst of excessive wealth. And so, finally, did a want of scruple, where an ambition was to be furthered, shown, for example, in that enormous donation to the Irish party by which he made a bid for their parliamentary support, and in the story of the Jameson raid. A certain cynicism of mind and a grim humor complete the parallel. But Rhodes was a Napoleon of peace. The consolidation of South Africa under the freest and most progressive form of government was the large object on which he had expended his energies and his fortune, but the development of the country in every conceivable respect, from the building of a railway to the importation of a pedigree bull, engaged his unremitting attention. It was on October 15th that the 50,000 inhabitants of Kimberley first heard the voice of war. It rose and fell in a succession of horrible screams and groans which traveled far over the veld, and the outlying farmers marveled at the dreadful clamor from the sirens and the hooters of the great mines. Those who have endured all, the rifle, the cannon, and the hunger, have said that those wild whoops from the sirens were what had tried their nerve the most. The Boers and scattered bands of horsemen were thick around the town and had blocked the railroad. They raided cattle upon the outskirts, but made no attempt to rush the defense. The garrison, whose civilian and military approached 4,000 in number, lay close in rifle pit and redoubt waiting for an attack which never came. The perimeter to be defended was about 8 miles, but the heaps of tailings made admirable fortifications, and the town had none of those inconvenient heights around it which had been such bad neighbors to Ladysmith. Picturesque surroundings are not favorable to defense. On October 24th, the garrison, finding that no attack was made, determined upon a reconnaissance. The mounted force, upon which most of the work and of the loss fell, consisted of the Diamond Fields Horse, a small number of Cape Police, a company of mounted infantry, and a body called the Kimberley Light Horse. With 270 volunteers from this force, Major Scott Turner, a redoubtable fighter, felt his way to the north until he came in touch with the Boers. The latter, who were much superior in numbers, maneuvered to cut him off, but the arrival of 2 companies of the North Lancashire Regiment turned the scale in our favor. We lost 3 killed and 21 wounded in the skirmish. The Boer loss is unknown, but their commander Botha was slain. On November 4th, Commandant Wessels formally summoned the town, and it is asserted that he gave Colonel Kekewich leave to send out the women and children. That officer has been blamed for not taking advantage of the permission, or at the least for not communicating it to the civil authorities. As a matter of fact, the charge rests upon a misapprehension. In Wessels' letter, a distinction is made between Afrikander and English women, the former being offered an asylum in his camp. This offer was made known, and half a dozen persons took advantage of it. The suggestion, however, in the case of the English, carried with it no promise that they would be conveyed to Orange River, and a compliance with it would have put them as helpless hostages into the hands of the enemy. As to not publishing the message, it is not usual to publish such official documents, but the offer was shown to Mr. Rhodes, who concurred in the impossibility of accepting it. It is difficult to allude to this subject without touching upon the painful but notorious fact that there existed during the siege considerable friction between the military authorities and a section of the civilians, of whom Mr. Rhodes was chief. Among other characteristics, Rhodes bore any form of restraint very badly, and chafed mightily when unable to do a thing in the exact way which he considered best. He may have been a Napoleon of peace, but his warmest friends could never describe him as a Napoleon of war, for his military forecasts have been erroneous, and the management of the Jameson fiasco certainly inspired no confidence in the judgment of any one concerned. That his intentions were of the best, and that he had the good of the empire at heart, may he freely grant it, but that these motives should lead him to cabal against, and even to threaten, the military governor, or that he should attempt to force Lord Roberts's hand in a military operation, was most deplorable. Every credit may be given to him for all his aid to the military. He gave with a good grace what the garrison would otherwise have had to commandeer. But it is a fact that the town would have been more united, and therefore stronger, without his presence. Colonel Kekewich and his chief staff officer, Major O'Meara, were as much plagued by intrigue within as by the Boers without. On November 7th, the bombardment of the town commenced from 9 9-pounder guns to which the artillery of the garrison could give no adequate reply. The result, however, of a fortnight's fire, during which 700 shells were discharged, was the loss of 2 non-combatants. The question of food was recognized as being of more importance than the enemy's fire. An early relief appeared probable, however, as the advance of Methuen's force was already known. 1 pound of bread, 2 ounces of sugar, and half a pound of meat were allowed per head. It was only on the small children that the scarcity of milk told with tragic effect. At Ladysmith, at Mafeking, and at Kimberley, hundreds of these innocents were sacrificed. November 25th was a red-letter day with the garrison, who made a sortie under the impression that Methuen was not far off, and that they were assisting his operation. The attack was made upon one of the Boer positions by a force consisting of a detachment of the Light Horse and of the Cape Police, and their work was brilliantly successful. The actual storming of the redoubt was carried out by some 40 men, of whom but 4 were killed. They brought back 33 prisoners as a proof of their victory, but the Boer gun, as usual, escaped us. In this brilliant affair, Scott Turner was wounded, which did not prevent him, only 3 days later, from leading another sortie, which was as disastrous as the first had been successful. Save under very exceptional circumstances, it is in modern warfare long odds always upon the defense, and the garrison would probably have been better advised had they refrained from attacking the fortifications of their enemy. A truth which Baden-Powell learned also at Game Tree Hill died. As it was, after a temporary success, the British were blown back by the fierce Mauser fire and lost the indomitable Scott Turner, with 21 of his brave companions killed and 28 wounded, all belonging to the colonial corps. The Empire may reflect with pride that the people in whose cause mainly they fought showed themselves by their gallantry and their devotion worthy of any sacrifice which has been made. Again, the siege settled down to a monotonous record of decreasing rations and of expectation. On December 10, there came a sign of hope from the outside world. Far on the southern horizon, a little golden speck shimmered against the blue African sky. It was Methuen's balloon gleaming in the sunshine. Next morning, the low grumble of distant cannon was the sweetest of music to the listening citizen. But days passed without further news, and it was not for more than a week that they learned of the bloody repulse of Majorsfontein, and that help was once more indefinitely postponed. Heliographic communication had been opened with the relieving army, and it is on record that the first message flashed through from the south was a question about the number of a horse. With inconceivable stupidity, this has been cited as an example of military levity and incapacity. Of course, the object of the question was a test as to whether they were really in communication with the garrison. It must be confessed that the town seems to have contained some very querulous and unreasonable people. The new year found the beleaguered city reduced to 1/4 pound of meat per head, while the health of the inhabitants began to break down under their confinement. Their interest, however, was keenly aroused by the attempt made in the De Beers workshops to build a gun which might reach their opponents. This remarkable piece of ordnance, constructed by an American named Labram, by the help of tools manufactured for the purpose and of books found in the town, took the shape eventually of a 28-pound DI rifled gun, which proved to be a most efficient piece of artillery. With grim humor, Mr. Rhodes's compliments had been inscribed upon the shells, a fair retort in view of the openly expressed threat of the enemy that in case of his capture they would carry him in a cage to Pretoria. The Boers, though held off for a time by this unexpected piece of ordnance, prepared a terrible answer to it. On February 7th, an enormous gun, throwing a 96-pound shell, opened from Camphor's Dam, which is 4 miles from the center of the town. The shells, following the evil precedent of the Germans in 1870, were fired not at the forts, but into the thickly populated city. Day and night these huge missiles exploded, shattering the houses and occasionally killing or maiming the occupants. Some thousands of the women and children were conveyed down the mines, where, in the electric-lighted tunnels, they lay in comfort and safety. One surprising revenge the Boers had, for by an extraordinary chance, one of the few men killed by their gun was the ingenious Labram who had constructed the 28-pounder. By an even more singular chance, Leon, who was responsible for bringing the big bore gun, was struck immediately afterwards by a long-range rifle shot from the garrison. The historian must be content to give a tame account of the siege of Kimberley, for the thing itself was tame. Indeed, siege is a misnomer, for it was rather an investment or a blockade. Such as it was, however, the inhabitants became very restless under it, and though there were never any prospects of surrender, the utmost impatience began to be manifested at the protracted delay on the part of the relief force. It was not till later that it was understood how cunningly Kimberley had been used as a bait to hold the enemy, until final preparations had been made for his destruction. And at last the great day came. It is on record how dramatic was the meeting between the mounted outposts of the defenders and the advance guard of the relievers, whose advent seems to have been equally unexpected by friend and foe. A skirmish was in progress on February 15th between a party of the Kimberley Light Horse and of the Boers, when a new body of horsemen, unrecognized by either side, appeared upon the plain and opened fire upon the enemy. One of the strangers rode up to the patrol. "What the dickens does K.L. Ball mean on your shoulder strap?" he asked. "It means Kimberley Light Horse." "Who are you?" "I am one of the New Zealanders." Macaulay, in his wildest dream of the future of the much-quoted New Zealander, never pictured him as heading a rescue force for the relief of a British town in the heart of Africa. The population had assembled to watch the mighty cloud of dust which rolled along the southeastern horizon. What was it which swept westwards within its reddish heart? Hopeful and yet fearful, they saw the huge bank draw nearer and nearer. An assault from the whole of Cronje's army was the thought which passed through many a mind. And then the dust cloud thinned. A mighty host of horsemen spurred out from it, and in the extended far-flung ranks the glint of spearheads and the gleam of scabbards told of the hussars and lancers, while denser banks on either flank marked the position of the whirling guns. Wearied and spent with 100 miles' ride, the dusty riders and the panting, dripping horses took fresh heart as they saw the broad city before them, and swept with martial rattle and jingle towards the cheering crowds. Amid shouts and tears, French rode into Kimberley while his troopers encamped outside the town. To know how this bolt was prepared and how launched, the narrative must go back to the beginning of the month. At that period, Methuen and his men were still faced by Cronje and his entrenched forces, who, in spite of occasional bombardments, held their position between Kimberley and the relieving army. French, having handed over the operations at Colesberg to Clements, had gone down to Cape Town to confer with Roberts and Kitchener. Thence they all three made their way to the Modder River, which was evidently about to be the base of a more largely conceived series of operations than any which had yet been undertaken. In order to draw the Boer attention away from the thunderbolt which was about to fall upon their left flank, a strong demonstration ending in a brisk action was made early in February upon the extreme right of Cronje's position. The force, consisting of the Highland Brigade, 2 squadrons of the 9th Lancers, No. 7 Company, Royal Engineers, and the 62nd Battery, was under the command of the famous Hector MacDonald. Fighting Mac, as he was called by his men, had joined his regiment as a private, and had worked through the grades of corporal, sergeant, captain, cap, major, and colonel, until now. Still in the prime of his manhood, he found himself riding at the head of a brigade. A bony, craggy Scotsman with a square fighting head and a bulldog jaw, he had conquered the exclusiveness and routine of the British service by the same dogged qualities which made him formidable to Dervish and to Boer. With a cool brain, a steady nerve, and a proud heart, he is an ideal leader of infantry, and those who saw him maneuver his brigade in the crisis of the Battle of Omdurman speak of it as the one great memory which they carried back from the engagement. On the field of battle he turns to the speech of his childhood, the jagged, rasping, homely words which brace the nerves of the northern soldier. This was the man who had come from India to take the place of poor Wauchope, and to put fresh heart into the gallant but sorely stricken brigade. The 4 regiments which composed the infantry of the force, the Black Watch, the Argyll and Sutherlands, the Seaforths, and the Highland Light Infantry, left Lord Methuen's